but the crowd felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be soldier animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a KML Spring, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We burn it 5-1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle.
Super Flow Spriteling is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
Boss! I think we got the wrong guy.
Dun-dun-dun. Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow. The origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
It's okay. तो बस मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनरा में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है.
You okay?
You okay?
You okay? It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Honor of Kings version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spriteling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Ninja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fati. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fati's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fati's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1, Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2, Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3, Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a Dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
Season 14 is officially here. The new version brings a bunch of exciting improvements, so let's take a look. A new hero, Yango, is coming soon. Attack enemies and collect hero shards. Once you gather enough, you can summon an enemy hero puppet to fight alongside you. Control both Yango's main body and the puppet. Chain your skills together and outplay everyone in style. With puppets that are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, can you spot who is real? Nezha has been upgraded, gaining a new skill that provides global vision. Luara has received gameplay experience improvements with increased damage and kiting ability. Fadi has also been improved, making skill chaining into enhanced basic attacks much smoother. Spritlings arrive in style, bringing 3 special potions with them. A growth potion made for fighting and soaking damage. A shrinking potion, perfect for escaping and getting around quickly. And a cooldown potion, which speeds up skill cooldowns. Of course, each benefit comes at a cost. The shrinking potion reduces your damage, the growth potion slows your movement speed, and the cooldown potion consumes a portion of your health. Pay a small price, then pull off some spectacular plays. The new mode Superflow Brawl arrives with a bang. Faster farming, faster pacing, and more exciting combat. Players can choose one of 3 talents to enhance themselves, gain more talents as they level up, and stack powerful effects. Complete missions to unlock even more random talents. Freely combine them to create powerful talent paths and discover your own unique strategy. From March 6th to 16th, participate in the event and collect keys and chests to redeem up to 5,000 limited time tokens. Get a minimum of 888 limited time tokens guaranteed. Starting March 11th, experience the new version and get a Ramadan-themed Spritling costume. From March 14th to April 12th, participate in the partner event to get a permanent minion, legend skin, and 1,500 limited time tokens. From March 14th to 15th, log into the game to get 10 free draws in Point Draw and a brand new Flowborn outfit. From March 20th to 22nd, participate in the event and snatch green packets. A large number of tokens, limited time tokens, and other rewards await you. You can get up to 10,000 tokens. From March 14th to 15th, all heroes and skins are free to try for a limited time. Grab your friends and play together. The player info card on the loading screen has been fully upgraded. Come customize your exclusive appearance. You can now customize the lobby background music on the main interface. Switch tracks and set the mood however you like. Quality of life improvements are here too. Resources are now automatically streamlined based on device model, so unnecessary files won't download unless you choose to, making the game much smoother. Finally, more perks and surprises await you in Season 14.
Hunting is all about patience, lying in wait to strike at the right time. Like lightning, this waterway leads to my hunting grounds. On the hunt, the net's tightening. Ready to initiate operation. Hush now, this won't hurt for long. The weak get devoured, and the strong collect their bounties.
What's going on with this music?
Honor of Kings. Now with lobby background music customization. Switch up the vibes anytime you want.
HOK's new mode, Superflow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths freely combine to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Super Flow Brawl legend.
The true me. Even I can't tell for sure. At least your death was quite the spectacle.
Yango creates a puppet that can replicate enemy abilities and fight using the 9 occult arts. This is his core mechanic. Attacks from either Yango or the puppet grant hero shards and recovers health. When 50 shards are accumulated, Yango can summon a puppet of the corresponding enemy hero to fight alongside him. While controlling Yango's main body, he can use 4 occult arts: Umbra, Jichu Luan, Shadow Crucifixion, and Dispersal. Umbra throws the puppet, dealing damage and launching enemies in its path before allowing Yango to control it in combat. Jichu Luan is Yango's main damage output method, where he tosses hidden weapons to deal damage to enemies in his path. Shadow Crucifixion can be used flexibly to allow Yango to engage or disengage freely. Controlling the 2 strings to intersect deals damage to the target and slows them. Dispersal is mainly used to avoid damage or crowd control. During the skill, Yango cannot be hit and all control effects are removed. When controlling the puppet, Yango uses 4 occult arts: Return, Substitution, Binding, and Breakout. Occult Arts Return immediately retrieves the puppet and launches enemies in its path. Occult Arts Substitution swaps Yango's location with the puppet, dealing damage to enemies in their path. Occult Arts Binding is used to bind enemies. Using it the first time deals damage and slows nearby enemies. Using it the second time continuously stuns and damages enemies. Occult Arts Breakout causes the puppet to dash in the target direction and pull Yango to itself, dealing damage to enemies in its path. By mastering all 9 occult arts, Yango develops a unique combat style. After ensuring his own safety, he first summons the puppet with Skill 1, and uses hero shards to transform into a key enemy hero to assist teammates. Tapping the hero shards again reverts the puppet. And then he can follow up by chaining skill 3 twice to crowd control enemies. While enemies are bound, he uses skill 2 to summon his main body, then follows up with skill 2 and skill 3 to deal maximum damage.
Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome. It is time for our playoffs. It's your favorite kind of tofu kindofu. And it's going to be very interesting today because we are going into best of sevens once again. My partner is here with me. What's up, Paula?
Everything, man. Everything is at stake at this one, right? We're going to go into the upper bracket finals. We're going to see Virtus Pro going up against Nongshim. We've seen this time and time again. And this is going to be one where Virtus Pro has gotten every single reverse sweep. In this one, are we going to see yet another one in a best of 7?
I mean, it's super curious because we've never had a reverse sweep in the entire tournament, and VP shows up consistently doing it. So consistency is key. That's what everyone tells us, right? So if all goes according to their plan, I think we will have VP sitting, waiting in the grand finals as well.
This is going to be an exciting one. And of course, they're fighting for this prize pool, 26,000 USD. First place is going to be going home with 5,000 USD, as well as second place at 4,500. But both of those guys are also going to be getting a spot into the KWC. So there's a lot at stake, but they're going to go all the way down to 5th through 7th place through 3,000. So all of these teams are getting something.
Yeah, so you definitely want something in your pocket as we go into the biggest mid-year event. These are the brackets for today. So our first game today will be Virtus Pro going up against Nongshim Redforce. This, I presume, is their 4th time meeting together in this entire tournament. And, you know, we say 3rd time's the charm, and it would definitely was the charm for Virtus Pro. But what about the 4th time here?
Well, we're going to have to see. I mean, the biggest thing is this for Nongshim Redforce, and this is going to be the first matchup going against Virtus Pro. Are they able to finally close out a series? They've gotten to match point multiple times against Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro is just like, not just yet, and they end up just reverse sweeping throughout. But waiting in the wings, the second match of today is going to be Vicious Esports, and after the win over Stamina Esports 4-2, now they wait to see who will be dropping down to them.
Yes, and regardless who drops down to that final match of the day against Vicious Esports, it's going to be really interesting because the winner actually gets to rest and watch that game as well, the entire series. So there's a lot more homework to be done, regardless of what happens in game number 1.
That's the biggest thing, right? I mean, the fact that you're going to be playing less games, but of course, let's check out the first team up today. While Virtus Pro is kind of new to the Honor of Kings esports scene, these players are not. Aside from the man, the newest addition, T-Gold in the farm lane, Rock in the jungle, he's been queued up kind of with Clue quite some time. We're in that Roam faction, and then Hailong in the mid lane, and then you have Nighty in the Clash, who's just basically doing it all by himself.
I mean, Virtus Pro is such a monster team based on their performance in their entire tournament so far, right? And I would like to coin this guy. I mean, I call him Rock the Robber. He has stolen so many neutral objectives away from the opponents. I think today might be another repeat performance of these thievery.
Yeah, Rock, it seems like he's stolen your heart too, Kin, in this case with his play, because he's just been making plays left and right. I mean, he's been a scary addition to the squad. There were some questions as of how they were going to be able to kind of gel with one another, and you're seeing it. They're at the top of the line in terms of the KML. They've been one of the strongest teams here. They are a formidable one, even for Nongshim Redforce.
Yeah, but Nongshim Redforce is next. Let's take a look at them as well. Let's welcome the ultimate red. It's Nongshim Redforce represented by Illusion in the mid, Namu in the roam, Haku in the jungle, Rattel in the clash, and Seaweed in the farm. Now, this region has been known to be able to handle the spiciest of cuisines. Can they bring the heat against Virtus Pro?
A lot of expectations going into this one. I think that are they able to kind of keep up with the spice level, depending on what level we're talking about. If we're talking about the chilliest and the hottest spice there is, they haven't been able to overcome that Virtus Pro chili, so to speak. But they've been able to take on almost all the other ones. They've been the second place team. They are definitely one of the favorites going in. But of course, they have Virtus Pro, which is a huge monster ahead of them.
Yeah, but you know what? Being able to beat every other team is definitely a big achievement. But now you have Virtus Pro standing in your way. I think they definitely need to pay attention to what's happening in the mid lane, which is going to be our matchup of the day. Hailang against Illusion. I think it's safe to say the stats in terms of kill participation is definitely in the side of Illusion. But across the entire board of team play, feels like VP has the one up here.
Yeah, slight advantage. I think the kill participation for Illusion is probably a nicer number, but everything else has kind of been swaying in favor of Hailang in this case, because this is a team that has only lost to Nongshim Redforce. They've steamrolled every other team. They didn't even drop a single game, so those stats will be inflated.
Yeah, for sure. And it also came down to the fact that during their previous meeting before yesterday, VP actually took all of the 5v5s consistently against Nongshim, and they only won through that, right? But Nongshim is kind of a different formula for them. They play the pickoff game. If you get the initial pickoff, Nongshim wins most of the map during that period.
Yeah, they're looking for that piece. But Virtus Pro does a great job of just being able to kind of counter move throughout. They tend to kind of not really get out of position when they need to. But we're going to go into the game number one. This is going to be the first draft going in. We know Nongshim like to play very strong, and they usually go out heavy-handed to kind of set the tone. But again, it's all about finishing in the series. This best of 7 is a marathon, not a sprint.
Definitely. I think you take it step by step. And of course, interestingly, they actually ban out the Byron first and foremost. So they're kind of preparing for the VP draft in terms of pay. Now, pay, is it still worth that first pick? We will take a look, because Nongshim now have the ability to make a flex pick in that prio pick here. And it looks like it will be the Long.
If there's ever a series that's going to go long, it's probably going to be this one, right? I think that both of these two teams are evenly matched. It really comes back to that draft and just getting the slight edge. So spending those power picks early in game 1s and 2s, you got to do it with a little bit of risk, because you know that VP or Nongshim, both of them are able to kind of counter pick you, especially later in these drafts.
To add on to that as well, if you're joining us for the first time, we are actually playing now on the live patch. So this is the most updated patch. So Dun is also one of those heroes that has been buffed in the recent patch itself. Going up against a Yang Gendolia combination, he is able to deal a little bit more damage and tank quite a bit more as well.
And if we're looking at this one, this is like one of the first times we've seen the Yangjian and the Dolia be picked together. Usually they get separated because they're trying to counterpick or steal it from one another. But this is the one time that they've kind of gotten it. So VP going very heavy-handed in that sense. Nongshim, on the other hand, they're going to go with the Haku, Dune, the tanky frontliner to kind of protect Series Loom here.
Actually, one of the curious points you mentioned just now was the fact that, you know what, both teams like to go all in on game number 1. And we know that Nerza is actually one of the great counters against a healing composition, against the Ata, against the Yangjian. I'm wondering if Nongshim wants to double down, put that Nerza in this game number 1.
It would be interesting, and it's definitely still an option. I mean, you have to get onto the Hailang Nua, which could be a potential problem. The range the factor is actually very real, and you have a huge advantage, especially going against Lady Zhen, who needs to be kind of upfront to throw out those Oceaneers so that you have some sort of control. So she could be a vulnerable or a sitting duck, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways, right? The little moments do matter, and Lady Zhen is one of those heroes that can kind of change the tides of the battle. With her first skill, the Ocean of Tears, she's actually able to activate a passive, go invulnerable, turn into an icicle pop, and essentially dodge skills away. So I think once again, that highlight onto the mid lane players might be the difference maker in this game number 1.
it could be incredible at this point. But the moats is also going to be something that's been highly contested. It's been kind of under the radar as the 25th most picked hero, but it's actually 6-2, 75% win rate. And you know Namu 3 is going to be looking to kind of get those stuns off and to kind of control them, and especially with, you know, Haku going in on that Doom.
Yes, for good reason as well, right? Because yes, Yang Jian has that Heaven Earth mode where he goes CC immune for that little fraction of a time period. But once that CC immunity is gone, this is where Namu really comes into great fruition, along with Illusion, Rattel, Haku. Okay, Siri doesn't really have too many stuns, just that first skill knockout, right? But that's 4 members out of 5 that have consistent CC.
Yeah, but Siri has the damage, and that's kind of what this team was really lacking, and they're kind of shoring it up with Fatih. You're going to expect Rattel to be kind of a damage dealer type. You have Haku that's going to be there with it just being a tank. Illusion in the mid with that control with Namu 3 and Moats there to kind of help control whoever jumps on them. Virtus Pro's lineup a little bit more balanced on their side as well, but Kin, which of these two teams have an edge going into Game 1?
I actually feel it should be on the side of Virtus Pro, not because the picks are that much better, but the playstyle of Virtus Pro, being able to force their opponent teams into a pure 5v5 situation, definitely benefits them. On the other side, for the side of Nongshim Redforce, it is going to be a early game centric game. They need to make sure they don't lose that advantage. They cannot give away camps, they cannot give away first blood.
It's going to be a fight to be right from the beginning, right? It's all about setting the tone, getting that slight edge. Because again, Dune Haku, I mean, he's great at farming, but he's not as efficient as the Rock Yangjian. But if we're going to talk about these two teams, both of them are vying for slots into the EWC. EWC is where the world's best come together and rise above. This summer, Riyadh becomes the center of esports.
Yep. And to get there, if you want to be in the middle of the action, you have to be number 1 here. So this game number 1 definitely sets the tone for both teams here. Nongshim, Illusion already facing quite a bit of pressure. This is not going to be first blood, but it is going to be quite a disturbing experience for Illusion right now.
It's going to be tough, definitely. I mean, the fact that he didn't use the flash, and he was kind of waiting for maybe someone from VP to flash first before he did it. If anything, he needs to play very, timidly in that mid lane, ensure that he just doesn't get out of position and get caught out. Because again, giving up first blood against Virtus Pro is not what you want, especially since they're so good with the lead.
It is, and at the same time, it also shows you how much of an understanding both teams have, right? Both Lady Zhen as well as the Nuwa don't really have the best wave clear, so Clu's simple movement in that first wave actually helped them to get a small advantage in the mid lane. But right now, Nongshim actually balancing it out with the Firehawk take at the bottom.
Great play there. I mean, Rock was actually in the top lane, and Rattel doing a good job, understanding that, hey, his spider senses are tingling a bit. He doesn't know where Rock is going to be, ensuring that he doesn't just give anything up. They will lose the space sprite, so again, heavyweights just trading blow for blow, at least early.
Yep, and look at the effect of this, right? Just a simple rotation from Clue, and Illusion is already having a level disadvantage against Hailang in the mid.
Hailang taking a lot of damage, so they've kind of equalized in that sense. Clue is there as well as Rock, so they've got a bit of a party as even Nighty's looking to join this one. And you see where Rattel is like, hey, is the fight going to happen? Nighty's off the map, he's not in lane. We need to be a little bit careful here.
Yep, he needs to scout for information. And bear in mind, 90 is level 4, so he can definitely set some nasty situations for the side of Nongshim with his Truth Mantra. But here comes that initial 1v1 at the top. This is just more wrestle for position in the clash lane.
And we were talking about this in the pregame, about the Illusion versus Hailang matchup. That is definitely something to watch, especially when you see, the power for those steals, like the Annihilation from Hailang. You know that's going to be happening. Illusion for the controls in terms of the team fight. So there's a lot of eyes on these two, but let's also talk about Rattel versus Nighty. It seems like Nighty overall at the KML has just kind of outclassed all of the Clash laners in the top lane, kind of dominated. But what are your thoughts in terms of like Rattel getting a better fight into 90 here?
I think that's going to be a very tough thing to ask for, because 90 is one of the best across in the KML, right? In the time that he was playing in the West Leagues, it felt like almost nobody could deal with 90. The only person who was, back then was Kirker. And even then, it was a tough battle. So right now, Rattel coming into HOK as well, this is like his second tournament in Honor of Kings. He needs to step up if he wants to take a win.
Yeah, and I think that, again, just going to be more pressure on him. it's tough situation. I mean, and 90 is one of the best in the world, and to kind of be like, okay, now I have to kind of deal with him and figure something out. If anything, he's fallen a little bit behind in terms of the experience, but Siri taking a decent amount, has that dragon if they want to go, but it's a little bit of a bait because here comes the rotation. Illusion tries to go for the Ocean of Tears, not going to connect.
Yeah, actually stops Clue in his tracks here. Even if he gets the first blood onto Clue, I don't think that's the target that you want, right? For Nongshim, if you can shut down Rock, you can shut down T-Gold. That's definitely a much more bigger priority in the game itself.
Let's also talk a little bit about T-Gold here. I mean, this is the latest edition. He's kind of brand new to the Honor of Kings esports scene, but he's kind of solidified this line from Virtus Pro. They've done quite well. It seems like they found a diamond in the rough, so to speak, because they have not lost a beat in terms of the way that the performance of this team has been just playing at the KML.
All right, I will say he really is a diamond in the rough because T-Gold to me hasn't reached that peak state just yet, right? T-Gold does tend to make a couple of mistakes every now and then, but bear in mind, T-Gold, this is also his debut into KML. And right now, they forced a flash out of Hailang, so I think that's a great start, but they did lose that 4-minute Tyrant already, so VP, not too much pressure on their backs right now.
And it seems like Virtus Pro, the way that they've kind of handled the latest addition to T-Gold joining this roster is that they've taken up most of the space. Like 90 will carry games at times, right? And Rock has done it as well. So that takes, that creates so much space for T-Gold to kind of get that space. If anything, he's just ensured that when, they do falter at times, that T-Gold is there to close out games. And that's been the hardest thing for this roster where, again, are all 5 members on the same page?
Yeah, but it does really get super scary, especially when T-Gold is given a space. Now, it is going to be a T1 trade, so one for the top, one for the bottom here. VP, of course, taking the T1 at the top, which is not as strong in comparison to Nongshim, because right now, if Nongshim actually manages to get a T2 at the bottom here, it will force them into very nasty situations when they want to go for the objective take, such as the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, the problem is that Nongshim don't have the teleport to go into the bottom lane, as you saw 90 just kind of get there. And that kind of dissuaded Nongshim from continuing to fight and pushing that bottom T2, as it looks like they're down a tower because of that, the way the teleportation system worked from that top side.
Yeah, plus Hailang does have the emergence. Now, this could be a big fight here if either one gets a perfect setup. We're looking for the Haku setup, or maybe for Namu as well.
I think you set it up with Namu first with the Cannon Blast, and then Haku can kind of follow up. I mean, it's either 1A or 1B, right, in terms of initiation. Both can set it up depending on how they find it, but it needs to ensure that when the stuns are there needs to be follow-up. Like you just saw. Yeah, they've got stuns, but who's actually doing the damage? Is 90 looking to just kind of jump on the side, not able to really find anything. All 5 members of VP here, but they don't get anything.
Watching 90 is like watching a horror movie, right? Every single time he's in the brush, it's kind of like, are you really gonna get the hit down? And for some reason, 90 is very adept at getting this very scary catches onto multiple members. Like getting a catch, I don't think that's really difficult, but making sure you're getting 4 different members of Nongshim, that is something that he has achieved quite a lot.
It's very apt that you say that, with 90 being like the horror villain, I would say, because it comes from any angles. It's like the closet that you don't expect. The way he's able to kind of jump into the battle, it is very scary and horror villain-like. So I too totally understand that analogy that you were making. But at the same time, if we're looking at like Rattel, like on this Fatih, who wants to be that frontline fighter, I mean, he's not really there yet, but this is still somebody you gotta respect, right?
It definitely is, but here comes the stun. Maybe this is the opening they're looking for. Look, VP is just doing so well in managing to get out of those sticky situations before it gets a little bit too serious, right? And here's my debate on Rattel. Rattel's pick on Fatih is great. He gets the extra slash now when he activates his ultimate, but that is a one moment kind of guy, right? The moment Rattel uses his ultimate, there is no more escape. He has to go all in.
He has to. And at the same time, he's not the tankiest of the bunch, but he's able to fight. As long as he's not controlled, and then this is where Haku needs to be that frontliner, ensuring that, hey, everything is being thrown at him. He's like that Death Star, where he needs to just survive the initial onslaught, let the rest of the team to kind of clean up.
Yeah, but the consistent pokes coming out from both sides, I think it still favors Virtus Pro a little bit more, right? The range of Hailang is definitely something to be of a concern over. And T-Gold as well, he's able to land those free hits. Right now, 90 is caught in between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, the box is going to be used as well as the wind slash, and it looks like he's being bounced around. He formlesses away, and 90 somehow getting away. No, he's going to give up first blood. Illusion just hits him with just the edge of his spells.
Super apt that we talked about this mid lane matchup, right? This is where Illusion starts to shine, at least in this 8.5-minute mark, and T-Gold, for some reason, steps a bit too far forward.
I mean, he stuck around and he found out. He thought he was going to be fine, and now they're deciding to kind of put even more pressure in. They're fighting under this brush. Rock is in the heaven and earth mode, but he too will fall back. And Siri just munching on towers in the top lane. He's going to be a bit of a nuisance as VP have now kindly come and to recover.
All right, Nongshim's definitely hearing me. They were kind of pissed that I said VP has better poke, because right now they're actually taking a T1 in the mid for free. And look, Namu as well as Siri, the amount of pokes, along with Illusion as well, has been super consistent. The damage they've done structurally is one that has been really painful. Not the end of the world just yet, because the T3 at the top still stands. But once that T3 falls, I think VP, they're in for a hard time.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have a hard time. And that's the biggest thing between these two evenly matched squads, is that you get one single kill. Yeah, you turn it into a second one onto T-Gold, but that turned into, what, 3 towers? I mean, that's a huge turn of events. VP right now understanding that, hey, we cannot get out and make a single mistake like that.
Okay, but there is a silver lining right here. So Rock actually managed to stole the Azure buff away from Haku. Haku desperately needs mana regeneration and cooldown reduction as well. So if VP actually get this Azure, this is going to turn into a very difficult situation for Nongshim Redforce.
A bit of an edge, for sure. Definitely in favor of VP on this one. Taking away whatever of those buffs. But Nongshim on the other side, they have the map control, right? They have the advantage because they have the towers. So it's not the biggest issue because, yeah, you have the buffs and you have the cycling, and it could be a problem if you had more space. But now in this mid lane, the Flaming Palm onto Rock, doing a decent amount as he dashes away. The rest of the team are there, but they're not able to catch him as he gets away.
Yeah, showing the power to the Ultraman here. Actually managing to deal with the foes and the monsters that is VP. Right now, Rock, he's in a tough spot. Haku has taken away the 10-minute turret. This is the Shadow variant, meaning it is enhanced. And now Nongshim are in great fighting shape.
Great spot. I mean, this is, again, just more of that control. And this is the problem when you're going up against Nongshim or VP, right? When you're behind, this is what happens. They start to suffocate you. It becomes a little bit more difficult to find any sort of farm. And even with Haku in that front line, providing all that vision, he sees all 5 members. There's really nothing at, risk for him.
Yeah, in fact, the reverse could be said, right? It's a risk for VP because now they can't deal with Haku going straight into their faces. And the only turnaround situation here is maybe if 90 gets a very nice ultimate. But let's see, Rattel is waiting in the wings and hoping for a stun to land.
Oh, that's the scariest piece. And they found Illusion. He was a little out of position. He gets cannon blasted, and now with the man advantage, 90 actually finding 2 members here. The formlessness is real. The infinite fastness is on back, and Haku, it doesn't seem like he's going to get away. Excuse me. He's getting bashed on quite a bit. The annihilation, everything being thrown at him, and eventually Haku will go down. Rock finding him out, and now 90 is on the run. The emergence, Highline looking to be aggressive. They have the man advantage. He's going to flash on back. Rock now is taking a decent amount as he too will just scurry away with just a sliver of life. The cannon blast not able to connect onto him. Oh, they have a little bit of AoE, but it wasn't enough to take him down.
No, Hailang just saved the life of Rock with that first skill, the creation block, actually pushing away Rattel. If he did not land that skill, Rock would have been gone. And look, the damage has been done. The T3 has been taken at the top side. So VP are going to start to feel a lot more pressure coming from Nongshim Redforce.
But at the same time, VP found 2 kills. I mean, they've kind of equalized in that department. That's definitely going to feel good. Obviously, losing that top T3 is a bit of an issue, but now it's about shoring up your own jungle, protecting it, taking all the buffs, and they started with T-Gold getting that red buff.
They have to stop this attempt from the side of Nongshim. You can't afford to lose any more here. Rattel as well is keeping 90 at bay, so they already have the information. And right now, in terms of pokes, it's definitely Namu winning against the rest of the lineup from the side of Virtus Pro.
This is key by Rattel, too. I mean, the fact that he's actually keeping tabs on 90. 90's the guy where he wants to be just like in a random brush where he just gets that perfect truth mantra on top of you. So knowing where he could be potentially be and where he could jump from is going to be key, and getting that vision is going to be super for something that they're going to prioritize from Nongshim here. And it looks like T-Gold taking a decent amount. He eats a flaming palm. He will be 6 feet under.
Yeah, it's never a 1v1, right? With the lineup they have, look, Namu has been landing cannon blast after cannon blast, and VP have had no answers at all.
I mean, multi-man stuns. They've been pushed all the way back into their base. The T2 is still standing, so these Vanguards are gonna help. But with all of this space, it should be easy pickings, especially since Siri's got the damage to really mow them down.
Okay, it looks a little bit dicey here. It is going to be another T3 at the bottom while Haku pulls the attention of 3 in the top side. Mid should be gone as well. 90, oh no!
Oh, he flashes into nothing because everybody gets on out. They've taken the mid T3. The Cannon Blast is not actually going to connect. But now with the Vanguards there, this is the one last hurrah for VP to somehow hold on without any sort of tower help.
They have to do this perfectly. Namu gets another stun once again. Another knockup from the side of Illusion might be the killing blow in this game.
I mean, but they have to go at some point because the pressure is immense. Haku has been that guy. Nighty is dealing with Rattel as well, and now Haku decides to go in for the Wind Slash, finding Rock, slamming him down, but now Nighty trying to just get the Formlesses. No truth for him as he gets picked off as well. 2 members down, make it even more. The Cannon Blast completely pushing them back, and now with the Crystal, the only thing that's holding them back is the fact that they don't have minions. Siri had been killed as well, so VP trying to hold on.
Yep, they will be able to delay it for a bit, but T-Gold included can't do much here. There's 4 members of Nongshim and 3 waves coming in.
I mean, the Cannon Blast a little bit off the mark. They decide to go right onto T-Gold. Haku doing a decent amount with the Wind Slash is on point, but Haku gets picked off. And now Clue, he was just trying to pull the minions away, and it looks like they've actually held at least for now, but Clue might sacrifice his life as now 3 members are chasing him down, and eventually they will kill Clue.
Yeah, but he gives his life, and that life given has given VP another shot to come back. 7-4, this is not a huge kill game. Right now, VP has a lot of work to do. It's a completely empty base, but if they can secure their resources like their buffs and maybe manage a steal, this chance is still available.
That might have been a huge mistake for Nongshim right there. Trying to end the game without Siri, who has been the guy in terms of the damage. But now with the Shadow Tyrants under siege at this point, Cannon Blast is going to connect, at least on the Hylong. He actually dashing away, going to use the creation block. But Rattel looking for the flank. The Tyrant is solo. Who's going to get the take? T-Gold will take that one out. And now that Rattel turns his attention onto Rock, he trades his life away for that. And with that, Siri is going to be killed as well. Hylong running for his life. Namu 3 and Rattel, they want the revenge tour. They want to make Hylong pay for going in, but he emerges. You see me here, you see me there, and he gets on out.
The biggest escape ever, and VP now, I mean, it might not seem the case, but they're kind of pulling back into this game. All they need to do is to get a couple of more kills on the series and actually deal with Haku, right? Haku so far has not taken a big moment to be able to turn the game into the graveyards of VP just yet.
No matter what happens in terms of this game, VP is sending a statement of, hey, even if you think you're going to win, we're going to make it very difficult. Every single fight, every single game, you have to go all out and close us out because we will fight to the bitter end. We are here for that championship.
No, but the craziest thing is that, you know what, there is a gold advantage going to the side of Rock. He's close to 1,000 ahead of Haku, but that's only because Haku did not get any kills.
Yeah, no kills at all. I mean, he's been the type, he's just been the frontliner. I think in terms of damage that you'll see, it's going to be mostly just damage taken more than anything else. The rest of the squad is going to be there. I mean, Rattel, a lot of eyes on him in terms of that damage. Him and Siri have been the guys thus far, but are they enough to really close this one out?
Well, it's definitely not enough. Hylong has been looking for those steals, unable to find one this game, and Rock has been unable to step near the pits of any of the neutral objectives without being contested by Nongshim. And it feels like this seems to be the correct formula, right? Nongshim have changed it from a team fight into a fishing situation. They're kind of baiting VP in.
Yeah, but now they're being pressured, right? All 3 lanes are pushing at the same time. The timing of this is great. The Wind Slash is not going to really connect. But VP, wave clear is real. They've taken out everything. They've thwarted all 3 lanes at this point. But now with these Vanguards, this is going to be a tougher situation now for VP.
Okay, it's a singular lane. They just have to position themselves really well.
Yeah, they do at this point. Rattel with those slashes doing a decent amount of work, but only on the clue. And now Nighty trying to go in, goes for the truth on this one. And now the dash away. Haku's going to be fine. No members have been killed yet. Rattel, Sage's Sanctuary, that's going to be like #1 for him. But Clue's been picked off with that Flaming Palm. And Rattel coming back in. They find Rock. That might have been enough. And now with that Infinite Fastness, the Crystal is a little bit open on this one. Siri needs to be a little bit careful as he's going to be focused. Nighty trying to go for him. Siri flashing away, at least for now. Hylon taking a decent amount. He gets picked off as well. And now T-Gold just somehow just trying to hang on as he finds the illusion, but he too, first life is down. Cannon Blast right on top of him. They have the control. Nighty trying to fight 1 versus 2. The Crystal dealing with the Vanguard. Nighty almost taking down Siri, but the push away, and now the box has been used, and that's going to be enough, and Nongshim will take game #1.
Beautiful game. They put them on lockdown literally with the box itself. Nice play. And Namu, I think, has to be the MVP of this game. The amount of stunts he was offering to the side of Nongshim Redforce have given them the initial step into this best of 7. Great start, but we're nowhere near the end. Let's see what else can Nongshim offer in game #2.
So much control from the side of Nongshim. I mean, and also the way that Siri was able to kind of, just ballet dance around everybody else. He was just he was so agile. His footwork's phenomenal. He ensured that he stayed alive, which is a tough thing to do, especially when there's so much chaos.
Yeah, for sure. And this is one of the rare times, like we talked about Nighty a lot this game, right? About how good he is. He's one of the best in KML. Well, not anymore, at least in this game #1, because the rest of Nongshim, it was never a Rattel versus Nighty. It was the rest of Nongshim against Nighty, and Nighty can't deal with a 4v1 situation all the time.
Yeah, well, what a statement game by Nongshim, right? Just saying, hey, you might have gotten us the first 2 times in terms of series, but game 1, we're still going to control this. We're going to put pressure on you. And now how does Virtus Pro, after that game where, I mean, they got kind of what they wanted in terms of a draft, what was a little bit lacking here, King?
I think it was just a protection onto Rock, right? Rock never really showed up this game. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't, right? Even before the fight starts, you had the pokes from Illusion, you had the pokes from Namu. It was stun after stun, Ocean of Tears, plus Flowing Sighs. So a lot of magical damage coming onto the hands of Rock. And we talked about this right before the game. Your Heaven and Earth mode can only be activated once your passive bar is full. And how often does that happen?
Not too many times, right? And I think the lack of that mode really made it difficult for him to fight. He was usually retreating more than anything else. He was never able to kind of find that back line. And when he did, then you had the Infinite Fastness, he would get away. But man, Namu 3, you rightly pointed out, his control was phenomenal this game.
Yeah, very difficult. And to make matters worse, this composition that they had on the side of Nongshim Redforce, if Nighty got what he wanted, which was to jump into the backlines, ideally you want it to be a 5-man catch, right? But the way that Nongshim was playing, they were happy to take a split fight, because if Haku's alone in the backlines on the side of Virtus Pro, nobody can actually take him out, right? And you already have Siri, who is well protected by Namu. They have the stuns, they have the damage, everything going right in this particular formula for the side of Nongshim Redforce.
Absolutely correct, right? The positioning of the way Nongshim were kind of taking every single team fight, they were always spread throughout. So Nighty really didn't get the value, that truth that we expected from him. But if we're looking at the KDAs, T-Gold, I mean, he was 4-3-1, trying to give them a chance as much as possible. But this Nongshim lineup, it just seemed way too much. Illusion and Siri with the most damage, aside from Hylon from afar with his 149,000 damage. Oof.
Yeah, it's so painful to deal with. Like, even the fact that he could lay down so much damage was already testament to how strong VP were in terms of the draft. But the execution is so difficult, because if you take a look at this, Nongshim, the way that their heroes operate, they, once again, can come in from multiple angles. For heroes like the one that Hylon was playing, the Nua, Nighty on the Dharma, you're hoping for everyone to group up together, but Nongshim are never together. They're always spread out.
Yeah, they were always spread out. I mean, if we're looking at the highlights, I mean, again, just more control. Fighting Nighty, this is the biggest piece, and that was just like the bare, I mean, they just hit him with the tip, and that was all they needed, and it was, again, set up by Namu, right? How many times did we see this time and time again where he was just poking and prodding, and that was the one time where Rock got value out of his Heaven and Earth mode?
Yeah, one, right? Out of the many that was supposed to happen. And once again, like, as a clash laner on the side of Dharma for Nighty, what do you do in this situation, right? You're looking for the angle, but nobody's standing close enough for you to get the multi-man catch. And by the time you're trying to figure out what this solution is, the rest of your team have been taken down.
Did you see Siri actually infinite passes all the way to the fountain in the very end? He tried to flash on out, but he just took way too much. So it's like, brother, you need to work on your landing. You need to go someplace safe. But in this case, it seemed like, Virtus.pro doing a decent job of continuing to just make a fight of this. I mean, you had no towers. Everything was wide open. 90 was looking, again, as you were rightly pointing out, just trying to find that perfect truth. But Nongshim never gave him that.
Yeah, but it's so difficult. I mean, I only noticed because I personally experienced this in my games, and I'm not the best Crash trainer for sure. And to be able to spot this out, I understand how difficult this situation is. And to bear into mind is one of the things that they really did consistently was just make space for a series, right? And look at this, right the win, just to push 90 out of position so he couldn't find value in the lifesteal as well. So smart.
So smart there. I mean, Namu and Siri, these two have just played very well together. But I think the biggest piece is again going to be Namu here, as he was clear MVP. I think we're all seeing the same game. 1-0-12. As a roamer, you didn't die. That's phenomenal. But I think the biggest piece is just how long the enemy team was stun locked.
Yeah, definitely. I think, okay, obviously this is really difficult to do, but if we can ever have a counter for the number of cannon blasts he landed, I think you will get to see why Nongshim found success, right? Actually, one of the new things that I take a look in the games as a player is, all right, how many seconds of CC did I provide for the team? And I think he provided more than, 2 minutes, 120 seconds worth of stuns. And it's so difficult to play the game. It's not that you don't have the abilities or the items, but you can't do anything when you're CC'd.
Yeah. And also with Illusion, with the Lady Jeanne as well. So this, again, it comes back to the draft. They synergized very well. You had the Lady Jeanne and the moats to kind of set things up. You had Haku as well with the Wind Slash. Pick your poison. You're going to be stun locked to death, and then you just kind of rely on Rattel and Siri to do the damage. I think that they've shifted in this favor where, again, let Siri shine. Let him do the damage because he can clearly carry games.
Yes, and a lot of people will be saying, okay, you know what, maybe you can take a look at the Zhuangzi and stuff like that, but it doesn't work, at least in this particular competitions. So what if you have the butterfly effect removed of the CC? It's just for that 1.5 seconds, and then Namu gets to shoot you again. So yeah, it's a difficult position to be in. So VP, I think the mental psyche in this game number 1 might have been shaken a little bit.
But they're so resilient. This is a squad that you're kind of like, until it's match points, there's really nothing to worry about for this pro. I think that they've proven time and time again that they're here for the long game, right? They don't need to worry about dropping the single first two games as they've done in the previous best of 5s. But with this one, I don't think you want to give Nongshim too much confidence.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to. And on the side of VP, yes, I understand the value of being patient. Maybe I'm just impatient, but to me, that game was more of they allowed Nongshim to play the game. They were looking for the initial lane trades, which was in their favor, right? They took the T2 on the top lane first, but unfortunately, were unable to find a fight that allows them to keep that advantage. Nongshim managed to wrestle the Gorge back from them.
They were able to take everything. I mean, it's weird because when the games that VP are winning, Nongshim are never able to counterplay, right? But in this one, it just seemed like they were full control. There were moments where there were flashes where VP were kind of getting back in and you were thinking, are they able to do it? But Nongshim, every single time, they wrestled it back in their favor.
Super impressive, right? But once again, it's game number 1. And sometimes game number 1 might be a fantastic game for you. But once that trait, your behavior of the team members have been figured out by your opponent teams, then it is to your detriment, of course. And VP are really quick at learning, so I'm curious to see what they bring in game number 2.
Well, hopefully something to kind of counter the Charlotte from Rattel. I mean, Nongshim, this is something that's been interesting, is that they're letting Rattel be that secondary carry. They don't have to rely on Haku to be the assassin-style jungler sometimes, where, again, he tends to be a little bit over-aggressive at times. So by basically shifting a little bit of that, that priority in terms of the farm as well as damage into Rattel, I think that you kind of balance out the roster a little bit more, and there's less pressure for Haku.
Yep. It's playing a slapping game where you're supposed to use one hand, and then Rattel comes in and uses a second hand, right? That's the whole onus of it. But right now, my concern for the side of Nongshim against VP, I'm gonna put it here, just we dive a little bit deeper, this roam pick on the Lapu Lapu might be the difference maker here because of his passive, right? At least in the laning phase, I think Siri is going to have a decent time against the Zhang Fei and Arlie combination because he gets extra defenses, both magical and physical as well.
You're going to need both of them. I mean, especially going up against the Arlie and Fatigue, who know, again, just could be damage dealers on their own rights. But I also feel that, like, the Lapu Lapu is just like the replacement of the Lian Po in terms of the counter pick against the Zhang Fei. Usually when you see that one, this is their counter pick. And I think Lapu Lapu does everything that Lian Po would potentially do, but he does it even better.
I would disagree. Lian Po slapped you 3 times with the trap smash. I would prefer 3 times than one big one.
No, I just want to be slapped once. I don't want to be slapped 3 times.
Okay. Well, that proves my point, right? Lian Po is good. But Nongshim now...
You just like to be slapped more. It's a quantity thing, not a quality thing. Sorry, go on.
Quality over... Okay, wait. I need to argue on the right point. Quantity over quality at this point. But with that being said, look, Nongshim have banned out the Nersa, so I feel like they want to go for perhaps an even bigger tank jungler. The Kaiser looks good in this one.
Actually, that would be a good one. I mean, the Kaiser also has shields. He has definitely ways to kind of, be that frontliner. And with that rework, I think that he's kind of definitely has a little bit more play. And especially in a best of 7 where you need to kind of go a little bit deeper into the hero pool, this could be an interesting pick here in the second phase of the draft.
I mean, once again, I hate to reference this, but it's a horror movie, right? End of the day, he's able to move through walls now after he uses his second skill. It's like, oh, the walls have eyes, and yes, no, the wall can move. And he's going to be able to tank it up, especially as a Kaiser, right? So I like this lineup from Virtus Pro because there's a potential that even if the Kaiser makes it past the wall, there is boards, there is the Fati, there's the Zhang Fei, a lot of tools to stop that aggression and that entry point.
Actually, you stop almost anybody. I mean, this board combination from the Yixing and the Zhang Fei, the Umbrella Outburst, to lock them down onto that backboard, so to speak. This could be very strong and annoying to deal with, but Nongshim, they're going to shift gears a bit. They're going to go with the old man Jia as well as the Fei to get themselves, let Haku kind of run the backline a bit.
Okay, we have seen the 2 very distinct results of having a Fade, right? If your Fade doesn't get the early game lead, essentially you just lose the game, right? Yeah. Because there's no way to contest for objectives. But if you do get even the slightest of leads, then every objective should be a guarantee for you. So Virtus Pro, it is up to them in this game number 2 to take the initiative and really take the game to Nongshim. You can't allow Haku to have a good game here.
You can't. And at the same time, you can't let Rock on the Jing also have a good game. This is the perfect game in terms of like matchup, roster, and then the players that are kind of picking these heroes, because this could be high flying. They have 2 very highly dynamic junglers in the Fade as well as Jing. There's going to be fireworks throughout this one.
I would like to see how they actually protect the backline. Now, bear in mind that yes, they have a big tank on the side of VP, which is Clue on the Zhang Fei. But Zia's first skill lowers your both defenses, right? Magic and physical defenses. I feel like that first skill usage, the more targets it lands, I think it definitely increases the probability of Nongshim winning great team fights.
But it's going to be so difficult to really knock down. I mean, they're not going to stick together, right? You know Rock Jing on the back line. Then you have Arlie, right? T-Gold. He's going to be flying in wherever he pleases. And then you're going to see, Fatigue coming in from night, like all different angles. They're not going to be sticking together. So to have that perfect amount, I've seen this time and time again where Xia, like, he looks great on paper, but in terms of execution, he's just a little too immobile for my liking.
Okay, I definitely agree with that, but then, it's definitely the player that, gives the quality. So with that, I think there's one point I would definitely agree with. This is going to be a very messy game, right? This is like walking into a school cafeteria and someone throws, I don't know, some salad across the entire cafeteria, and then a huge food fight ensues because everyone can come in from multiple angles here.
All right, I feel like you're speaking from experience. I need to know more, but we'll talk about this food fight a little bit later that started with salad. It seems like a terrible thing to throw because, you know what I mean? It's very flimsy. Like, how far can you throw salad? Again, we'll talk about the physics of that later.
No, it's a distraction play, right? Blind them and then you get the uppercut in. I mean, okay, we saved the first fight, but Haku not looking too good.
Oh, not so great. He jumped from ledge to ledge, just barely getting away. T-Gold will actually just get on back as well. So again, both teams playing a little bit risky, but this is what you wanted to see. You got to kind of test the waters at the same time. Rock looking to steal the Crimson here.
Wait, how the hell did he get there? That's really fast. Rock now initially was actually taking a look at his own Crimson buff, and now that steal has happened. So they fulfilled the number one thing, which is, okay, let's dilute the growth of Haku. And right now, Rock does have a significant advantage coming in.
It's going to be huge for him. I mean, that's the biggest piece. You knew, like, Rock and Haku, this is a huge, like, a great matchup to watch between these two because they're so dynamic. The way that they play, it's like, who has the slight edge? Because that edge is pretty much all you need to win against the other opponent.
Yeah, and in terms of, like, the options they have, I want to compare here, right? Namu, obviously, with his Raging Sea, that's going to be a beautiful setup for the team, but that's going to be easily cancelable by Clue's ultimate as well. So we take a look at the next set of setups. 90 and Rattel, evened out. But Illusion and Hailang, I feel like Hailang actually provides a lot more value because, like you said, Illusion might not be as mobile.
Yeah. Hailang, especially with setting up that board, I mean, you lock it in, you're forcing a fight. Illusion is the type of, like, you see the universal law, everybody's just like, okay, let's just get out of here. We don't have to fight this. So it's very, you see it coming a mile away. So if anything, it really comes back to Hailang. How is he able to get that vision to provide the perfect board setup for VP to take that fight?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the benefit here maybe is if there is a coupled strategy with Siri where he uses the leader stance here, summons a bunch of wolves, then it might prove to be a little bit difficult because Tigo is a single target hero. But Hailang is, able to clear that really quickly with his first and second skill. So I'm just curious how the setup is going to go.
Yeah. When that fight does happen, that's definitely going to be a bit of a problem. But T-Gold is, again, I think his main targets are going to look to be for Haku and Rattel. Just take them out of the game and then kind of deal with Siri a little bit later. Because, again, to your point, the wolves are just really annoying to deal with.
I mean, it really is who gets the appropriate target, right? So I think for Siri, same thing. Curious, but this is the first time I'm going to say this. I feel like the farm laners don't even need to care about the farm laners, right? We're caring about the other squishies. If you can take down Rattel 90, it changes the whole fight because now there's another angle you can come in from.
True. I mean, Haku and Rock, I think that those are going to be, like, pretty much all eyes are on them. Like, how do they initiate? How do they go in? Do they want to be the guy that sets up the fight or clean up the fight? I think that those two are going to be key in just staying alive because they can do maximum damage.
Right now, it is going to be Siri who has a, I won't say big lead, but decent. Hailang.
Oh, nice little Raging Sea, but Haku's in a bad spot, and Rock is going to take first blood on the Haku. It looks like he was in a bad spot.
And that was not the time to get killed here. Haku actually might have just given up the initial Tyrant. But the biggest difference here is Haku actually had the EXP lead against Rock. And now that Rock has taken the first blood of all kills against Haku, this is not ideal. Rock now has, once again, another advantage to build upon.
Very scary, right, if you're Nongshim. I mean, giving it to Rock, the worst person to give to because he sets up so much of the tempo, the map control, everything that you want from a jungler. And now the Azure Golem under siege, it looks like he's looking to take that away, and the Jade Seal will be used and takes it away from, well, at least from Rock from here.
Okay, so this is going to be a interesting timeline, right? Because Rock here, after he takes his own Crimson buff, what's the call here? Do you go for the Tyrant take? Because right now, Haku's ultimate is off cooldown, but it's going to come back off of cooldown really quickly, and it feels like, okay, they're giving it away.
Yeah, they're going to give it away here. Haku taking up Jade Seal. This is a problem for VP, right? I mean, every single big neutral could be just potentially taken away and for free, right? So Haku can walk it off, doesn't even have to use Smite. He can be aggressive elsewhere. Now, Raging Sea finding Nighty. He's going to be charged up, but Nighty just throwing out them slashes, and he just, get off me, bro.
Okay, interesting. It feels like, Nongshim, especially Siri, they're giving a lot of respect to Rock, and Rock has taken that.
Yeah, decent amount. The board actually used defensively, doesn't catch out anyone, but T-Gold a little bit on the low side. And Nongshim is done with this with only 2 members. And now T-Gold, he light steps on back. Namu looking for that charge, not able to find anything, but the Universal Law does it a decent amount onto Nighty as he shakes most of it off.
And this is the strategy to kind of play around with the mobility issue for Illusion, right? the way that he positions is going to be really important as long as he stays out of sight. Look, his universal law, his ultimate, has extremely long range. Granted, yes, you can kind of see it coming because even a blind man can see that one.
Yeah, it's not about the size, it's about the motion of the ocean, right? And setting things up, especially from Hylong with those boards, is going to be key. But now the Mirror Domain is doing a decent amount. It looks like they found Illusion. The old man, the Stampede is on point, and the Raging Sea on a 3. But where's the follow-up? It looks like Namu is going to be prioritized. He takes a decent amount on the way out. And now with that board locking in Rattel, it doesn't look like VP are going to find anything else.
Yeah, but this is what VP wants, right? They take away the Azure Golem coming in from Haku. Once again, Haku is quite reliant on the blue buff. He needs the Azure buff in his hands. Right now, Rock is just running rampant. He's level 11.
He's taking over everything right now. He's got a huge advantage. I mean, 2-level lead over Haku, who's, again, losing buffs left and right. But the way that Rock is able to move across the map, he's in literally all 3 lanes.
Yep, and because he's buying so much time, he's taking a lot of focus. Look at what Tigo is able to do. This is what Tigo likes best. He's able to free farm on his own, takes a T1 at the top, and once again, VP just suffocating the entire gorge. Nongshim's space has gotten a lot smaller in this game.
A lot smaller. The vision score is going to affect them as well. They have to play a little bit more defensively because they don't really know where VP. They could be hiding in any of the brushes, so they need to be a little bit careful. But now going into this, if you're talking about that space, T-Gold has been largely left alone. That is super scary, especially since he's an Arlie. He's going to be able to kind of carry you to the end.
Yeah, the big concern here is less of T-Gold. It's more of like Rock, right? Because if everyone is focused on trying to take down the jungler, then that opens up space for T-Gold.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying in the sense of just like everybody is doing such a good job making sure that T-Gold has an easy game because he's not really being pressured throughout this game.
Yeah, because they can't, right? And right now, 90 at this point, he's got to go in.
He's going to go in, and now Rock is looking to just go in as well. The Raging Sea used defensively. They find 90, but with the slashes, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. The Mirror Domain, and Rock is by himself. They have 3 members of Nongshim. Where's Rock going to go? He actually finds into Namu at this point. He tries to find Siri. He does get the pick, but Rock will trade his life away.
Yeah, but it's 2 for 1 here. But to take the T2 at the top, once again, T-Gold and Clue. This duo has been crushing it in this game number 2.
They've done so well. And we kind of talked to Clue, you know, off stream or whatever, and he was kind of talking about how his ability to kind of just gel with farm laners, right? And it seems like they're on the same page. They've been able to kind of play together and really well synergize even from day one.
And that's the scary thing, right? Because we're talking about, oh, hang on, can they get the catch? They do.
Or they find Rattel. He's at the very tip. He gets pushed back. The Umbrella Outburst, everything being thrown, and they do take down Rattel, but here comes the Raging Sea. It looks like he's going to connect on the 2. Where's the follow-up? Haku's looking to join. Hylong is a little bit low if they want to go, but Namu flashing away. He does get the safety. They find T-Gold, and now Nighty dealing with Haku. The 2-man stun. Haku almost getting it, but Haku taking a lot of the damage. The Crimson Golem had been picked up while they were fighting.
Crazy work from the side of Clue. The Leaping Savior gave them just enough shield so they survived that Jadify moment here. So Haku, even with his ultimate, could not get what you wanted in this game. That could have been a double kill, helping him to recover back a decent amount of gold and shutting down Rock as well.
That was so close, and that's just what we're talking about, where Haku fighting on that 1 versus 2, and you think that it's just barely enough, but for me, Namu, that play, the Raging Sea, that setup, and the fact that he's staying alive, wow, that was chef's kiss. Wow.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought Namu changed the entire fight. I thought that was going to be VP completely taken out because he had a 3-man knockup with his Raging Sea, and Haku was waiting around the corners. That could have been a perfect setup, but for some reason, they couldn't find the finish.
They couldn't find it, and that's the toughest part, right? Against a team, a juggernaut that is Virtus Pro, and now Nighty wants that revenge, finding Haku, slashing forward. If anything, they're looking to just take this Phoenix and make their way to this Tyrant. It's the Shadow Tyrant variant.
This is a bait. They're definitely looking for Haku here. They're not going to take this at all. They're waiting for the position of Haku. Namu needs to land a perfect out here.
Oh, but now the 2-man stun. The Raging Sea actually used backwards. It looks like Siri's going to be killed, and now Namu's going to be focus fired as well. The Shadow Tyrant is still on Haku, but Haku, he's all by himself. Virtus Pro, the perfect bait, the perfect play, and they take the Shadow Tyrant.
Hook, line, and sinker for that one. VP knew exactly what the win condition was. Let's just get rid of the guy that's going to Jadify the neutral objective. And Haku, unfortunately for him, Siri and Namu were locked down for an eternity there. Clue with the perfect setup for the team.
that positioning by Siri and Namu, though, if you're going to go back to the highlight on that, it was very suspect. They were completely out of position all the way on that side. The rest of Nongshim weren't there to help follow up on. So once they get gone on, I mean, it's easy stun lock wombo combo that they could do because they were so far from the rest of Nongshim.
I think as we take a look at the replay data, if it comes, I'm just curious where Rattel was, right? Because I think the expectation was definitely, okay, sure, the two of us will be there. Namu should be able to get the reverse setup with the Raging Sea, but Haku needs to come in. And the only reason why Haku would not jump in is because he would have been a sole target, right? And the solution to that is where's Rattel? Rattel needs to be that additional pressure.
Yes, agreed. They go, like, Rattel and Haku going at the same time. They cause chaos, they do all that damage. It becomes way tougher. They find Haku. Oh, he's just trying to dash away. Nighty looking for this one. He actually flashes forward, but Haku will get on back to safety. The leader stance has been used. Namu looking to go for that Raging Sea. The setup is on point, but it looks like Namu way too far. The rest of Nongshim not there to support.
No, this is not what they want. Something's wrong. Nongshim are not playing in sync.
They're not playing in sync. They're not on the same page of when they're looking to go in. Yes, it was a nice three-man stun, but again, the rest of Nongshim were not there to help follow up. It was a retreat call. You got to respect it and save your ult for that potential next big fight.
Yeah, it's kind of playing against like one of the masters in fencing, right? You're kind of being given cues, body language that, hey, you know what, VP is going to make a mistake here, he's going to try and strike. But the moment you go for an initial opening, he counters you. And this is exactly what VP has done throughout the entire game. They're poised to fight, and Nongshim take the bait.
And this is a weakness of Nongshim, right? They like to fight. They will, when they see something and they're like, somebody there, they're willing to fight almost. They want to brawl as much as possible. And VP, like you rightly mentioned, they riposted the attack. They actually just countered it, and the way that they're kind of positioning themselves in a great spot.
Yeah, and the punishment is real, right? For every mistake that Nongshim makes, VP takes a neutral objective. This is the Shadow Overlord, by the way. Board could be landed.
Yeah, the Raging Sea only onto one, finding Nighty, but this mid T3 is not long for the world, and it looks like Clue going in with that Umbrella Outburst, really not able to find too much value. He's trying to get on out. Haku finding the back line, but Haku gets killed. Rock with this save, and Hylon just barely limping away. And now Nighty, he's going to get gone on. Siri's been doing work on his own side, and Rattel is now shown up. He does a couple of kills on this one as he looks like Siri gets the double.
No, that's the whole thing. Rattel needs to show up, and for the first time that Nongshim took this big fight win, it's because Rattel was able to change the tides. Now, back before that was a huge bait once again. Hailang, you should always expect that his passive is up, right? Unless you have the counter for it. Haku went in, tried to get the Jadify here with the Heart of Jade Seal, did get it, but once again, Hailang's passive is a free destiny.
Yeah, just staying alive, just being able to kind of shrug that one off, if you will. So he needs to be, again, Haku, when he goes all in, he needs to be a little bit careful. Maybe you baited out more than anything else, but I mean, he pushed it back, did not expect the return initiation by Rock to just jump on him. But now Rock finding Rattel, he wants to go for him, the board not locking him in.
Okay, so for Nongshim right now, actually, this is the perfect time to fight, right? You have less than 150 seconds because Hailang's passive is down. They don't really have the passive on the side of Clue, so the turnaround conditions are not as viable. They just need to find an appropriate opening here
if they want to go, but now they need to, especially with that Tyrant getting a little bit low, the Umbrella Outburst catching on to two, and now with that Raging Sea used as a counter, but Siri's already been picked off. It looks like Namu's taking a decent amount as he goes down. They've got two members, but they got Hylon. Rattel is down as well, and it looks like VP right now will roll in that team fight.
Yep, they lay another bait, and Nongshim once again falls prey to this predatory behavior by the side of VP. Every single time, it looks so juicy. They need to go for the kill. And now Haku's left alone. It's a 4v1 situation if he gets caught out here. He wants to make the save. But is his life worth it to give at this point?
I mean, he's got the speed, but he's on top of the ledge, and he's taking a decent amount. And this is why that Fatih pick by Nighty is turning out to be brilliant, because he doesn't care where you are. The slashes will hit you even on that ledge.
Yep, and look at the gold difference. Right now, Rock stands atop of the gold charts. He is 3,000 gold, and maybe even more in comparison to Haku, his counterpart. And this means Haku does not have the killing prowess he's looking for. Who does he go on?
We also talk about Illusion on this, yeah. This is why I don't like that hero. It was actually second to last in terms of the overall net worth score. Namu was the last one. I mean, yeah, Illusion gets you the level up or whatever, but look at how far behind they are. if you're looking about this mid lane from him and Yixing, like Yixing is just, I mean, Hailang is just completely outplayed him in this one.
Not completely. The bots have been very clinical. And I'm not talking about just getting catches, right? A lot of times people confuse laying the board with multiple targets is the ideal way to go. No, sometimes just having the board as a deterrent so that you are in a better position compared to the opponent team changes the fight. And so far that has been the case because Rattel has not been able to find the appropriate angles to come in.
He's all the way in the back. I mean, he's thrown out those universal laws, but it looks like the flash away. He's stuck in the board if they want to go. He's somehow still alive, and now it looks like they want to continue, but Rock just dashing away. He's going to be fine. Hailan getting a little bit low. He flashes back, but Haku had been killed. They take the top T3 as well. VP's finding the perfect siege.
And nobody dies. That's the biggest thing. Hailang once again abuses that passive, right? The taking liberties as well as the maintaining initiative. The damage plus the fact that he's actually soaking in damage for the team. This is a painful one for Nongshim to experience in game number 2. We asked about that recovery. Here it is.
It's been, I mean, VP has just really been on in this game. The way that everybody's been playing the heroes to the maximum. You're getting tremendous value in terms of control, even from like Clue to those Umbrella Outbursts to Rock diving in at the right time. Like, this is a team that's finding their stride, and it's super scary because Nongshim, they don't really have any ways to stop this freight train.
Yeah, they completely don't have any solutions at this point. Siri, yes, he has broken the level cap, he's level 17. But what happens when you're the first one to be caught in the fights, right? It doesn't matter how high your levels are if you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. And that's been the biggest issue. It's like, it's a small edge at the end of the day because VP own the net worth lead as they are up by 6K. Board perfectly set up. The Raging Sea used defensively, but they take the bottom T3, opening up the base.
I love this version of VP in game number 2, right? It's so clear what they're going for. It's not about the kills. It's making sure that now there is an open base on the side of Nongshim, right? And it feels like Nongshim, they understand what this is, so they know they can't overdive as well. Yes, you want to look for the backlines, you want to look for T-Gold, but that means you potentially jump into the middle of 5 different VP heroes who are well above your weight class now.
Wait, it's not about the kills? I want you to say that a little bit louder so the guys in the back, especially in my ranked game, can hear it. But now with that Raging Sea, it does a decent amount. But Namu is actually going to be killed first. They don't really have enough. Hailan just barely staying on just for a little bit longer. They find Siri. That's going to be life number 1. Rattel looking to just kind of protect him. He's not able to do so. He watches Siri die. And now Rattel all-out retreat. Stampede maybe on point for this. Now they're looking to turn. The Universal Law will do some damage, but it's really not enough. Illusion on the backside. And now they focus it down. They're going to take down Rattel. 90 fighting for this 1 versus 3. The power gradation not enough, and now they're looking to take Illusion and more importantly the Crystal as it's wide open. VP are gonna come back strong and they will take down Illusion as well as the Crystal here.
The craziest part was that nobody actually got their lives taken away at all. Look, I just need to highlight, I think Hailan for me is my personal MVP of this game. He extracted the full value of Yixing this entire game itself in game number 2. He got every single hit soaked, made sure he used his passive, swapped his items for the Sage's Sanctuary, so even if they lost that last bit of fight against Siri in the last portion of the game, they would have still been guaranteed that crystal.
Like, I want to disagree with you, but I can't, right? Because Hailan just completely outclassed Illusion on that mid lane. It was more of a hero pick more than anything else. I had some questions going in with this here. I just really don't like that hero. As you see, the value of it, it's like a position 5, maybe even 6 in a way of just like being a really support that's really not contributing too much. And you saw why. It just really falters, especially against an aggressive lineup that VP brought here.
I think, yes, definitely a draft issue here because if you're going to pick the Fade, I think one of the things that you're looking for is you want to go hyper-aggressive where you manage to get the lead. So you do have that level of advantage and you don't need to rely too much on having to be a tanky lineup. But the fact that they didn't get the lead, this is where the draft falls apart because there's no one to protect you. Haku was caught so many times as a lone ranger in the middle of 4, 5, or even, 3 different VP heroes, and he can't take that kind of pain.
I don't really think it... I mean, it is definitely eyes are on Haku to not die as much. I mean, he died 6 times, didn't even get a single kill. He was a little aggressive. But I think also it seemed like him and Rattel were not really on the same page. If Rattel initiates, takes that fight, and all that, it becomes that bait, so to speak, then Haku can kind of come in with Siri to kind of follow up. They were never really able to do that because VP were the aggressors. They had that map control and vision and just took whatever fight was advantageous for them.
Yeah, and to add salt to the wound here, 90 and Rock, and T-Gold as well, the three of them, essentially in the team fights, they're kind of able to touch almost every angle of the fight. They can actually move and traverse the map really quickly and really seamlessly as well, which Nongshim really got exposed because, like you said, illusion on that Slayer pick. Sure, it is not as mobile. He can stay far away, but how far can you run?
Yeah, you can't really run far enough. I mean, this is kind of like the highlights as we go into that last game, but just the way that they're able to kind of take the fight. VP, again, most of these highlights, they're the ones initiating. They're the ones forcing it down. Namu looking more for the reactive, the saves of the Raging Seas, and to kind of keep their teammates alive, but it just seemed like VP were taking the fight to them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even this initial trade-off for Rock, right? They made it worth it. VP, in this game number 2, they were really efficient at making sure that even if we give something over to the side of Nongshim, we still take more.
Yeah, they're going to take more here. And this is that play. Haku, even on the back. I mean, Namu doing a decent amount. And Highland, look at how he just stays alive. His ability to just outmaneuver Nongshim and just get to safety and continue to just cycle his spells, that speaks volumes about his play. And this is the catch out, Nongshim getting caught out, and they're getting run. And Haku now looking to join the fight very late to the party.
Yeah, it is difficult. And just to add on to the point of Highland, it's the fact that when he's so low, you don't want to miss out on free gold, right? So it forces the members of Nongshim to stay in the fights. And look at the value that Highland provided in this fight here. Actually making sure that he has the splendor to make sure that everyone still wants to go for him. He's locking Nongshim members up, not by their choice.
Yeah. His ability to understand also like the maximum range. He's always in safety, right? He's just staying around. He knows that Sanctuary is going to be popped, and then he can go back in when he's being distracted. Siri's not able to snipe him out, so he's staying alive, which is the biggest piece. But the MVP of that game is going to be Rock. I mean, 8-1 and 7. He just had so much of an impact in game 2.
He was the catalyst, right?
Yes.
Everything started because of him. He got that first blood onto Haku, which swung the whole momentum over to the side of VP because the one win condition they were looking for had to come from Haku. And getting the first blood was already a painful experience, but Haku continually got caught over and over again. 6 deaths in the professional scene, that is quite a lot.
It's a ton, right? And the fact that you got 0 kills as well, I'm gonna call it out. Like they didn't play well. The draft wasn't great. It didn't seem like they were completely well synergized. But at the same time, you're kind of thinking, maybe they were not picking the most valuable of the heroes to kind of, save the meta picks for a little bit later. Again, I don't know what was in the mind of Coach YK, but it's something that came to my mind because again, the draft didn't seem like it was the well-oiled machine that we know from Nongshim.
Definitely not. And then now this puts Nongshim in the exact same position as Virtus Pro, right? So Virtus Pro, game 1 didn't go exactly their plan. They got destroyed. And this is their response, right? We are going to come up with an even better draft. We're going to come back into game number 2, crushing you. But now that Nongshim is in this position, can they recover as well as VP did?
I think we're going to have to find out. I mean, the biggest piece about all of this is that we're now in a best of 5 essentially, right? First to 3, let's just, forget about game 1 and 2. Let's kind of move on because that's where the key piece of this is going to be. We need to just shake things off. Game 2 was not a complete stomp. Nongshim had ways to kind of get back in. They had the fighting chance, but Virtus Pro were just too strong in game 2 here.
Yeah, I would actually think the door wasn't as opened as I think Nongshim fans would like to have been, because end of the day, it was kind of a bait. Like VP was just baiting them all over the place.
And this is kind of like the weakness of Nongshim, right? The way that they're easily baited. I don't know what it is, right? It just seems like you dangle like, a piece of meat or candy or whatever, and the guys are like, oh, I'll jump into that white van. I have no issues with that. And Nongshim tend to do that time and time again. But as we go into the global ban pick, some of the meta picks have been taken. But which team do you think expended a bit too many thus far, Kid?
I think in terms of the exchange for value, Nongshim definitely did. Because they picked the Fade, they picked the Chano. These are big picks that counter a lot, or at least make the life difficult of your corresponding laner in that role, right? So to not be able to pull out a win with those picks is definitely costly because by right, Fade should be a guaranteed objective taker. You're supposed to, even if the game goes late game, you get the Tempest, you secure the turnaround, but that never came to fruition.
They never were able to because each of the big team fights, especially around those Tyrant fights, was like the fight would happen even before the Tyrant would go. It wouldn't come back to like a Tyrant steal and then the fight. The fight was happening before. So I think that this is also more on the positioning of Nongshim, getting caught out, and VP capitalizing on that, taking them out, and then taking the Tyrant. So the Heart and Jade Seal was a non-factor, so to speak.
No, but it was so difficult because as Nongshim, you had to keep eyes on the objective, right? And in order to keep eyes, you have to be in that position. You need to be within range. And VP was just so adept at making sure that, hey, you know what? This is a freebie. You have a fade. It should be a last moment. You don't even need to take the fight. Just come in and use your Heart and Jade Seal. No worries. You're safe. But that was never the condition. They were actually waiting to be able to catch Namu as well as Siri out. That was the whole turnaround that allowed them to be able to reach Haku in the first place.
Yeah, and they were able to just, once they took down, Namu and Siri, it was pretty much, there's like no team fight. We cannot go. And I think Nongshim just getting caught out. Like, they needed to do a better job of getting like tabs, keeping tabs on that Tyrant and not overcommitting. I think the positioning was definitely suspect, something that they need to look at, especially come replay. But now we go into game 3. VP gonna go with the 90 special in terms of this Byron, really set the tone in that Clash lane.
It's interesting because Nongshim didn't even try to steal the pay. And now this gives VP the option of the pay by round combination, which we all know is scary as heck. In the early game, it's almost a soft guarantee of first blood in the Clash lane. But with that VP, they're going to pick up the Lung first. Will they wrap up with the pay? Because I feel like pay is a must-pick here.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, synergizes so well, but it looks like they're not going to go with it. They want Leon Po more for the counter pick against the Namu 3 Zhang Fei. This is something that we've seen time and time again, right?
Yeah, I think tank v tank, and yes, 3 slaps instead of 1. Good offer.
Okay. No, I'm about the quantity, or the quality. I said it wrong too.
Oh, I love that part. That was good.
No, I don't want to be slapped 3 times. I just want to be slapped 1 time really hard. Okay, that's the way it's going to be.
Oh, okay. I think I prefer it because I think I'm the one giving the slap, so I don't mind doing it 3 times. No, value. That's true value. But of course, with that being said, the one hard slap that's going to come from Nongshim has to be illusion on this Noir, right? The annihilation combination with the creation blocks and the final matrix block that is created could be the death's door for the side of VP, because it's also a great counter against the T-Goat Lung here.
Illusion had almost like a phenomenal game against Vicious, right? He absolutely dominated the battlefield on the Nua in that series, in that game, excuse me. He just had a great one. And setting it up for this one, which is, again, T-Gold is going to be on the Loom. Where he's going to land, that annihilation is going to be queued right up when he lands.
I mean, it's something that we expect as the baseline of performance from all mid laners now, especially when you're playing a Nuwa, right, in the professional scene. And here's the curious thing. Nongshim actually banned out the Nerza. I can understand why. The new buff, it's really kind of hard to deal with. But the Han Xing, they're kind of scared of the split push opportunities that VP are potentially looking at in this game number 3.
The Hanshin is the rock special, right? He's one of the like the few guys at the KML that likes to play this regularly and with high success rates because he's so effective and efficient in his farming and just being able to move across the map and just find that back line. So Nongshim, very vulnerable. Like this Flowborn Marksman and Nua, easy pickings if they were able to get to that back line.
Okay, so Nongshim, now we see the reasoning behind the Nerza ban, right? Because he's definitely a big counter against the Arta pick with the anti-heal properties as well. Now, the question here for VP is, now that you have seen a Flowborn Marksman being picked up, who is this engaged that allows you to jump into the backlines? The Luna is a possibility, but no, because VP, Nongshim have essentially given them the pay here. So pay is a must pick.
Yeah, it seemed like they were like trying to bait it out in the first phase of the draft, and at the same time VP didn't pick it, and they went with the Neza Hanshin ban, and I think they're like, okay, this strategy is still good. Let's continue on with this pay and let Rock kind of shine on this, but they're gonna go with the Garuda, a little bit more long range poke. This is a pretty well balanced lineup, man.
It is, and this then puts Nongshim in a curious position. Okay, they pick up the Ying. I like this, right? Ying is able to tank, but also do damage at the same time. The question is, how do you build this lead? And once again, I feel like this lead comes in 2 lanes, either the Clash lane or the mid lane. And the mid lane matchup, we need to have Illusion being backed up by Namu. right? It needs to come. But it looks like Nongshim, they're going to forgo the Ying, take up the Luna. I like this. It might be a kind of a nasty situation for Hailang here if Haku gets that initiate that he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, if he jumps, even on rock, he has that burst potential in terms of, because Peg is kind of squishy too. So Garuda and Loom also has those targets. So if Haku is able to get going and not do what he did in game 2, which is be over aggressive without having the proper farm and the damage to get those pickoffs, I think that Haku's going to have a much better chance. Again, this is more like a redemption story more than anything else.
I think this is just a timing issue, right? Rock and Haku, both of them, they are very reliant on their skills to be able to get the shield, right? We notice because so many times we've been caught. Yes, we are preparing for the Luna come in, she comes in, don't worry, you can CC her, and suddenly she has a shield because she gets a reset. And the same could be said for the Pei, right? Every time he changes form, he's going to be able to get the shield as well. So this really is a difference of shield gatherings. Whoever gets more value out of the shields will win that 1v1 or whatever the situation is.
Okay, but you do think that there's going to be a lot of 1v1s? I mean, Haku is, he has the propensity to do so, but I feel like Rock is always usually supported by somebody. He doesn't go hyper aggressive without maybe like a clue backing him up.
I think that the entertainment of the fight comes from Rock and Haku. It's going to be really flashy, but the true damage dealers here are going to be Siri and Tico, right? Siri with the Arrow Storm, he's the one that's going to change the fight because he melts the shields on 90, he melts the shields on Rock, he melts the shields on Hailang. And if he's in a proper position where he's going to be untouchable, that is Nongshim's win condition.
Oh, the emergence into the top lane. Rattel does a little bit of work on terms of 90, but now Illusion not really finding much, but they're trying to fight for this pheasant here. But now Rock joining up, he pounces on forward, finding Illusion, does a decent amount. But this Crimson Golem is the true target. Haku will be there, but I think he's going to be a little bit too late as Rock picks that one up.
So smart. And right now, because of the positioning here of them taking the Crimson buff, Rock has instant access back into his Azure Golem, which is already protected by the fact that Hailang is here. So Nongshim, they can't go for the steal, they can't go for a fight here as well.
Let's also talk a little bit about the draft from Nongshim here. I mean, you were talking about the Flowborn Marksman, then you have Illusion as well. Both of these are long-range artillery bombarding guys, right? It's going to be tough to get to the backline. If they slow siege you, but they do it from range, VP, you have your Wings of Judgment, but how can you really jump to that back line? It's going to be super difficult, and why they were banning out things like the Neza in the draft.
Okay, so here's one way to look at it, right? If I were in the shoes of VP, I actually wouldn't care about the poking. My goal here at this early part of the game is, can we get the first blood on either Rattel or can we get it on Siri? Because either one of these will spell the death of what is meant to be a very strong composition. If Rattel cannot tank, your backline is open for access. Clue does have that triple jump with the Tremor Smash. All he needs to do is to get a nice knockup, and the rest is history.
Come team fight, come first blood, totally understand, especially early. Rattel is not the guy, right? He needs items, he needs to get to that level. Even Haku doesn't really have enough to really fight. But in terms of the overall, like a mid to late game team fight, it's still going to be tough for them, right? I don't know if VP really have access. I mean, they can, how do you get in when they're poking and prodding you from afar? You don't want to walk into that.
That's true, but Haku has to go in. Okay, he's gonna try.
Oh, the Annihilation is gonna be on point. The Ghost Ship is going, but the Tremor Smash is on point. Clue is gonna be killed on this one. Rattel looking to just limp away. Haku still wants to fight, might want to go in. The Stampede was used by Namu, but it might have baited his own brother in. The crystal shots are there, and Haku's get killed on the side with Nighty doing a little bit of work, and Haku baited out his own teammates.
Yeah, a difficult position to be in. They've given 3 lives for the 1 that VP have given. And this is not ideal because you get the kill onto Clue, which is a roam. And not that roam lives don't matter, but the value extracted by VP in that particular exchange was definitely much more in comparison to Nongshim. Look, just one fight, they're 2,000 gold ahead. And the worst part is Rattel has not gotten his items. He needs the Dragon Rage, he needs the lifesteal here.
As a former Roam player, and now I've shifted into the Clash lane, I'm going to say that Roam lives don't matter anymore. far. So I think I'm very comfortable with that. But in this case, I do think that Clue, just staying alive, the Tremor Smash was on point. That's exactly how you want to do it. But Nongshim, they need to be on the same page. Like, are we going in or not? And it seemed like that was a bad call because they were very hesitant, very 50-50, and they paid with their lives.
Okay, people might not agree with this, but I love dirty fighting. Not in real life, but just in the game of HOK, right? I don't mind my roam timing. Yeah, look, as a roam, I will give my life. But the team needs to make the trade. And VP played that dirty fighting to the maximum capacity.
It's that chaos, right? That burst ramp is on point. The flash is not going to really connect, but he does get on out of this with his own flash. The Annihilation is going to be connecting, and now Rattel with that ghost ship, but it's not the greatest of spots. The Stampede is going to be on point, but Rattel is going to be going down. The tower is there, and it looks like Namu will be killed as well, and they will take the bottom T1.
And it's 4-5 members, in fact, on the side of VP. And where's the trade, right? That's the biggest question you ask. Every time something happens at one part of the map, where let's say Nongshim loses a turret or Nongshim loses a life, okay, where is the counterplay, right? Do we get a turret in exchange? Do we get more kills? Do we get an objective? Nothing. Nongshim is just clearing what they're supposed to be clearing, which is their own jungle. There is no advantage.
No advantage whatsoever, but at the same time, VP are looking to, you know, they're coming in from different angles. They're diving the T1 because they understand that, hey, we have a huge advantage. We have this pay Byron. We're able to kind of control and to lock you down because the Nongshim lineup is kind of on the squishier side.
Yeah, and look, I know everyone knows that I'm a big fan of the Smite roam, right? Namu has a Smite, but that composition requires you to be aggressive. You need to be stealing things away.
Oh no, Siri might have been in a bad spot. The Tremor Smash is actually not going to connect, but Clue is just tanky. He's going to eat those tower shots like a boss. But more importantly, VP looking to take this Azure here. And now Haku just gets the pullback, just trying to threaten them, and it looks like the Smite will take that Azure gold.
All right, so we get a preview, right? Whatever Siri just did, that is exactly what he needs to be doing. So Nongshim needs to provide that situation for him. Keep him safe, let him use his arrow storms. You should be able to find a moment of entry into the heart of VP. But that's, you know, a lot more easy to say than to do at this point because they're behind by close to 4,000 gold on the side of Nongshim.
They're so far behind. I mean, Rattel is 2 levels behind, even finding 90, and he's just walking away. It's a 1 versus 2, and now Clue is here to even the odds a little bit, but Haku, he's going to be baited out, and more reinforcements are there as Hailong is joining the Wings of Judgment, looking to cut off the angle of retreat, and they find Haku. He dashes away, and here comes Rock all the way in the backside, finding him out. He thought he was going to be safe, but Knighty's going to be traded away. The Stampede, he's going to be on point. Illusion will be killed as Rock chases him down, and Rock is still continuing on. The Infinite Fastest is going to be used by T-Gold as they back off, but they got a 3-for-1.
MVP of a fight the range minion because he was actually taking the turrets, right? He was taking the turret shots and nobody could get damage off the side of VP. I mean, W for the minion tier.
We will name that minion. We will name him Fred. He is the MVP so that we actually have a name to go into that one. We'll see if Fred continues on his journey on these tower takes, but it's just a really great initiation by VP there.
Yeah, we normally say, you know, FTW, right, for the win. So it's Fred for the win for this one. Nongshim unable to find an opening. Clue.
Oh, doing a decent amount, and now Clue just trying to get back to safety. He's going to Tremor Smash on back, but they force it down. The Ghost Ship locking it down, and Namu will get that one.
Yeah, but still, look, Clue gives his life, Nongshim don't get any other thing, and now there's constant pressure on 3 different lanes. So once again, it doesn't matter. Clue can give his life as many times as he wants if VP don't get punished for it.
Yeah, it's because the lanes have been all pushed out, and this is so smart by VP. Like the way that they're disengaging when they need to is like, yeah, you gave up kills, but there's no objective. They got nothing else out of that. It's just like a small. I mean, it's the roam, right? It doesn't really matter in terms of the grand scheme of things because again, you know, he's the least net worth.
Yeah, and look, I love the Luna pick every single time, but Haku's not having a good game because number 1, he's already under level. And if you take a look at the CC potential, which is, you know, a Luna's absolute nightmare, T-Gold has the right to win, you know, and Nighty has the Storm Strike as well. There's so many stuns coming in.
Yeah, there's really no real way that you want to initiate. And again, more of the aggression by VP. Their Wings of Judgment has been on point. The Gerudo pick has gotten tremendous value on this. And Nongshim, yeah, we're talking about kind of, or I was talking about the long-range value that they had, that arm's reach, but they're not even able to get there because they haven't had a critical mass of items yet.
Yep, they can't do it as well. It's so difficult because yes, you had the long-range poke, but you're expecting someone to be able to be in the front lines, which was meant to be Haku. But right now, Haku is on a leash. He can't do anything.
90, not scared whatsoever. 1v3, if you will, even with the tower there. And they're just completely spaced out. Storm Strike onto Haku. The force field suppression keeping him up a little bit longer. But now with Clue, that Tremor Smash queued up. He's looking to go for it. He's not going to do anything, but they will take the bottom T2. VP doing everything right.
Beautiful work from the Italian team here. VP just showing off why it is so difficult to play against them. Like, look, Siri, his value is totally under at this point, right? The arrow storms have been hitting, but the shield values of 90 have not been melting.
The rest of Nongshim have just completely crumbled under the pressure of this game. They're down about 6K at this point. They've really struggled to find any sort of footing. VP has just completely played this one perfectly. They're choking you out. You have very little options from Nongshim.
Yeah, you can't even get it set up, right? I feel for Namu, this is such a difficult game. Like, sure, you have your Unbridled Outburst. 90 is in a 1v4.
90 don't care. 90 gonna go fight. He's gonna be just walking away. I mean, 90 does what he wants, right? And so now the mid T2 taken out, and Rattel just tried to. He gets Storm Strike for his troubles. Rattel charges them back. They're gonna continue on. Now Haku looking for the backline, decides to do a decent amount. The Umbrella Outburst will actually connect. 90 is gonna be killed as well as Hylon. And now Haku just rushing back. But Blue's looking for him, but T-Gold looking for the pickoff, not able to find him in the top lane row. Rock was looking to split push. Namu is there, needs to be careful. The Crystal was under siege, so Namu will be killed because Rock, again, he doesn't care as well. And now with the Arrow Storm, that should be enough. The shield just barely enough. The emergence on forward, and they're not able to find Rock. Are you kidding me?
No way. There is no way Rock just did that. That was a play of a lifetime. And at this point, yes, 6,000 gold, but translated in that play by Rock itself. He shows you how far ahead they are.
They could have ended the game, and yet Rock was continuing to fight even under the crystal, stays alive, somehow navigates his way out of the base, surviving with those shields that you were talking about, of just being able to kind of, have it at the right moments. And now Nongshim getting desperate. They're looking to take this Overlord as they're looking to start here. And now Clue with that Tremor Smash, it gets the knockup, but who's going to take the Overlord with that smite? It might have been a little bit close, and Haku with this steal. And now Nongshim on the run. I think that they're going to be very happy so long as nobody dies, but if they're continuing to be run away and they're not able to find it, Rock is pushed away.
All right, that was a lifeline by the side of Nongshim. Great play by Haku, but it's not going to be long enough, right? It's definitely something that Nongshim was hoping to be able to capitalize on, but the pressure has been completely reversed. And with the Wings of Judgment, I don't think you defend too much here. Haku?
Oh, Haku was looking to go for this one. He eats a little bit of damage from T-Gold on his way back out. But Nongshim doing a little bit of work, and it looks like the Shadow Tyrant is going to be the consolation prize as Rock solos that.
And look, Nongshim is a very difficult position because VP don't really care about the map. They already have the advantage, right? Now it's about the team fights, which is why VP is kind of prioing the Shadow Tyrant instead. Right now, if they take a huge fight, it is to Nongshim's detriment.
I mean, at this point, they have full map control, so they can take literally everything. I mean, that Overlord was a bit of a hiccup in that assault, but now Rattel on the run. They do have the Vanguards, which again, it's just biding a little bit of space for you to kind of get yourself back into this game. Nongshim have a mountain to climb if they want to get back.
Yeah, the actual pain point here is actually losing the buffs, right? Haku has no access into his Azure Golem. He does not have mana regeneration. He does not have cooldown reduction. That is the worst possible situation to be as a Luna.
Have nothing, plus you're a level behind Rock, who's gotten the better of you throughout this entire game. The bottom T3 under siege now. They've taken the mid T3 already. T-Gold doing a little bit of work. VP doing everything right now with all the lanes pushing. 90 to even dive in the crystal. He does not care. He does whatever he wants.
Yeah, look, the Annihilation right now, it's not pain. It is something that has become just a simple tool for the side of Nongshim. It's no longer a game-changing move.
But if anything, now they're deciding to turn this one. The Wings of Judgment is going to be on point. Does a little bit in terms of the backline, and they find Haku, who is just trying to back on the backline himself, and 90 looking to dive in, has that force field suppression, and now the Crystal is under siege. The Umbrella Outburst used to just push them away, but the Crystal is taking a decent amount. Illusion has been picked up, but more importantly, it looks like VP are going to take game number 3.
very dominant display of power from the side of Virtus Pro here, showing you exactly how to play against a Luna composition, right? Haku this game, it really sucks for him because he knows what to do. He's able to jump in, but he cannot find the finish because there's too many disruptions. Wings of Judgment, with the second usage of it, it gives you dread as well, right? So even if Haku gets that ideal catch onto Hailang in that position itself, he has to deal with the dread. And the follow-up, they have the Storm Strike by 90, they have the Force Field Suppression. This guy's really tanky as heck. And we have the T-Gold Lung with Ride the Wind and the full combination of the 7 Dragon hits. It's so difficult. He's not going to survive that.
Very difficult, very strong lineup. The execution was flawless by VP. The way that they were able to just, Nongshim were finding ways to get back in, but VP were like, okay, we'll shut that one down. We made a little bit of an error. We'll just fix that one up. We shored that up. They was very, very calm, cool, collected, and they didn't overreact. They were just able to close that game out in typical VP's fashion.
Yeah, very dangerous gameplay coming in from Virtus Pro, right? Because at this point, you are kind of asking, okay, as a player on the losing end or someone that doesn't have the advantage, the mindset has always been, all right, what are the solutions here? What are the angles we can come back into this game, right? Siri is meant to be on the backlines, we can get the damage, and Illusion meant to get the pokes. But you need the setup. Namu, we were hoping for a big Unbridled Outburst to be able to set up aggression, but he can't do it because it's all for defense.
Yeah, couldn't do anything at all. And I think that if you're going to the draft, they probably should have let the Neza go, right? I think that they would have had a better time going up against Rock Neza as opposed to the Pei. He was completely dominant, didn't die a single time. I think it was 6-0 in like 8 or something like that. His KDA was insane, but this game was all VP. Everything going their way, and they were just eventually able to close out the game against Nongshim here.
Yeah, I wouldn't count it as a full out draft. It really came down to who was able to wrestle that initial early game, right? This first play of the game, taking away the Crimson buff. Okay, this was not the first one, but essentially, this was a huge situation and turnaround because they gave the life a clue, but the value in which they got back in exchange, huge.
And look at this. Look, you saw what happened. Haku actually went in, and then Namfu was like, oh, we're going in? And then 3 people died because of that mistake. You cannot do that. That is unforgivable, right? You cannot put your team in a situation. And look at how VP are like, we are so strong. We're going to dive the towers. The minion wave was perfectly there. Thank you, MVP Fred, in terms of just making an appearance. And this is why this team is starting to roll, because everything is going well at the same time.
Yep, they understood exactly when to come in. This one, okay, look at the range minion here. Tanking a tower after this. Fred. Yeah, Fred. Fred is tanking it up for the team. Beautiful work.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Fred.
Yeah, the 6th member on the side of VP there.
I mean, this is the moment where Rock almost, solos the base. He gets arrow to start. It's just that's it. They're not able to go. The emergence was that was a little bit short. Oh, just so many things that just like, you can't make those sort of mistakes. You have to make them pay. They didn't get a single kill on a Rock.
No, but that was the beauty and the advantage they got for themselves. A 3-level differential for Rock meant that the damage coming from Illusion mattered less. And we know as a fact, this is going to be in the highlight clips. There is no other way. MVP for Rock. 6-0-7, dealing 24% of the team's hero damage. And the 16%, that 16% has to be a heck of a high number because he took a lot of damage this game.
He took quite a bit. I mean, the shields are on point as well, just staying alive. And the fact that, he didn't die. And Pei is kind of on the squishier side, right? And he was able to just like move so elegantly across the map, do whatever he wanted, and staying alive. That's the hardest thing as a Pei, and Rock was just next level on it.
Yeah, and so you then ask yourself, what's going to happen next? Well, what's going to happen next is we're going to go for a break. When we're back, we will bring you the rest of the series, so we'll see you in a bit.
No matter how high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back. It is time for the second half of this best of 7 series between Virtus.pro as well as Nongshim Redforce. If you have just joined us, welcome back. It is your favorite kind of tofu Kindofu. With me today is Holler. Tell us about what happened so far.
Well, it's been the VP show. I mean, mainly Rock. I think that the way he's been able to just kind of dominate the game, he's definitely taken the lane advantage over Haku, who's been really struggling the past 2 games. They haven't been able to find their groove, and Nongshim is really starting to struggle because of it.
Yeah, I thought you were going to call out Fred, right? Fred, the range minion. He was doing a lot of work for the team. And this is what it means to play as a team, right? It's not just your members, it's the entire workforce coming. Another day at the job for the side of Virtus.pro because they have been dominant in the 2 wins they have gotten across Nongshim. So the onus is on Nongshim here, right? Like, can they come back? Can they come back with a strong draft? Coach YK needs to give them better tools.
Yeah, and actually the biggest piece to this is that I'm sad because of the fact that we're not going to see a reverse sweep. I like the comeback story, but this is going to be one where I think Nongshim need to come back. I mean, game 4, this is a must-win. You cannot be down 1-3, looking down the barrel of a gun, so to speak, and get pushed down to potentially the lower bracket. This is one where you need to win. You got to equalize. You got to figure some things out because they have really no answers since game 1.
Okay, look, we know how to get more flavor in the foods, and Nongshim are famous for this. They like to marinate, right? There is a potential for comeback. Now, VP have already done a reverse sweep against Nongshim earlier in the tournament, right? So now it is up to them. Can they find what this formula is? Can they find the recipe to come back into the series? And I think I agree. It has to be Nongshim coming back in this 4th game, or else it could be a done deal here.
The biggest piece to this is just focusing on Rock. Make him have a bit. Make sure that, like, let somebody else beat you, like T-Gold or Nighty, right? But if you actually limit what Rock brings, you have a greater chance. I think that some of the other ones might crumble under the pressure. Rock right now has been feeling 0 pressure right now, and I think that Nongshim need to do a better job, especially early, invading the jungle and taking things away because he's had free farm, essentially.
Okay, I agree with you because that's exactly what happened in game number 1, right? When Nongshim took the first win in this series, Rock was non-existent. So if they can kind of spoil the game for Rock, I think, yes, that's a great way to start the game. But Nongshim now, they're going to start off with the Dharma pick. Now, VP no longer has the RD, so who is Rotel supposed to go for?
Who's supposed to go for? Well, Chicho has been quite strong, although it's funny because going into the playoffs, we're like, this is a hero that was like 9-1. It was really starting to steamroll teams, and then it just like lost like 2 or 3 times yesterday. So this is a hero that teams have kind of figured out a little bit. But again, I think it's a little bit different story when VP is playing this hero. I think that T-Gold or potentially anybody else, because it could be flexed, the option is definitely there.
Okay, so Nongshim now has the opportunity to use the Yang Gendolia combination, which is great. They have to ban the Nerza now, right? Like, VP can actually pick that up.
Still available. I mean, it still can fit into this draft as well because Yuhan and Chicha, both of them are so flexible. Like, it's such a huge advantage going into any part of the draft when you have heroes that can be flexed into any sort of role. It could definitely be a possibility, but they're going to go with the Lady Jeanne instead. Interesting.
I like it, right? End of the day, with the Destructive Deluge, the ultimate by the side of Lady Jeanne, it definitely provides a lot of value. And we talked about this because it's the exact same flip where we were looking at Illusion, I believe. It was Illusion playing the Lady Jeanne, right? And, you know, back then in game number 1, Namu picked up the Morts as the roam. And so we see the solution to playing against the Yang Gendolia combination, just consistent CC. Right now, if we're looking at that formula, VP doesn't have too much CC. We'll see what the game plan is.
So in that, I mean, at the same time, you're kind of like, I need a little bit more CC. Usually the roam comes with, you know, that in spades. Like usually they have a lot of it. But the Yuhan right now is generally, I would assume, what the Clue is going to be aiming to play on this one. But unless you want to flex it, I don't think it's great to kind of give it to like a Rock or any other lane at this point. So this is more of a, like, we need to find CC, but in other avenues here.
Actually, that would be quite curious, right? If actually Rock takes the E1 back to the jungle, we're bringing back 2024 HOK, which I think is interesting, but yeah, I don't think that's ideal. I think this G1 definitely goes into the hands of Clue, right? But then the bigger question for the side of VP is, all right, so who's your jungler then? Do you want to pick up the Nerja? Because Nongshim have invited the Nerja pick. They have not banned it out.
They haven't at this point. So it's still an option, but it looks like they're going to kind of play with you. I mean, VP have that advantage of the last pick. And so Nongshim right now, do they believe that that's going to be picked up here?
Oh, okay, they pick up the Arlie. I like this, right? So now we're left with the mid laner. What is the biggest deficit? The long-range poke. Nongshim have taken a look at VP's value in game number 3 there with the win. Hailang definitely did a lot of damage. It was a poke damage build, right? Actually taking up the Mass of Agony as well. So Nongshim, I think for now, might be able to consider that. And maybe even a Frozen Breath, just to slow them down, get the extra hits in as well.
It could be quite a bit. The poke is actually very vulnerable, or very difficult to deal with. And now at the same time, you're looking at VP of just like how do they navigate around that. The Dune, definitely one of the guys that can just face check it, right? They can just tank it. And then you have 90 on the sides with that Mayin, so you do have options of initiation.
Who are you going to go on to though? Like on the side of VP, right? The Chicha obviously is going into the farm lane, Dune is a jungle. They have a lot of options to explore, but it really derives from Nongshim expending all of their active skills. So once Rotel is out of his ultimate, once Haku does not have his ultimate, yes, that is the ideal time to go in. But the initial pokes, Nongshim are going to deal a lot of damage.
It's going to be tough to get into, for sure. This is, I mean, you're assuming that VP will start to have a great early game like we've seen in games 2 and 3, and then you have Rock be that guy, like literally the frontliner. He's going to tank everything and just, he could jump on top of the Garuda. He can get on top of the Arlie, make his life a little bit more difficult where he's thinking about his own survival as opposed to getting those pickoffs, which are kind of on the Swisher side, on the VP side.
I would have to contest you on that. I feel like Haku's going to be in the front of the entire Nongshim lineup, right? And then he's going to welcome Rock. He's going to receive Rock with open arms because Illusion, Siri, as well as Rotel are going to be looking for the opening. It's all about the backline in this game.
It's all about the backline. You know, totally agree there, but for Haku to do so, let's see. The Yang Jian has had moments where it hasn't really been able to kind of, you know, excel in the time. And if you're looking at this, you know, the CC from VP, they have quite a bit of it, right? It might be not the easiest game for Haku as well.
That's true. I mean, if he gives away first blood, yeah, definitely not going to be. He's so low. Right now, the big thing for the side of Haku is until he hits level 4, it's going to be a very dangerous and difficult game for him. Because if you take a look at Rock, when Rock uses his second skill, not only does he get a little bit of shields, he also gets true damage for the next 3 strikes.
It's going to be huge for them, right? It's getting through those shields and just kind of doing a little bit more damage, which is going to be key when those team fights are starting to happen. Rock is going to be a tough nut to crack. They need to figure something, some way to kind of penetrate that armor, but at the same time, you're kind of not using the advantage of VP, where Rock can be a carry from the jungle. And now he's a frontliner. It's definitely a different playstyle for him.
Yeah, I mean, the same could be said for Haku, right? The both of them are going to be looking to be like the frontline tank, so as much damage as possible. And then I think the true carries of this game, or at least the game changers, has to come in the the clash lane. 90 and Raquel, who gets the better catch? That I feel will be the definitive one in this game.
It'll be a very fun one to watch, but now Rock going actually very aggressive. The Unruly Blade, the shields are going to be on point, but do they have enough? Haku's trying to go for this. The Wind Slash is going to be a little off the mark, and Haku finally gets first blood. And now with that passive, at least keeping Highline alive, at least for now, the flash away, and he will get on out.
That's great. So Nongshim squeezed the advantage at this point. They're 1,000 gold ahead, but the biggest pain point, Rock does not have his Azure buff. No mana regeneration, no cooldown reduction. As a Dun, you hate that.
Definitely hate that one, but Nighty actually with the pull onto Haku, it's doing a decent amount. Nighty's just like, okay, we need to help support the mid lane. I'll show up, I'll be there. But now the top lane is pushing, he needs to get out of this lane. But VP right now, Rock was the guy that things where he's been kind of scot-free throughout this entire series. He's definitely under a lot more pressure in this one.
Yeah, we talked about it just now, right? If you give Rock a difficult game, then VP doesn't really necessarily do well all the time. And the only turnaround in this situation has to come from 90, because 90 is the one responsible for jumping into the backlines, hopefully catching Siri, Illusion, and even Namu together, right? Because you want to get rid of Namu's ultimate with the Melody of Snow. Celestial Melody to get the refresh on the Haku, right? You want to lower the efficiency of this ultimate and refresh. But gold, he's not looking good.
Wings of Judgment, it's going to be on point. He actually flashes forward, gets the stun. Teagle is down. What a great rotation. Unending Sorrow is now going to be used. Clue is going to just kind of shake them all off, and he will be fine, but a great rotation by Nongshim.
Okay, I'm definitely confident you gave a pep talk to Nongshim, because they have come back into this game. And this series itself is looking good 2-0 with Haku getting the first blood and a kill onto Teagle. That's a huge advantage for the side of Nongshim.
Huge advantage. I mean, we had a 3-minute break. I was definitely making some calls. I mean, I let Nongshim know my thoughts. So if anything, you know, if they win, all credits to me. If they lose, we didn't have a call.
All right, as usual, standard hauler, as we all know. But with that being said, VP, the chance is low, but the chance is still there.
Oh, he hounds on forward. Haku not scared. The Wind Slash, though, will eat him up. And Rock with those shields. Haku taking a decent amount. Needs to be careful. The Wings of Judgment not really doing enough. And that was an epic fight, and somehow everybody survives.
Okay, but Clue is showing you why they pick up the Yuan, right? They want to lower the efficiency of Haku's heals from the ultimate. And with the use of the Unending Sorrow, he not only gets damage, but also gets the health regeneration for the side of VP members. So that idea seems good. But that idea only sustains if they keep the gold deficit down to at least 1,000. Any more than that, Nongshim still wins all the fights here.
Sustain is real from Clue, right? I think that, Nighty trying to dash away. Rattel finds him, gets him with the truth, and they lock him down. Haku getting yet another kill.
Yeah, and the window is getting smaller for the side of VP. Clue's taking a lot of damage.
Taking a decent amount. Siri's going to be on back, but here comes the reinforcements. They're going to make him pay. Siri did taking a decent amount. He's trying to go forward. He gets picked off, trying to go for Clue. Not able to find it. VP coming back in a hurry.
Okay, but the cost is huge. Look at the T1 at the top. Right now, Nongshim knows what's going on. They are going to be able to take the T1 at the top. Jungle also invaded by the side of Haku as well. So Crimson buff is already gone for Rock. If Rock does not get this one, then it is all for lost here.
Yeah, but I think he will. I mean, Namu was the only... Oh, no, Namu! Somehow, Hounds on forward, passive, keeping him alive. Haku eats a Wind Slash, and Highland will get on back. No, he gets picked off. Haku with just enough, finding the damage. Rattel with the truth, but Teagle doesn't hit off the backboard. Teagle taking a decent amount. He will go down as Namu finds him, and Nongshim making things happen as they get 2 kills.
Every single thing going wrong for the side of Virtus Pro. They can't handle the pressure. Nongshim, they get another T1 at the bottom side as well. The Korean squad is doing so much work.
They're doing a lot of work, and they're actually finding the small wins, the things that they kind of, they didn't get that that last 1% in terms of the life bars in the previous games, but it seems like the luck is on their side. They've been able to find it, the Azure Golem being stolen away by Haku as well.
Haku, wow, he is angry. This boy wants to make sure the pain sticks, and VP, they're hurting right now.
I was like talking to Haku on the call, and I was just like, buddy, you need to step up. And he's like, okay, I got you, man. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna be able to bounce back, and he's really stepped up this game. He's got the level advantage, doing everything in his power right now as he has a 1.4K net worth lead over Rock.
Okay, one call does not do that much difference, but you know, Nongshim have definitely made the climb here, and it's not looking good.
Okay, for the record, I did try to call, but they hung up on me. They didn't actually pick up my phone. But anyways, Haku looking for that steal, finding the Crimson Gold, and the Wind Slash is on, and he's just taking too much. But T-Gold has gone down, and Rock is getting a little bit low himself, and Siri finds the pickoff, and Clue is all he can do is watch. His heals were not on point. The top T2 is looking to go down. 90 looking to defend the bottom T2. Oh, Rattel goes in for the play! He gets the kill, and now Hylog wants revenge, and I think Rattel is going to be very happy with that trade.
Yeah, for sure. Look, the T3 is under pressure now, and okay, Team Fred now is on the side of Nongshim. They get the backdoor defense down, they get the T3 at the top, and VP have had no answers at all.
No answers whatsoever. Nongshim doing such a great job. The Wings of Judgment doing some serious work with the zoning. They're going to take the mid T2. Nongshim finding an avenue of just getting back into this game in this series here.
Okay, I think Namu should have refreshed the Wings of Judgment rather than Shiri's ultimate. But anyway, you know, Nongshim doing well. At this point, they can do no wrong. Seems like it.
Yeah. I mean, right now, things are going their way. Even, you know, the towers are all going down. There is no space for VP to get going. And I'm kind of looking at this draft, and I'm just like, the dude on Rock, I mean, Rock plays with everything, but it's not to his expertise. Like, he wants to be that high-flying assassin style. But again, we'll talk about that more in the post-game after we see the results here.
We'll see. Rattel is looking for an opening here.
He's taking a decent amount. The Wind Slash is going to catch him just on the very, very tip. And Haku, not scared, decides to go in for Hylong. And the Tri-Slash is going to be enough, slicing him down.
There's no way. How do you deal with that, right? And they still have options. The heal is off of, still on cooldown for the side of Namu, but they do have the redemption in the form of the roam item. And once again, once you have the lead, it's not about just having a lead. It's keeping it and making sure that VP is unable to farm. There's nothing on the map they have for themselves.
Is kind of looking to be taken away. I mean, they don't really have much, right? In terms of this comeback, it's going to be very tough. They need to find some sort of pickoff, and Nongshim understanding just how to play the map and not do anything risky. They're, you know, definitely in control in this one.
Yeah, 5-0-2. How do you lose a lead like that, right? You don't. So Haku's actually doing really well, and with the fact that, look, Namu as well has been really consistent with the saves. He has given every single thing. 90 now the next target. I don't think they want to overdive at this point, but everything that's been built on Nongshim's side, it's all about successful Haku.
Everything is about him. He will carry you. Siri will be that final nail in the coffin if they need him. But right now, everything has gone their way where they don't really need that level. But the Wind Slash is on point, finding Rattel, who actually tried to flash away. 90 might have found Haku instead. He's going to go Heaven and Earth mode, and 90 chases him down, but he somehow doesn't die. Rattel is going to stay alive. Haku turns this around as he was fighting them 1 versus 4 on the back line. All of them retreat. VP not able to find a single kill.
And that was supposed to be the turnaround. 90 was supposed to be able to catch the backlines, in which he did find kind of the backlines, but Rattel is not the backline you're looking for.
I mean, he was definitely vulnerable. He was so low and just, he barely survived. I don't even know how he did, and it was just enough to bait but get 90 out of position. He thought he had a freebie in that sense, but not able to find it. Nongshim, every little thing has gone their way in this game.
Yeah, it really is making a difference, right? And VP, every time it feels like they're about to edge it out, they shut down. Rattel, that last moment, yes, he actually managed to lifesteal his way back with his second skill. And even if it was just a little bit of health, that was the difference maker. And right now, that is the difference maker between Nongshim and VP, because VP have no answers. They're now under threat because it's a double objective taken by Nongshim.
Interesting choice of words that you used with edging it out. But okay, we'll continue on. I think that VP on this one, they need to kind of, again, just stand their ground, but at the same time, find some way to get onto Namu. That would be a great kill if they're able to find it. The Wings of Judgment zoning, and now with Siri showing up, it doesn't look like VP want to take any sort of fight here.
I mean, right now, this is really a nice situation to see because, number one, we have not really seen Garuda too much.
Oh, the truth, he decides to go right in, finding of the Unending Sorrow, though. We'll keep Clue safe for now, but now Nongshim. They're looking to siege this bottom T3 here, and they do some slow damage with Siri just doing a little bit of the work, and now with that opening up the base, it's going to be super tough for Virtus Pro.
Okay, this is a repeat of game number 1, right? So we've seen this defense. Right now, it's all about the damage. Can they last against it, the Nongshim Redforce aggression?
And it looks like the flash away. It looks like they're going to do a little bit of work. Haku doing some serious damage. Hailong is going to be killed. Haku is somehow still... Oh, the drone! Oh, he sent it up for 3. Rattel with the play, and they will take game number 4.
Picture perfect from the side of Nongshim Redforce. We were looking for the comeback, and this was the comeback factor. I mean, they couldn't handle Haku at all. The refreshes from Namu. This is the actual team play we were looking for from the side of Nongshim Redforce.
I mean, the Yangxian, totally a combination. This is why it excels. It's so tough. It does so much damage. And then once Haku gets that lead, it was pretty much game over. It didn't seem like Virtus Pro had any answers. And now we have even this series 2-2.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play because when Haku has the lead, you cannot ignore the Yangxian. Look at the amount of times he dove into the faces of the side of VP. And who's the victim? Hailong. The one guy that had the AoE CC ultimate to be able to deal with the rest on the side of Nongshim, gone. The first member always gone. And once everyone is so focused on the Haku, we end the picture with Rattel getting the truth mantra of the game.
That was an amazing one to really just close out the game. They needed that just to kind of, put the exclamation point on that game, right? And I think that's going to be a feel-good moment for Rattel because setting it up and putting yourself in the chase. Now we've got a fist fight ahead of us, right? 2-2 going into this one, essentially a best of 3 as we continue to see exactly who's going to move on into the grand finals for that slot. But you see both of these teams, they want it.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they slammed against the wall, there was a very loud bang, and it said, Daebak! Very good.
Yeah, definitely. I think that you were in the team comms. I don't know if they actually said Daebak on this one, but it kind of sounds like something that they would say, right, as they go in. But I mean, look at these stats. Haku was that guy, right? This is the Haku that we know of old. We didn't see him in games 2 and 3, but his 95,000 damage plus the 73,000 that he took, he was that guy that, again, when they needed a hero, Haku shows up.
Yeah, and the one thing I think a lot of people need to pay attention to is Siri. Okay, Siri was kind of non-existent in this game, but that's exactly what you want to happen, right? Because actually VP was kind of looking, okay, where is Siri, right? Siri was the supposed cleanup crew, but they couldn't even get past the first part of the equation, which was Haku. And that was because of this initial aggression coming out from Rock. He felt confident, and there were 2 other members with him. But once you give this lead to Haku in the early part of the game, you have no buffs to contest for, and you lose your buffs later on in the game against Namu, of all people? Like, how do you recover from that?
You can't, and you saw exactly why. I mean, Nighty here, he was playing a little aggressive as well. Rock was, as both of them, right? They were playing a little bit, probably a little too risky, especially early, and this is kind of where things got a little out of hand. But Haku, the way that he was able to tank and to kind of go in and out of the fights to really just bait people out, that was really the setup for Nongshim to kind of get that snowball going.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And the fact is, look, everyone is focused on Haku. They were looking for the other members on the side of Nongshim, but no one else was there. The damage was already being done. And Illusion, the crazy part, he is actually predicting the movements on the side of VP as well, making sure he lands as many of the hits. And this godlike play from Rattel, what a bait.
Oh, what a bait indeed. I mean, he does trade his life away, but they'll be so happy with that, right? Anytime you can kind of get that edge on the other, whoever you're up against in terms of that laning is going to be key. But look at Haku. He's taking so much. Nighty tried to go all in the Rattel, who barely survives. And at the same time, Haku just thwarting everybody away from even getting close to him. What a great team fight by Nongshim.
Very perfect usage of the formlessness and the enlightenment mantra, right? First and second skill, making sure they get the life steal. And of course, you have to have the icing on the cake, and Rattel said, leave it to me.
that was the perfect, like the truth was on point. But Haku, 7-0-5, 33% of the team's damage, also 33% of the team damage taken. So he was equal on both ends. But that's why this Yanjian is always so strong, especially when you have a duel.
Yeah, I mean, there's many songs that come out. When Haku was playing this game, it was like bang, bang, bang against the wall as many times as you want. And what a game from Nongshim. This is exactly what we needed. And now we are tied at 2 apiece between the two teams, Virtus Pro as well as Nongshim Redforce. So I'm curious to see, because the next winner, that's going to be series point for them. This series could go into a 4-2 scoreline, or we could get our first ever ultimate battle in the KML.
No doubts. I mean, this has got to go to the ultimate battle, right? I mean, if there's ever two teams that you were like, who's going to go to an ultimate battle? It's got to be these two teams. I mean, they go to a game 5 in every single best of 5 that they played throughout the KML. And going into this one, you knew that they were going to be evenly matched. These are probably two of the strongest teams. No offense, Vicious, as they're waiting in the wings. But what we've seen thus far, it seems like these are the top 2 dogs here.
Okay, so we've already expanded the Yang Jin Dolia combination for both teams, right? Dune has already been used by both these teams. So right now, I think the next jungling opportunity we're going to have to wrestle over here is the Nerza and the Kaiser, right? Are these two tank jungles going to come into play? And at the same time, on the side of the Virtus Pro, they have, I believe they have access into the Fade now. Nongshim no longer has it because they lost with it. That is going to be a big question mark here.
Still have options, right? Both of these teams have very deep hero pools. I'm not incredibly worried about just like the jungle by himself, but it's more of like, does it have synergy? Does it make sense? Or is it more of like a, ranked game where it's like 5 random heroes, right? I think that it comes back to the synergy of ensuring that, hey, we still are able to have a composition that plays well together. That's going to be key.
Yep, I definitely agree with that to a certain extent. But I also feel like the jungle matchup has been very directive of how the games have gone, right? When VP finds success, it's because Rock finds that early win against Haku. And when Haku gets the lead, then Nongshim just walks all over VP as well. So I think this jungle pick is going to be really important.
We talked about the mid lane being important in terms of the head-to-head, but the jungle at the end of the day is probably going to be the better telling of the story in terms of how these teams will fare, because it's all about Rock and Haku. If one has a good game, the other does not, and they usually end up with the W.
Yeah, because your jungler decides the rotation pace, right? And stealing away the camps in terms of buffs, your Azure, your Crimson. Once you lose access into this, you filter and distribute this towards your team. It definitely makes a huge difference because you're fighting with a huge advantage. Now, VP, they're going a slightly different. We have not seen a Mai find too much success, at least in my experience so far in KML.
It hasn't, I mean, it's been all right. It hasn't had like a completely dominating game. I would have assumed, I mean, Highline plays an amazing Mai, Illusion does as well. So if anything, he knows the proper counter and the way to kind of deal with a Mai, but come team fight, you never really know.
Okay, and we're gonna get our Luara. I'm not sure whether this is the first Luara we've seen, but to me, I've not casted it yet, so this is my debut view of Luara. And Luara, the new patch, she's pretty irritating. Her range is extremely difficult to deal with, but VP have an answer, and that's gonna come in the form of Iguari.
I want to say I saw it picked, but it hasn't been picked in a game. I don't know. I think it was banned once. So if anything, they're thinking just like, what, long term. This is the first pick at the KML, at least from what I can see thus far. But rounded it out with the Diathea, and now you've got the Ogren. This is going to be one of their Haku specials in terms of this hero pick here. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, same thing. It's all about the CC, I feel, for the side of VP, right? Now they have 3 different sets of heroes in terms of control. Nongshim, they have it as well in this first 3 picks, but it's a huge commitment, right? The Ogre needs to use his ultimate as an actual CC. Diathea has the second skill with the Bitter Farewell, and then of course Luara has to use that ultimate to get that little knockup coming in. So quite a bit of investment coming from Nongshim.
You actually gave me goosebumps, and you scared me when you said that word, commitment. Anyways, as we go into the picks here, the second phase of the bans, I mean, who are you looking to counter pick with the Ogren? I mean, the Agudo is something that they self-ban themselves. The Musashi is looking to be banned from the Nongshim side. It seems like the Ogren right now kind of in a decent spot, right?
I think the deal with the Ogren, if you're not gonna go for the assassin picks, then it has to be like CC. Yeah, it's all about control. I think that's the only way that VP comes back into the series, because they have the sustain, they have the damage, and they have the tankability. So Nongshim, in theory, has all the answers at this point.
They do. And I mean, the control and like the Guan Yu and the Moats, this is a nice little 1-2 combination of controlling that team fight when it happens. But do they really, are they going to catch him out? Like, you're lacking a lot of, you know, like a tanky frontliner. You're lacking, you know, the damage dealer. You don't have a farm laner right now. So you definitely have some gaps that you need to fill in these last two.
Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking, you know, on the side of VP, let's play Super Tank, let's get the Mankey in. But the Mankey is also very vulnerable if he doesn't get the CC immunity from the Dream Room, right? And Nongshim knows this pain point, so it doesn't matter what tank you pick. If the Shi catches you, you're done for. Everyone can melt you in an instant, especially Siri. Siri plays a very critical part in this composition today. For VP though, it's going to be slightly different. This is going to be T Gold. Finally, we get the farm lane as the core matchup. We need to see this.
And it looks like the Kaiser's going to be picked up. They were like, hey, we need a tanky frontliner. Kaiser does that in spades. Is he on the same level as an Ogren? Debatable, but it really comes back to the backline. Oh, no, they're going to pump fake it and at least go with the Chano instead of the Flowborn Marksman. Your thoughts on these two?
I feel like it adds value to Siri though. As a Luara pick, like you have more damage because of that. So I'm curious how this is going to work out. Just based off of this, I actually think Nongshim has a better setup. But this is also dependent on how well Illusion plays. Because if Illusion doesn't hit his second skill, then this game is over.
Yeah, he's able to control them. I mean, at the same time, you know that Hailong is going to be looking to dash right on top of Illusion, take him out of the equation. It's going to be up to like Diadia and of course Haku to just kind of keep them safe, right? Be the body blocks and to be kind of annoying for VP to kind of punch through. But draft-wise, okay, first pick of the Lurar at the KML. Is this going to be enough to deal with, of course, the Chano, which has been the favorite at the KML thus far?
I think it should be enough, right? At this point, the biggest thing is there is quite a bit of control on Nongshim. And the whole thing about the control here is it's really based on Ratel for that CC. Sure, you get the clue stuns from the Cannon Blast, but how big is that AoE, right? On Ratel, when he uses whatever, that first skill, double 1-1, you get the AoE drop kick. That's a huge AoE in comparison to the Cannon Blast.
This is assuming that they're kind of grouped up, right? And then is able to hit the perfect stun. I mean, you can kind of isolate somebody, and they do have some juicy targets like the Chano and the Mai. But is he able to kind of dash around, find that perfect avenue, especially when you know that Nighty's going to be waiting in the wings as well, looking for his own angle to go in there?
I think it's definitely a possibility, right? Because Ratel is also able to use his whatever 1s and 2s to kind of gather everyone or the targets he has in line into one singular location before he uses his 1-1 combination, right? So if that is the case, then I think, yes, I feel personally Nongshim has a good hold of this game, but this is a very mechanical skilled lineup. They have to land their skills.
I mean, Nongshim, like, you're right about the skills. This is kind of like a stock standard Nongshim typical draft, right? Maybe the Luar are obviously a little bit of a nice wrinkle to this one, but when you're talking about an Ogren, this is kind of like the way they like to draft. They have control, they have that side, and just it's about creating space for Haku to really get going in that mid game.
Yeah, I think honestly it's just down to the CCs, right? If Illusion gets a nice catch and Namu stops the appropriate members, maybe even Hailong, like let's say Hailong doesn't land that initial real engine, or 90 gets stopped in the middle of his tracks because Namu gets the bit of farewell on the second skill, it completely spoils the synergy of VP in the team fights.
They would definitely struggle, right? So at the same time, Hailong, he's looking to rotate, already setting things up. The Cannon Blast a little off the mark. He heartlinks back to safety. Although pull the Silk Imprint, and it looks like he's going to be giving up first blood to Siri. Worst case scenario for VP here.
But perfect. This is exactly what we're talking about. This is a mechanical skill lineup. If Nongshim gets all of the mechanical skills off, they're able to land all their skill shots. This game is so hard for VP to play.
It's funny that you say mechanical skill because I don't play any of those heroes, and I'm like, oh, actually, that's probably why they're mechanically difficult to play. So, I totally understand. But again, when you're picking team fights, I mean, things make sense in terms of balance, right? In terms of how the team composition will work. But when the chaos is happening, it's usually easier to play like a simpler hero or a simpler lineup to give yourself a much better chance to just play that playstyle.
I agree. In the moment of chaos, especially when you're having tunnel vision, that's definitely something you need to be concerned with. But that same mindset is what... Oh, hang on.
Oh, he takes too much damage. The control from the Cannon Blast, it's going to be too much. And now, Namu down for another 5 or so seconds.
Yeah, but like I said, the chaos then makes it easier for Rattel, right? It's a simple 1-1 combination. There, drop kick here, but Rattel, he's gonna be caught here.
Oh, he's gonna be caught here, and he's getting pushed back. No, he's trying to dodge it. The Soaring Green Dragon right on top, and that heroic charge should be enough. Nice rotation by Hailan, and they secure that corner.
Lovely move, right? If you had just used the first skill in terms of 90, he wouldn't have been able to catch Rattel. So actually using his second skill to be able to get the catch and make sure that he gets the initial final pullback onto the life of Rattel, that was a huge outplay.
Yeah, and Rattel had a chance. I mean, if he just didn't get pulled that one last time, he might have gotten back to safety, but again, just 90 and Hailan, just too much, and that repositioning too strong for them.
I mean, that's the longest 7 seconds of your life, right? Every time you use the 2-2 skill on Rattel, yes, you get a free escape, but then once 90 gets the mini stun on you, you know you're counting the seconds, and the seconds feel like minutes in that one.
No chance for him to escape here, but now the 3 minute 30 seconds, the teams are posturing, at least in the bottom lane. They're doing a decent amount onto Siri. They're looking to dive, and here they come. Rock is looking to clean up, gets on Siri, and now it looks like they want to go, but now with that box, he completely thwarted Haku, who decides to get out of this one. The Conductor of Souls gets the Seer State execution on the T-Gold.
Okay, they're making the pools here. This is a very important time. They can't afford to lose their junglers at this point. But Rock is happy to contest and give a little bit more aggression over because they need to manage the waves here.
They need to manage it. I mean, Rock is there. They'll push that one out, but now with Rattel in the area, at least with the Tyrant, it doesn't look like they're going to continue. They're going to let this one go. No, Haku's maybe going to start this by himself. I don't know if I agree with this.
I'm not sure, because right now, Rattel is not in a position to be able to find... Okay, he does find it.
Decide to go. Rock with the steal! Right under the noses, and now Haku taking a decent amount. Is he able to get away? The Conductor of Souls is not going to be enough to keep him up as T-Gold has that damage on the backside. They find Namu as well. And now Clue is so low. Rattel is joining up the fight. Doesn't even get a kill as he gets picked off. 3 members down. And 90 on the prowl. He wants to go for Siri. The Soaring Green Dragon finding him, but not enough to take down Siri.
Ah, this guy's a robber. Rock the Robber has appeared finally in this series itself, stealing away the initial Tyrant. But because of the Tyrant steal as well, it gave him just a little bit more aggressive power. And T-Gold and Clue, both of them walking with a sliver of health in that last one. This one definitely hurts for Nongshim Redforce.
Everything was going their way, but this moment, it went the way of VP, being able to just slightly just get on out of that one, saving themselves, absolutely huge. And now Nongshim on the defensive, down 3K. That is a huge mountain to climb, especially since it's only 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and we were looking, you know, Rattel mechanical skills. You need to have that. You need to get the 1-1 combination on the majority of the members on VP. And when you can't even land that, hang on.
Oh, the heroic charge onto Haku, the Conductor Soul is completely whipped out, and he's gonna get sliced and diced. Hailan cleans him up. Rock on this Kaiser has been a nuisance.
It's the most minute of details, but the one shift in his side, like the sidestep itself, made sure that Haku did not get any heals off of that Conductor of Souls, and that was a finishing blow, right? Such a small detail, but what a big damage he has done.
So when you go for all the teams know, right? They know how this Algren works, right? If he gets a massive Conductor of Souls, it's going to change the dynamic of that team fight. So you just kind of go in, bait it out, and then, you know, make sure that you're out of the way so that you don't get hit. Very well played by VP of navigating around it. And now Rattel dealing with Rock, but he's just going to cartwheel to safety.
Okay, yeah, that was a nice 2-2 combination there. I would have flunked that. I would have been caught.
Me too. The Silk Imprints pulling onto Rock, but again, just way too tanky. And now this is Azure Golem looking to be stolen away.
All right, this one hurts. Haku needs it as well, right? I mean, okay, almost all junglers need the Azure Golem for the cooldown reduction and the mana regeneration as well. Haku desperately needs this because he's also under level and under bar.
He's so far behind at this point, and he's really struggling. And it's also the fact that, like, when he's kind of shifting back and forth, right? As in, he's not actually farming it during this time. He's kind of indecisive. He's stuck between places because he knows that, oh, do I contest? Do I not? And then he's, like, kind of slowly moving away. He's being inefficient with his movements.
But that's the risk you're taking with this draft, right? Because in order for Haku to find success, you need quite a few things to start working together. Illusion needs to get the Silky Imprint, the second skill, the control. Ratel needs to land the 1-1 of his life. And hopefully Siri is in the appropriate position and distance to be able to just use his skills, get the auto attacks in. But so far, because of the goalie that they have on VP, and just the sheer tank and setup from the side of Clue especially, they can't get the setups on the side of Nongshim.
But how? When VP has full control, and now the nice little play onto Clue, the stun was there, does a decent amount, will definitely scare him away. But now with Rock showing up, it looks like Ratel cartwheels back on out of this. Nongshim haven't been able to find that right pickoff.
I mean, it's all about the ankles, right? And at the fog of war, the biggest thing, even if we can see their vision right now in terms of both teams, Nongshim has a very dark man. They can't see most of the members on the side of VP.
Yeah, Haku though, he will find two members of this, and now in the Invincible Warrior, Rock decided to go in, finds right on top of Haku, but Hylock is going to be picked off. They've been pushed away by that Razor Cavalry. Does a decent amount of work by Nighty, but now they're trying to chase onto Siri, who charges back into the base, somehow surviving. Nighty's going to be picked off, and now without return, it looks like they've got a 2-for-2.
Big moment for the side of Virtus Pro here. Exactly what they need to do, right? You take out the main tank. Haku is no longer part of the formula. Ratel was supposed to be the answer for the backline, but when the two of them are down, so what if Illusion uses the second skill to catch you? T-Gold has a lot of damage now. Also, Clue was still alive. He could land those cannon blasts.
He's been annoying, right? I think the value of the moats has been on point. When they've grouped up, he's definitely made it much easier, especially when you have Nighty with that Razor Cavalry just herding them into position, right? So VP, this draft is kind of paid off. They've done a great job of getting themselves a bit of a lead in this one.
It's so difficult because, you know, when Rock uses his ultimate, you definitely want to go in because it's like, okay, he has expended the big win condition, we should go in. But at the same time, you have to understand that, hey, if Rock is going crazy, then 90 must have found an angle, right?
Yeah. I think that's the biggest piece. Just they're on comms together, right? When that moment is about to go, and Rock can be that bait. He can be that frontliner of just being like, hey, you know, I'm going in. Look at me, I'm all by myself. And Nighty coming out of the wings like a horror villain again, right? Like he's hit multiple Razor Cavalries. I expect to see even more.
Why did you have to say, hey, like that?
Do I make you uncomfortable?
Well, it definitely made Nongshim uncomfortable. But yeah, that was not a greeting they wanted to see. Because when Rock goes in, you know something is wrong. Rock does not do crazy things like that for no reason.
Yeah. And that's why Rock is so good, right? This team, the way that they've been able to gel with one another, the synergy, and when they, you know, coordinate the actual initiation, that's when they're truly shiny because they come in a hurry.
But is this the appropriate trade, though? That's the biggest thing. You're giving away the Shadow Overlord. You're giving Nongshim a chance to buy time in the game and to recover.
I think that they're okay with this because it's about the damage. Just burning through towers, they know that Rock can be that frontliner, that it doesn't really matter because it's going to take a little bit for the Vanguards to be there. They got free 2 towers, right? I think that they'll be very happy with that trade.
Yeah, it's completely empty now, right? No more T2s across the map for the side of Nongshim Redforce. So T3s are your only line of defense, and regardless of whether you have the T3s or not, it doesn't stop Clue from just being a menace, right? The cannon blasts have been on point, making sure that they catch the stuns onto the side of Nongshim. And I think that's the biggest thing. You have to pay attention to Clue, you have to pay attention to Rock and Hylang, which leaves you completely unaware to where Nighty is.
And for that, you need to just ensure that your positioning isn't together. Because if you get like a multi-man cannon blast, that might just be a team fight like loss, right? You got to be super careful with your positioning so you don't get caught out. It will be key. And this is, again, why the Moats pick is just super annoying to deal with.
And we saw that, like, Illusion, look, he was defending, by the way. He's not even being aggressive. Defending, he lost half his life.
Yeah, it looks like now they're going to go with the Invincible Warrior fighting Siri. The Cannon Blast, just the very edge, gets a flash out of Siri. So it's a little bit of value, but his Invincible Warrior is on cooldown as well.
But look at the bait. It's one ultimate for the usage of so many skills. Siri doesn't have his ultimate, Namu also doesn't have it, and Illusion doesn't have it. So right now, Nongshim, for the next, what, 15, 16 seconds, it's a very tight spot to be in.
Very tight and no space. I mean, the lanes, all three are kind of pushing out to the river, so they have a little bit of time. But this is, they're going into their jungle. They're seeing it, it's completely empty. It's been plundered, if you will. VP have taken everything from them. So again, Nongshim not getting any value of just being able to leave their base.
Yeah, they can't. And no more Crimson as well. This is just a pushback. If they get a kill, it's a perk, right? They don't really want to over-aggress. It's all about making sure they have the space, they get the wave clear as well, and then they can finally do the damage.
Slowly take them down, right? Cut the creeps, if anything. But Hailong looking for that Ruined and trying to find at least Rattel, not able to find it. And now he's under tower. Rock with that Invincible Warrior is not invincible anymore as he goes down. But Haku is so low, Rattel will go down. And now Nighty tries to get the heroic charge, pushing him out. He actually flashes on back in. Namu will be killed as well. Nighty slicing him down, but he trades his life away. It's a 2 for 2.
Okay, but this is a silver lining for the side of Nongshim, right? So no rock, there is a potential that Haku can go on a killing spree here and really get a couple of nice ones. But thankfully for the side of VP, they're going to be able to retreat quite cleanly. Pigo, though, I'm curious to see what kind of damage he can do. Oh, that's quite a lot.
Quite a lot, but Siri's there, right? So I think that, you know, Haku can still be up front. He doesn't have to play completely scared, but now with the numbers changing, Hailong has definitely showed up. Nongshim are like, okay, we got to get out of this. But yeah, they got a couple kills, but they didn't get any objectives.
Yep, it's so difficult, right? Essentially, no, there's no turrets. I was like, okay, maybe you take a look at the map. No, they don't have a single turret taken down. And if you take a look at T-Gold, he's at the top of the gold charge. The main concern here is that he actually is able to melt Haku down. So once they have the CC, this game might be over.
Oh, Rock looking to just end it. The Invincible Warrior is now going to be popped. He finds the backside, and it looks like that's going to be a decent amount. He's taking quite a bit. The Cannon Blast controls, gets Illusion. The box is going to be used, and it looks like Rattel trying to flash away, trying to get the safety, and he's just barely there. The Razor Cavalry from Nighty, on point, on time, everything that you want. Nighty is always there.
There's no way they get the triple kill on the T-Gold as well, and now the base is completely open. 5 members down. It's an ace. This game is over. VP will take this one.
What a great game by VP, but Nighty, that perfect timing, and they're like, oh, you're looking to fight there? That's not the greatest spot to be in. And VP making them pay yet again. They're going to be up to match point.
Crazy game. We talked about this just now. Whoever gets this win in this 5th game now is at series point. VP, the pressure has all been transferred over to the shoulders of Nongshim Redforce.
All right, I feel like I need to call Nongshim yet again. Be like, hey, this is what you did wrong, right? You let Fred get into your base. He's taking tower shots. Fred is a problem. But, okay, another piece, Haku, I think that he was kind of focused, you know, on this one. He didn't really have a great game, got really behind. It comes back to just Rock outclassing him in terms of that jungle. But a great game also by Hailong to kind of create that space and create that havoc.
Yeah, we see a completely different Mai playstyle here, right? Most of the Mai's we're looking for is the initial setup. But the way that Hailong played his Mai was more of a cover fire, right? Because it was actually his Clash Leader, Nighty, that was making the aggressive moves on the other parts of the map. And it meant that Rattel had to answer. And every time Rattel tried to catch Nighty out, Hailong was there with the return fire. And it made life so uncomfortable for Rattel.
He didn't have a great game, right? He was kind of struggling to find the perfect moment to kind of get that stun-ins with his whatevers. It just kind of, you know, it did seem like he was 100% comfortable on that hero, if anything, right? Because the positioning made it very difficult for him to find anything, and at the same time, it didn't seem like he wanted to go in. Rattel got focused as well. They kind of struggled in this game throughout.
I think it's really because of the draft, right? Illusion picking up the shoe is not a wrong choice, nor is it a bad choice, but it's a difficult choice because if Illusion doesn't have the ability to be able to set the fights for the team, they start off at a deficit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Clue, what a fantastic game. The Mozi has really showed up for both sides today, right? Namu showed us in the first game itself how potent this pick can be. Clue is going to repeat that performance in this game number 5. And what a comeback. Okay, it's not the biggest of leads and longest of leads, probably for what, 2 minutes? Okay, wait, 2 minutes is a long time depending on what you're talking about. But VP, what a game.
I mean, 2 minutes, it's debatable, right, as of how long it truly is. But I think that, to your point, I mean, Nongshim, like, they had their moments. I mean, they got first blood, they got a little bit of a head start. You're kind of thinking things are good, but this is kind of where that moment, things went a bit sour, right? Once they were able to find Haku, he, you know, sidestepped the Conductor's Souls, staying alive, and Rock being that guy, which is why this Kaiser is so annoying to deal with, because it's like, yeah, you get on, but he's so tanky, you can't deal with him.
And 90 this game, the amount of flanks that this guy got, I mean, it's crazy. Because he was also one of the big winning conditions. Even if he gives his life, somehow VP has gotten that big goal lead for the side of T-Gold, and he's able to finish the job with the constant stuns by Clue as well. Highland getting the pokes in, everything going to their benefit, right? VP is really strong in making sure that they have very offensive trades, and it's a great value to have.
A lot of value. I mean, like 90 right there, yeah, he trades his life away, but he's just making so many plays. This is that fight. They get caught together and Rock herds them. They're like, okay, we decide to fight here, but they're grouped up, and look at 90. Going the long way around. Rattel deciding to go for the back line himself. 90 look for the wrap around all the way, cutting off the angle of the tree. Boom! Razor Cavalry on the 4. That is a picture-perfect play by 90.
Yeah, I mean, then it really comes down to the timing of the decision, right? Because Rattel, what he was doing, that was the right call, right? You want to go into the backlines, gather everyone together, but Nongshim were not in fighting form. They didn't have their cooldowns off. They didn't have the skills ready. So once again, MVP Rock, he was a decisive guy on the Demon Blade Kaiser here, 4-1 and 12. Taking 34% of the hero's damage dealt from Nongshim onto his own body, allowing for the flank to come in. Good team play here.
Great team play. I mean, the amount of stuns he had in the chase, right? He was just constantly just hounding on people, chasing after them, and just being the frontliner that you would expected Haku on the Ogren to be, right? He was actually playing a better Ogren than Ogren himself, right? I think he just had a great game, but again, it came down to the net worth. They just were really just too far ahead.
Yeah, it's a 2-minute fight, and a 2-minute fight is very long because, yeah, just to be clear, I'm talking about planking, right? Planking is really hard to do. You can't even last for a minute.
Okay, I thought you were talking about something else. 2 minutes or 1 minute. But planking is also difficult for that long, right?
Yeah.
Definitely something that, we'll continue on as we talk about other things that don't just take 1 minute or 2 minutes. But in terms of this game, right, I think we're, like, is it more of like a draft issue? Like the Luara, it didn't seem like it had too much value. They didn't really have enough space for Haku. Like on the Nongshim side, what would you fix?
Nothing. Honestly, I would change nothing in that part. It really is an execution error because the idea of it does make sense, but it requires you to be able to take certain risks. And, with the stakes being so high at this point, it's grand final slot available. You don't want to lose this game, so there is additional pressure. And to make matters worse, unfortunately for the side of Nongshim, this is where the pressure cooker really starts to cave in because this was supposed to be a game. They were expecting a catch from Illusion and hopefully for Haku to maximize the efficiency of him being the focal point of the team fights so that Rattel can find the backline. Same formula for VP, it's just that execution was just a little bit simpler because of the Mortar pick.
It's definitely helped them out. And I think that you're seeing just all of the heroes that have been picked in thus far. This global ban pick format has just made things very interesting and dynamic. And now we go into game 6. This is the last game before we go to Ultimate Battle, which everything is kind of reset and you're able to pick whatever hero you want. But we're kind of digging deep in terms of the hero pool. Like, are they able to find something that makes a little bit of sense that, can take on VP as they go in? Because this is a pivotal game here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I didn't manage to get a catch, but I believe we have had Chicha on both sides, right?
I don't think we've seen it on the Nongshim side. I don't remember.
Then in that case, it has to be a Chicha game, right? Like, I think game number 6, this is your lifeline here. You have to tie things up. This is the time to bring out the heavy hitters, right? Pick up the Chicha, pick up the Nerta, like this combinations to explore now.
Still options, which is what you're saying, right? I think that's going in. Nongshim are going to look to pick first on this one, really set the tone, get something that they really like, because again, must win. Okay, let's kind of give the viewers back home a little bit of a, a recap in terms of where we are, because if VP win this, yes, they're in the grand finals. Yes, you're top 2 guaranteed, but it also guarantees you a slot into KWC, which, if you think about it, could actually add up to way more than the prize pool. Not to say that the prize pool isn't huge already, but it could be way more opportunities for a team. So that's what they're really fighting for, at least to get to that grand finals, I would say.
Yeah, you definitely want to secure your slots into KWC, right? That is one of the biggest mid-year events we have in Honor of Kings. And to be able to qualify for that off of the early parts of this particular game, best of 7, look, it eases a lot of pressure off your backs, because for the team that loses in this best of 7, you now have to really go into consideration. Now, there is a chance we might lose our slot if we don't perform well in another best of 7. This is a battle of like a mental warfare and physical fatigue.
Actually, because you have to play another best of 7 right after this, right? And you know Vicious Esports, those guys are so cool, calm, and collected. They're waiting in the wings, just being like, hey, like they have a bit of an advantage in that sense of that they don't have to play 2 matches back to back, and they're actually getting intel watching this game right now, this series, to see what sort of heroes and playstyles that you're going to be bringing. So they're going to be fresh. The team that loses one will not be fresh, so not a good situation for them. And if they were to lose that one, they would be out, wouldn't even make the KWC because they didn't make the grand finals. That would be an absolute disaster for either of these squads.
Which hurts, right? Especially for Nongshim. Imagine doing so well in the tournament just to fall at the last moment. And that has been the story of Nongshim, at least at the start of this year, right? KIS4, they did really well to recover, got into grand finals, but they couldn't win that. So what's a better choice than to get yourself into that prior position first?
At the same time, you control your destiny, right? Win out. Don't fight for that. Don't worry about the lower brackets. Just find a way to at least take this game down. Get yourself into that ultimate battle so that you can kind of go for that coin flip, that 50-50. Give yourself a true chance. Yes, the other option and the path is way more difficult. Definitely don't want to be there, but you have a formidable opponent ahead of you. You got to take this one down first.
Okay, but I'll be clear about this. VP right now, very huge advantage in draft, right? The Aguro pick is a big counter against Ahaya, because once she drops the Gorge mobilization, it removes the effect of the Moonscape Mirage. So essentially, during those smite battles, Illusion is not going to find value in getting rocked if this is a jungle Aguro.
At the same time, you have the Namu 3 Lian Po, which can potentially Tremor Smash. Obviously, Zhang Fei or Lapu would have been a better target because it's much easier to hit your ults when they come out of that Mirage, but that's kind of the setup. But at the same time, now when you have the Haya, this is something that they're looking to just isolate. Maybe you take somebody out. You're looking to fight with all the rest of the 4 members, though.
This is a very, very difficult game, I feel. Like, right now, VP, they can go for the Nerza pick. They pick up the Dongwang. Okay, that's curious. I like this, and okay, but this is because I play the Dongwang on a smite basis, right? It's very disgusting to play against.
And
so
I
should
go on.
Okay, but I like this. Now, humor me on this. Would you prefer Aguro in the jungle, or would you want it? Okay, is it jungle? Wait,
it's got to be because of Flipboard Marksman, right?
Yeah,
you have to. But I mean, to your point, it was kind of like it's the setup for the dealing with the Mirage that happens to expire. But now Nongshim, game 6, they've been saving it the entire time. They're going to go with the pay. Haku, this is going to be about being. Okay, Chicha in the clash lane, Fang in the farm lane. I love it. They have a ton of damage. They're going to look to burst it down.
Actually, it could go both ways as well, right? Fang does monstrously well in the jungle because she actually has a passive that allows her to deal more, or him to deal more damage in the jungle department against monsters. And VP actually go for Garden Mole. So there's quite a bit of burst damage here, which is kind of scary against Nongshim because heroes like Chicha and the Fang fall really quickly to Garden Mole when she gets the full ultimate.
So Ganon Mo is going to be target number one. We've seen it where Illusion likes to isolate the Ganon Mo, fight in the pit, in Purgatory with the Ganon Mo, because it's kind of harder to hit the blades when you're 1v1. It's not the easiest. But if he's not able to hit the Ganon Mo with the Mirage, you know that Hailang is just going to be waiting to set up the perfect blades for whoever comes out of the Mirage, and will just instantly delete you.
Yeah, and the other possible setup that we might be looking for is more of a sacrificial play, but Clue can use the Forsaken Contract, and you know that's a free ultimate because the Forsaken Contract takes like 2 seconds or something like that, and Hailang is not gonna miss when you have 2 seconds to aim on a target.
He's going to be a sniper on this hero here. But game 6, everything on the line. Nongshim, if they were to lose this, they drop down, potentially playing vicious Esports. This is a must-win game. They need to send it to an ultimate battle here. This is going to be a great game, number 6.
Yeah, this game can't go late game for the side of VP, I feel. Late game, this is so difficult to deal with. Siri can one-shot Ego, actually.
Yeah, he will definitely have a hard time. The blade's already kind of not hitting too much, but Illusion being aggressive. And this is what you want. You want to see Haku looking to invade. He's got help on the way, and from both sides now.
First blood.
Now the smite away. Looks like Rock just barely taking it out. Illusion gets pulled. He gets the wrong way, and it looks like he's going to be killed on this. Haku tries to pounce, but he too will give up another kill. And it looks like VP has taken everything as they want the Azure Golem as well.
That's a horrible start for the side of Nongshim. And no, this is the worst possible situation. They get punished for their aggression. Clue actually steals away the Azure buff from the side of Nongshim. So Haku, this entire early game that is supposed to be the strength of a pay is non-existent.
Non-existent whatsoever. Absolute disaster of a start. We're not even 2 minutes into this game, and he's given up 3 kills. All the buffs have gone the way of VP, and you're kind of like, okay, how do we get back in this game now? I mean, Haku is going to be slowed down incredibly. He does have a Crimson, he has the red buff, so he has a little bit of chance in terms of the damage department, but he's really going to struggle now.
No, you don't win. Ratel has a EXP differential against 90, okay? So they're gonna try and put Namu at the top to make sure that they can win a 2v1, but at the bottom side, you're getting free damage. Siri cannot last in a multi-man fight here. 90 has his ultimate, he doesn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't care on that sense, but the bottom T1 already taking a lot of chip damage as well. VP, this is also a problem. When you see an Agudo, it's like, okay, you win a team fight, you just like take down a tower because the wild growth, that push potential is just too strong.
Yeah, it's too much. You can actually get free turret damage as well. And this is a difficult position because we're 2 minutes in. It's a 2,000 gold lead. And right now, they already know about the rotation timing on the side of VP's Crimson buff. So the VP have made sure that they are able to secure that for themselves. Now the pressure's on Nongshim. The Azure buff, they know the timing of this.
Taking everything, I mean, the Dark Impact with the zones, looks like that spacing, I mean, even if you're coming out of the Mirage, you have the Dongwon as well. You just have so many different stuns available, and 90 doing a decent amount or taking a decent amount from Mattel. Needs to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, it's a big cause of concern. Right now, Clue has vision on 2 different members, Namu as well as Ratel. Do you really want to start a fight here? Because they have all the options on the side of VP. Like, I feel so scared for Nongshim. They have to be really careful. They're walking on thin ice here.
I mean, giving up any sort of kill at this point, it just will ultimately put you much deeper in the hole. You're going to really struggle to find anything. So you need to play safe. You need to just kind of stick to the farm. Maybe you get a slight edge, at least in the top lane, some sort of farm so that you can kind of catch back up because you're only down 1.3k. I mean, yes, it's only 3 minutes in, but you got to be somewhat positive about the situation.
Okay, I am pretty optimistic, but you know what? I have to be realistic as well, right? Illusion leveled gap between him and Hailang. Ratel actually, recovered against 90. But this 4-minute mark is the one that I'm curious, right? Because Illusion needs to find value, but I'm not sure where he can find it.
Oh, they're deciding to go. It's a little bit of pressure on the top lane. Nighty sensed it out. I mean, the way he was positioned all the way at the wall, because that brush was potentially, had somebody from Nongshim, and he was correct on that one. So he does get on out. And now with the 4-minute marker, and it looks like the Tyrants are going to be fortified, at least for this next position here.
VP is making all the right moves, right? They were expecting, look, Nongshim was fully ready to give away the Tyrant so that they could take the T1 at the top. But VP understood this, and they actually made the rotation to protect 90. So right now, it's going to be a tussle. Whoever gets the first kill in this exchange, there we go.
Oh, with that arrow storm, the suppression is going to be on point, and then Furball just lands on top of him, but Teagle getting the kill. What a great ambush by VP here.
Yeah, great ambush. So here's the rewards. They get the T1 at the bottom. It is going to be traded for the T1 at the top, but they also get the Tyrant. So everything, once again, it's an advantage for the side of VP. They also have access into their own buff, and there is no Crimson Golem to be stolen from their side of the jungle. So Nongshim, once again, left with lesser options across the map.
The kill turned into the tower of the objective, into another objective. That was just win-win-win, right? Like, that was the perfect play when you're going for kills. I mean, for the folks that are at home watching, and you're kind of like, oh, rank games, like, how do I win more? It's like, yeah, you can get your kills, but you got to turn it into something. You got to transition. And the way that VP have done that, this is textbook in terms of just building a lead and taking control of this game.
Yeah, and this is going to add on to more pressure. It's 4 kills for the side of VP. We talk about, yes, kills aren't that important. As important as taking objectives across the map, right? So right now, Nongshim, they're making a good play here, taking T1 at the bottom side, but it's going to be immediately traded out by VP. So once again, the advantage is reset. VP just playing this game so cleanly.
At the same time, Nongshim have to just take whatever's given to them. The space was there in the bottom T1. They'll take that, right? You have to take what's given to you so that you don't fall further behind. But Nongshim at the same time, now they need to figure out a way. I mean, it's 6 minutes in. Find some way to get on top of T-Gold. He's not really farming. I mean, if anything, they're looking to invade your jungle, which is going to be tough for Nongshim here.
I don't think they'll find Higo at all, right? The bigger problem is Hailang is one problem, but the biggest one to me, it's 90 and Clue. Because 90 is going to flank the heck out of you, and Clue's just going to make sure that Tigo survives. And whoever he catches, it almost spells instant death. Siri though. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's going to get on out of this, and he's not going to be there for that Crimson fight when it does, the Crimson Golem, when it does show up in about 13 seconds. So this is another window of opportunity. Haku needs to find ways to farm, use his mobility, and use that early game spike. Yes, you're behind, but you got to come back somehow.
Yeah, and Rattel.
Yeah, and Rattel. Top lane is pushing though, so 90 actually has to recover, so a little bit of an opening there.
Okay, they're gonna try.
They find T-Gold. Oh, they threw him in. I think he's in the Mirage, and it will be picked off, but Namu will trade his life away. Illusion just now running for his life. He's gonna be chased after, slowed down. Wild Growth is gonna be enough to double kill going the way of Rock.
Yep. They shut down every option, right? Once again, okay, we get T-Gold or we lose T-Gold on the side of VP, but we get Namu and Illusion, we defend the top T2, and now the mid T1 is under pressure because there is still potential for Hailang to one-shot Siri because we are still way ahead in terms of farm.
At the same time, you're forcing rotations, you're forcing people to go after Illusion and Namu, who are not the end carry. They're not the end game, if you will. So if you're able to slow them down in some fashion, obviously Rock is a problem, but T-Gold is probably the guy, right? It's not the worst thing in the world. Again, trying to stay positive about a dire situation and a bad one that they're in.
I don't think they can last this defense for too long. With that, they will be able to get quite a lot of free damage. And once again, simple work from the side of VP, just making sure that they understand or letting you understand the strength of the draft. They can take turrets really quickly and they can make kills happen instantly as well. Siri, Illusion, Rattel, and Haku, they're all at risk of being one-shot by Hailang.
Not letting me know, I already know, and letting you know, right? I think that let's be very clear with the verbiage here, but now 90 is actually going to be there. It looks like the suppression, they've got the control on the Namu, they find it, but now Rock, he's going to be sent into the Mirage. Haku, though, is going to be chased away. The Blaze is going to do a little bit of work onto him, and 90 with the final frenzy will survive, and Rock gets killed in the Mirage, but now Illusion will trade his life away.
Yep, it's still the same. It's a 2-for-1. You get the jungler, but yep, look, the map is still in the favor. How do you win this? It's so difficult.
It's very difficult indeed. I mean, that's the biggest problem. They haven't been able to find somebody else. Like, they thought they had Nighty, but with that secondary life, it's been so tough to take him down. I mean, Illusion, I think that it's okay. Like, trading away Illusion and Namu is kind of like a throw-in. It's kind of like a 1-for-1 at this stage because they're both kind of poor on that sense. But getting Rock and T-Gold, these are the guys that they need to target.
I mean, there's too many options, right? Look, Hailang can take a solo neutral objective by himself. This is one of the things that I really love about Garden Mode, right? Pre-10 minutes, you can solo it, no problem, really quickly as well. And the fact that, you know, Hailang has gone for the full damage build, I like this a lot. And, you know, we were talking about the Venomous stuff coming in, anti-heals. Who cares about that? Let's just go full damage.
Well, there's a decent amount of heal from VP, right? I think that at least somebody needs to get it. Maybe Illusion, before he like pops his Mirage, he like potentially hits people, right? I think that you need to kind of add that on. It will definitely help out because this VP lineup is looking to roll, and they're continuing to just do so because of the sustain and the team fight capability that they have.
I don't know. It's a tough one for me because right now, like, they don't really have the best tank on the side of Redforce. Okay.
That's a good win by Rattel. He's trying to recall on back, but now with the suppression, they have a little bit of the control. Clue doing a little bit of work in terms of just controlling Namu, who will get picked off, and Rattel on the side gets the snipe shot, killing off Clue, and that's going to be a great start. Moonscape Mirage, it looks like Hailang has been killed as well, and Nongshim finding 3 kills to 1, as well as the bottom T2. They're trying to come back in this one.
Lovely work. This is what you said, right? They want to be in control of their own destiny. And this is exactly what they need to do.
Being able to take that one, that's a huge turn of events for them. They've really chipped back into this armor, or this net worth lead, excuse me. They're down about 400 gold after all of that. But DJ Kin, please break this one down.
This nice lockdown on the 90 was great, right? The lifesteal coming out from the side of Rattel. We talked about, okay, where's the anti-heal? Okay, this is a situation where you need anti-heal. But for 90 as well, I'm not sure whether that fits into the kit. And while that was happening, because of the fact that Rattel was able to stay alive, he also gets the lifesteal back in the next part of that fight, which was how they won, right? Because Clue had already expended his Forsaken contract. There was no more big win condition. And Hailang, T-Gold, as well as Rock, this exposes one of the core weaknesses of this lineup. They're not very tanky.
Not very tanky at all. And I mean, if you're looking at the side of Nongshim, they have a lot of potential damage dealers. Like, I mean, Haku, Rattel, like Illusion to a degree, and as well as Siri, which we haven't really seen hit that critical mass as of yet in terms of items. But this is a scary lineup. They're able to burst you. So they've kind of weathered the storm. They have a lead now. Things have shifted, but is it enough for Nongshim to really take the fight now to VP?
It's all about the positioning at this point, right? The positioning is what changes the fate of the game. Because right now, if Hailang gets a one-shot onto any of the core members, especially Rattel, I think that changes the fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, if Siri and Rattel are able to get those free hits in without taking too much damage, then, you know, it's disaster for VP. So it really is, dancing on a nice edge for both teams.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And that's been like the state of the game, right? VP, things were starting to look very good for them. They were steamrolling, and now it, like, Nongshim weathered the storm. They're back in. They have a bit of a lead. They're taking big objectives as well. VP right now on the defensive, and you're kind of thinking, wow, Game 6, Nongshim, this is exactly where we wanted to see them, with a bit of a lead.
I mean, I would have preferred a stronger foothold in terms of what the advantage could be, but both teams now, they understand this, right? In order to have a great game, you have to take a great risk as well. Here we go. How? Use? Who do they want?
Oh, they're looking to go for Haku, but they're not able to catch him. They're completely whipped out on this. Now Illusion actually finding Clue. He's going to throw the Mirage. He wants to go. Nice little stun. The Trevor Smash is going to be real. And now it's going to be a little bit of control onto Hailang. He dashes around the blades, but now the final frenzy is going to be on point. And 90 is solo, but Clue is the first to fall, and it looks like that's the only one thus far. But Nongshim with a nice catch.
What did I say? This is all about positioning. Clue actually went in for the catch, but nobody was there to follow up on that final hit. So that was a huge concern. And right now, it really is this slightest of differences here.
The slightest piece, right? And going in, you're seeing the value of this Nongshim lineup. Why, whenever you play against Nongshim, teams usually band out the Haya because Illusion, he's so oppressive with it. He's able to find the right target and at the perfect time, and the rest of the team is there to follow up. They've kind of mastered the Haya playstyle.
The biggest thing is he's actually getting the catches on the P-goal, right? Yes, there are moments where he catches Rock out, but that's not the primary target.
Yeah.
You get P-goal out of the fight, you don't really have the biggest amount of damage, right? Hailang can deal damage, but the same is opposite, which is he's really easy to take down.
True. And also Hailang it's kind of like a bursty style, right? It doesn't have that sustain where like the Arrow Storm when you have T-Gold onto multiple heroes as well. So it's going to be a much, he needs to stay to the backline. Use his range to that advantage.
It's a glass cannon. And, just a simple knock, you're out. And talking about simple knocks, they have Haku and Siri and Rattel. These three members can delete Hailang off of the game really quickly as well.
And now VP right now, they're on the defensive with all three lanes pushing. They can't even just kind of spot out the Overlord. So there's even more in favor of Nongshim as these Vanguards will push and make life difficult for VP.
I mean, we asked for one chance, right? Nongshim wanted it. This is the one chance they're looking for. Illusion here, keeping himself hidden in the brushes. Who does he want to catch here? What's that view?
Well, he wants to catch everyone. Well, Nighty actually will just be getting out of this one. Illusion does not really want Nighty. That's probably one target he doesn't want. But again, space created, Siri will just burn this mid T2 quickly.
Yeah, to be honest, if I had a choice, if I was Illusion, I would want to catch Hailang, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone else can be easily taken down.
True. I mean, he's the problem. But he's always in the backline. Look at how far back he is. And now with that Arrow Storm onto the Shadow Vanguard here, Rock just trying to deal with him. And it looks like the Mirage will be taking Rock to Purgatory as we find out exactly how that one plays out. But VP looking to wrap around. Haku's not in the fight as well. But Illusion gets picked off by Rock. No. And it seems like a little bit of an issue there as Rock comes out of that one basically unscathed.
Okay, but he get a freebie. Haku might give his life for this one.
Yeah, he's actually trying to pounce away. He's been slowed down. Nighty not letting him go. He flashes on forward, but Haku might have had too much speed. But space created. The top T3 taken down as well. It's a macro play, if anything.
Lovely map play, though. This is exactly what they need. So right now, VP are on the back foot. This is a complete 180. Now they've lost two T3s. They will be able to get Rattel. No, he makes it out. So no punishment that they wanted here.
Oh, but they find it. It looks like they find Nighty. The Final Frenzy is not going to be enough. It should be enough to kill Siri. Oh, he trades his life away, and Namu he watches his buddy just go down. But if anything, he got that revenge kill.
Okay, that's a silver lining for the side of Virtus Pro, because once the dust settles, then Nongshim still have the advantage. And I feel like this game might be our first Tempest game of the day, which is really surprising considering the fact that both these teams are kind of equally matched so far.
I mean, it's been brewing, right? I think that both of these squads, they don't really have, okay, the Moonscape Mirage is going to be used already, and he's got him kind of locked in. Clue taking a lot of damage. Can't seem to get away from Illusion, and with that spacing that's created, the Tremor Smash actually going to be a little off the mark, but they still find the kill on the Clue. That's a great win for them as Nighty was already down.
Yeah, the curious thing is Rattel actually survived that full-blown ultimate with the couple blades from Hailang. So we need to take a look at Rattel's itemization, because magic defense now would be one of the big win conditions that Nongshim have. If you can deal the damage by Hailang, it gives you a higher chance of survivability, increases the chance you can dive into the backlines of VP.
You're going to need that help right here. And Nighty is on the back foot as well. No bottom T3 to kind of hide behind. They're looking for the right target if they want to go. The Arrow Storm onto the minions, but the mid T3 taken down. They've opened it up, and Nongshim. Oh, is this a comeback win? Are we going to see an ultimate battle?
Yep. Are we going to see a reverse sweep? I mean, so many questions. and right now, VP, they're doing well to hold. And they have decent wave clear. So I believe we should be able to get to a Tempest game unless a huge mistake is done by either side.
If they catch somebody out from VP, right? I think that's going to be the moment. But all three lanes pushing at the same time. It's all hands on deck in terms of this defense to just deal with the minions, to tank them up. Clue is doing what he can. That's slow rolling for him, but they're constantly putting pressure on. This has got to be difficult for VP.
Yeah, it is, right? You can't even afford a singular mistake. That's the biggest thing. But at the same time, if VP takes a risk and they get a kill off of any of the different members on the side of Nongshim, especially Siri and Haku or Rattel, any one of these three could be a huge advantage for them.
If they're able to find it. But look at how they're just pushing in, going out, taking what they want, and at the same time, all three lanes have that forward scout. They know what's coming. They know that VP are hiding 5 men in that base, and they haven't even stepped out.
This game, I think at this moment of the game, it's all on Hailang. can he get a surprise snipe on any one of the members on the side of Nongshim?
But does he have enough damage? It seems like Nongshim have kind of are tanky enough, or they have the point where they're able to survive that onslaught. If anything, Hailang, I don't know if he has that yet.
I think he should have it. He's already 15. The biggest thing here is, oh wait, Series falling a little bit low.
Taking a lot on this one, but all three lanes pushing with that minion. The Moonscape Mirage is going to be used. Is he able to kind of outduel this one? He flashes away. Namu in that place. And it looks like they find Clue, who's taking a lot of damage. And now they come out of the Mirage, and it looks like Nighty's been killed. They're going to go Sage of Sanctuary just to stay alive. And Haku just pounces more, finds Hailang, and Nongshim have done it, and we're going to see an ultimate battle.
Welcome to our first ever ultimate battle in KML. Nongshim Redforce do the miracle, they make it happen, and VP will be brought to a game number 7.
Look, I kind of want to see just 14 games of just these two teams playing, because I think that we'll see a 14th game with how they've gone back and forth. Even in this one, Nongshim, you're kind of thinking, things were not looking good. How were they going to recover? VP were just too strong. They're able to snowball, but Nongshim just hung on. They understood the power of their draft. This Haya was able to isolate, get those pickoffs, to turn those fights for our favor.
Yeah, I'm just curious what is going through their minds at this point, because there is no truer 50-50 than an ultimate battle, right? You get to pick anything you want. You don't know what your opponents are going to pick, and this could be make or break, especially from the coach's perspective. Because what if you have done your homework? What if you know exactly what your opponents are going to pick? That would have been the easiest win in your life.
Yeah, if. I mean, there's a lot of questions, right? It's that whole, the blindfold match of, like, you don't really know what's coming, right? And that's what makes this ultimate battle so exciting, is that you're going to pick your best heroes. There's no fans. It's just blind pick, and you might even have the same heroes. In this one, is there a hero that you're like, this is a must pick for the team, a la the Athena of old?
I don't have one, but I have a coach that I want, and it's YK. YK was smiling so much. Like, we know him as the general of Nongshim Redforce, and this guy has brought Nongshim Redforce to multiple game number 7s, multiple ultimate battles. Has the record been good? Not really, to be honest, but he has consistently made good drafts with them. Right now, it's about the Nongshim players executing well. That's all.
Give yourself a chance, right? I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I mean, even going into the drafts of, like, even Game 6, where you saw like a Fang being thrown out there, Luara in Game 5, like, they've had to dig deep, and they find some heroes that generally are okay. I mean, I think Fang was just good enough in this one to take that win, but you don't see that from the other teams. To go into like a Game 6, you have to really dig deep, and I think Coach YK really sets up the team for success.
Yeah, just truly understanding what the win conditions of the hero are, right? Meaning, if you have an advantage, right? When Fang has an advantage, dude, he takes the neutral objectives as though cutting a hot knife through butter, right? Very quick, very, very painful, and a lot of burst damage. So with that being said, I think one of the prio picks down here, I'm curious whether you want to play something super fast case. I think the pay is definitely something that people would definitely look up to, right? We've seen how fast this can be.
Definitely. I think it's actually even from both ends. But it's like a game of chicken now, right? It's like, are you going to pick the pay? Okay, then I might pick my own counter. I might have my own style to kind of deal with this. But we've seen just both sides doing very well on the pay. I think that it's definitely something that they need to consider as they're, again, just looking for this blind pick here.
I think the history of our ultimate battles between, our regional teams so far has always been, it's all about the early game. How fast can we rush this game? Because I don't think teams are well equipped enough to be able to drag this to a Tempest game or whatsoever in the ultimate battle, because you have everything at your disposal.
Everything, and that's the biggest piece, right? It's like the team needs to be ready with a blind pick roster, but at the same time, it needs to have something that's going to counter what you think VP are going to bring. They have a lot of heroes at their disposal, so to speak. I mean, is Nighty going to go with his Charlotte? Is Hailang going to go with his Gan and Mo? Like what, or Mai? Or like, there's a lot of questions as you go into this pick. It's going to be super interesting to see exactly what they end up with.
Yeah, because, previously when we take a look at like players like Clue, it was, okay, he will play the Zhang Fei, right? That was always his main hero that we were looking at. And Zhang Fei has great synergies with the hero like Yu Xing. And even today, Hailang has shown like a great promise with Hailang. He outplayed the heck out of Nongshim in that win. At the same time, for the side of Nongshim, do we see very unorthodox drafts coming up? We know Ying is one of the pocket picks that Haku can use. Haku's Organ, while it did not really show up today, is also something that's really scary.
I mean, that could be the biggest piece, right? It's just being scary enough for, you know, having a roster that, you know, is able to overcome and hit Game 7. This is a pivotal one. There's a lot at stake, right? You win, like, literally this game, you're in the KWC. That is massive, right? It's going to alleviate so much of the pressure. The Grand Finals is also going to be a great one to fight for tomorrow, but that's a whole nother day. Right now, it's about this opponent winning this one game to take away that stress and that pressure.
Definitely. So, I mean, let's brainstorm a little bit since we're left with, what, half a minute left. Would you prefer a fast game early, a fast game jungle, or would you want to hang on and play for the late game?
I mean, for me, I would say go early. I think they go speedy, take that early game lead, and then kind of close out the game. I think that's usually my play style, right? Because you know if the other team were to go early, then you're kind of screwed. You have to play like the mid to late, and you have to somehow survive. So go in with that heavy hand early. Try to go with that early game lineup.
All right, that's a wonderful strategy, right? But completely different from mine because my early game sucks. So I'm kind of like, all right, guys, we're going to hang on, going to let the boat rock and hope for the late game, right? That's where people make the most mistakes. It's a clinical time, a very critical time as well. So once again, they have locked in their rosters. We will have the review after this. But welcome back. This is game number 7. If you have just joined us, we are now watching the match between Virtus Pro as well as Nongshim Redforce. The prize here is being one of the grand finalists, a slot secured for KWC. Yes, no?
No? Okay. All right.
Yeah. So this is going to be really interesting at this point because we're going to take a look at the stats going on for this game number 6. So Nongshim Redforce actually pulled this one out of the bag against VP. And the biggest question was, did this draft make sense to have on the side of Virtus Pro, right? Clue taking up the Donghuang, what was that idea behind it? Because he didn't really find the value at the Donghuang coming into the game here. 1, 4, and 8, that was a difficult solution to play out of. Nongshim, on the other hand, they took a huge risk because they placed Siri in the farm lane with the Fang. They took a secondary marksman in the clash lane from Ratel as a fighter farm lane. And of course, with that, they were hoping for Illusion to get the appropriate catches onto the lineup of Virtus Pro. So take a look at the stats here for the game itself. Ratel dealing over 90,000 worth of hero damage along with Siri. The moment they got past that wall, which was that middle part of the game, the neutral objectives were clean cut for the side of Nongshim.
They definitely did very well. I mean, just being able to find ways to come back into that one, that would speak volumes about the team's resilience, to not panic, right? They were losing, they were really struggling, they had a tough time, but being able to find ways to get back in, that's like a championship level skill. And we see it time and time again from Nongshim, and the way that they were able to do it, this is that goal graph. It was a roller coaster, if you will, Nongshim finding ways to come back in.
Yep, a potential reverse sweep here on the hands of Nongshim. They were dealt that card by VP, right? It was looking good. At that point in time, it was still a best of 5. Nongshim were leading 2-0, and then they got reverse swept 3-2. Right now, the story is almost the same for the side of Nongshim.
I mean, giving up 3 kills and then losing the Crimson Golem in that first minute, like that first jungle invade, and you're like, okay, is this team gonna win or not? I would have been like, oh, 9 times out of 10, I'd be like, that team loses, right? There's no way that they can come back from that. But Nongshim finding ways, somehow. They're down 1-6 at this point. Things are looking bad, getting even worse. I mean, and somehow, Nongshim were able to survive.
Now, based on pro play, right, most of the time, if this is the situation we find ourselves in, I would have said 10 out of 10, you lose, right? But at the same time, as a professional player, it's a never give up attitude, right? You never let an early deficit stop you from achieving the end game state, which was what Nongshim did perfectly in this one.
And that's why it's impressive, right? And just being able to just come back. You're thinking, how do they do that? And it kind of starts lists. It's like the individual pickoffs. Like Rattel was able to solo 90, and that kind of turned things, you know, to their favor, right? And we were talking about how when Illusion and Namu would sacrifice themselves for like T-Gold or Rock, and those are higher value in terms of the net worth chain. And being able to take them down, slow them down, means that you or your own farm laner or jungle is able to catch back up.
Yeah, the biggest difference maker was the fact that they got 2 key 3s, right? It was so difficult to deal with. And this means it was guaranteed neutral objectives for the side of Nongshim. And once they had that macro advantage, teamfight no problem. They had so much burst. They had Haku, Rattel, as well as Siri. 3 different heroes. Chicha with the pay and with the farm, and of course with that, Rattel. He was the catalyst and the foundation that they started off the comeback with, because Rattel was actually able to handle 2v1s, 1v1s as well, solo kills onto the different members on the side of Virtus Pro.
What a beast, right, by Rattel. And it adds so much flexibility to the team when you're able to kind of have your Clash laner be able to play the Chicha as well, because it could go anywhere. And now you're playing mind games in the draft, and being able to play it at such a high level like you just saw. I mean, he was 5-1-3. He was able to just solo Nighty, and Nighty had a tough time because he wasn't able to outduel him. And then now you're able to turn the game on its head. Just really well played by Rattel as well as the rest of Nongshim here.
Yep, and this puts us in a very curious position, because I believe we are the first professional league out there to be able to experience best of 7s and a ultimate battle at that as well. So this then really opens up our doors in terms of, okay, what are the professionals thinking? What does the coaching staff feel, right? Chicha, Haya, these are big picks. We know how strong they are. Are we gonna get the Yango? Can we get a debut pick in the Yango as well? We have seen teams use this. Now, behind the scenes, we know about the potential of the Yango because that copying occult arts. What if you have the win condition reversed onto you? That's a big play.
Well, wouldn't you, like, I mean, you had so many opportunities to pick that hero earlier. Why would you kind of whip it out in the ultimate? I mean, yes, it'll throw everybody in for a bit of a loop, but I feel like if it was that ready to be like a pocket pick that you kind of like the trump card that you show, it would have been seen already.
I think not, because it's grand finals tomorrow. Why show all your cards now? I mean, if you could choose between first and second position, granted first and second are guaranteed a slot into KWC, wouldn't you want to be champion? There is more money.
True. I definitely agree. I mean, these 2 teams are going to play for, you know, the championship with their hearts content in terms of just like that willpower that you see. That's not going away. But I think in terms of the draft and just kind of picking something that might catch them out, I think that you would want something familiar, right? Like the Illusion Mai, I think is almost a God-given, you know, a gift for them because he's able to finally pick it. And Ultimate Battle is something that he likes. Like you're going to see a lot of tendencies that will carry over from games that we've seen and not throwing out a pick that they haven't seen thus far.
That's true. And of course, this then, you know, derives from a conversation we had a very long time ago in 2025, which was, I think this is also a very apt matchup, right? Game number 7, Ultimate Battle. This was the old king of the East Leagues versus the old kings of the West League. So it's an East versus West once again in the major leagues, but we actually get a definitive answer because they were the best out of the best and they are here now.
Actually, that's been the most exciting thing. And I don't want to discredit the fact that Clue and Rock both came from the East, but, you know, I think the majority right now has come from the West, if we're going to go down to the nitty-gritty in terms of the details. But this is why the KML is so great, is that you've kind of combined those leagues, and now we have the Super League, and you're seeing just like, there's not just one big, you know, elephant in the room now. You have multiple guys that you got to, in terms of teams and the play styles that you needed to kind of deal with. This is going to be an interesting Game 7 here.
Yeah, multiple elephants. I think we don't really have a lot of space left. So with that, I mean, at this point, we will do the review. So what's going to happen is we're going to do the reviews lane by lane, I believe. And we will take a look at what kind of matchups we'll have. Because I'm curious to see, with all the new heroes coming in, the new patch, the new stats, are we going to get a mirror matchup? Do we even get the new hero?
I think even from last year, probably the second half is kind of when you're seeing most of the teams pivot off and having their own wrinkle in terms of these types of ultimate battles. Like, you don't see 100% the same lineups anymore. I think we saw that more in 2024, if anything. But the teams have kind of figured things out that are like, actually, we don't like it, or, you know, I don't like the play style or whatever it is. But they're going to start off, it's going to be fatigues in both sides for now.
Okay, for good reason, I feel, right? Now, the new fatigue with the usage of the ultimate, you're able to get one more slash in, you get double the heal from your slashes, so that's good value, right? And then this really becomes a, like, skill matchup, because both of you are using the same heroes. There is no excuse for losing the fight other than the fact that you are better, or, you know, not as good. Now, VP, though, they pick up the Rock special. This is a pay, but Haku picks up the Yangjin. This is going to cost them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to cost them. But you know that Nongshim are going to go with the Dolia style. VP could kind of pivot in terms of what Clue ends up piloting on this one. But both of these, even in this series itself, Pei Rock was amazing. The Haku Yangjian was amazing on his side. But the Haya in both, we've seen just the power of this hero in the last game. Incredibly strong here. Hailong is like, oh god, this is going to be miserable.
Oh, okay. And also, both farm laners actually going for the early. They want to play with the positional advantages and the mobility of the early, right? The Parasolar, very adept at this. But the biggest question here is, what does Clue use? We know Namu is definitely going for the Dolia, right? It has to be. I mean, you would be throwing the game away if you didn't.
But I think that you're kind of setting yourself up for like a Haya, maybe like a Zhang Fei. Like Clue, I think that if you back on the wall, like, okay, Lapu Lapu, same diff, right? Having that Raging Sea right when they come out of that Mirage is going to be key. But I think it's going to be funny when you see like Hailong throw in an illusion into the Mirage, and then right when it ends, like the Raging Sea is about to happen, an illusion then throws Hailong into his Mirage. I think that there's going to be some next level plays on this one.
Actually, that would be quite interesting, right? Like, Hailong, what if they both use the Moonscape Mirage at the same time? Who goes into it? It's like, yeah.
Did you cast it? Did I cast it? It's like the Spider-Man meme, right? They're pointing at each other.
Who gets the 50% damage reduction? Is it you or me? Yeah, that would be interesting to see, right? Obviously, we know why Haya is picked in the mid lane. Haya is very strong in the early part of the game. The level 1 wave clear is definitely going to be really fast. And once again, we welcome you into the knockout stage. This is the final game of the series. Ultimate battle. The lineups have been set. Virtus Pro against Nongshim. Whoever wins proceeds to the grand finals, and they also get a secured slot into the Honor of Kings World Cup.
But loser of this one, I hate to call them that, well, they'll drop to the lower bracket finals. They're going to be waiting for Vicious Esports, who have been waiting. They're frothing at the mouth because they're well rested. They're good to go. They're just waiting to see whoever drops down, because you know that they're going to be not only tired, but also, you know, the mental fatigue might be a thing, exhaustion. There's a lot of other factors that might affect their play in that series.
Yep, and the biggest thing here, I think the main difference is, look, the jungling speed, Haku is not going to be as fast as Rock. Rock is going to progress much faster.
He's definitely going to have a good time, right? And Rock is always so efficient. There's going to be a lot of just like, you know, is he able to kind of outfarm and to keep on pace in terms of just like dominating with this pay that he's done throughout this entire series? Or is he going to be thwarted in some way? Because Nongshim, like, this is a guy that they need to prioritize. They need to slow him down in some fashion.
They definitely need to. And also one of the beauties of Ultimate Battle, it showcases and exposes how good of a player you really are, right? The 1v1s is a mirror matchup. There is no excuse. Siri has found the better of T-Gold so far.
He's done a better job in that sense. But this is where T-Gold needs to step up as well, right? The pressure's on both of these farm laners because, again, like, you sometimes when you have a lane matchup, you're like, he was just the better hero, he was meta, or whatever it was. But there are no excuses in this one. It's literally the exact same hero. Obviously, execution and rotations might affect that, but you're still 1v1 with the mirror.
Yes, definitely. And there really is no excuse to hide behind. And here we go. Potential first blood? No. He will stay the aggression for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like Haku just all the way doing a decent amount. The Mirage is going to be used. Now Nongshim need to kind of just rally the troops. Who's going to be surviving on this one? Rock is waiting in the wings as well, but Haku actually gets killed in the Mirage, and now they're going to have to just run off. I mean, that was first blood on this one, and the slashes are real, and Illusion has to use the healing dew.
Okay, we have learned from experience, this initial first blood might seem big, but Nongshim can have the potential to come back. So I'm going to just count this as a decent start for the side of VP, not be all end all just yet.
Not the end. I mean, we even saw it in the last game where Nongshim were like, they were down way further than that, right? Giving up way more early. But this is a situation now where Nongshim, hey, again, back foot, not a great spot to be. How do we excel and get back into this one?
Yeah, Illusion is such an irritant. Like he refuses to use his Moonscape Mirage, but he got so scared because he doesn't have the ability to escape. So well played by Illusion in this one.
Yeah, and this is that moment where you're kind of like, you know, he could use it at a moment's notice, and by not using it, you're kind of instilling that fear, as you rightly pointed out. So it could be like you're affecting his play where he's not able to be as comfortable being by himself in that bottom lane.
Yeah, essentially you force him to just play on an auto attack mode, right? And that helps you a lot as Siri. So with that, so far the gap is starting to get real. Siri has a slight level advantage against T-Gold. And in terms of farm, he's about 700 gold ahead.
About 400 gold in total in favor of VP right now, but now they're on the bit of a run. Illusion needs to be a bit careful with Hailong. Oh, he looks like they're going to chase him away. The Moonscape Mirage used by, I believe, Hailong thwarts him out, and now Haku decides to hound on forward, tries to deal with it. The Raging Sea is going to be completely whiffed on this one, and who comes out of this? And they find Hailong, and he will be killed. Nongshim makes him pay for using the Mirage.
Beautiful work by the side of Nongshim, right? This is why we can't count you out just as you get the first blood. This is 1-1 now, a more balanced game in this Ultimate Battle, game number 7.
He's done a great job. I mean, just being able to, like, Hailong, that was very aggressive, right? That Mirage, being able to pull him, and then it was not even where VP were. That was in the heart of where the positioning of Nongshim. So, very risky play. He thought he would have had a slight advantage, but again, when it's high on high, it's, you gotta kind of, it's a coin flip at the end of the day.
I mean, they're just in a swimming pool, right? They're splashing water at each other. Who gets the water into their eyes, and then once they do, it's like, oh, actually, I'm fine with water in my eyes.
Okay, all right. I don't think you have a problem in the swimming pool. Okay. So if you get now the Tyrants here, this is going to be the next big objective that they fight over. Right now, it seems like it's all Nongshim, as they're actually putting pressure on the bottom T1 in addition to taking the Tyrant game.
Okay, that's great work from the side of Nongshim, which is also why VP responds by getting that T1 wave clear at the top. Hopefully to be able to take the T1 at the top, but Raquel is there, and now this two-man rotation in the mid. This is not going to be any aggression available for the side of VP. They will get a little bit of damage done. No, not even a bit.
Not anything whatsoever. Rattel is like that farm lane. Like, he's completely taking over the northern side of the jungle as well. So he's going to be fat to a certain degree. So it's, I mean, Haku has been farming, but he's looking to invade. So they're always being efficient, taking everything across the map, even from what is on the opposing side. But now Haku with the Hound on forward, the Raging Sea actually only connecting onto one, but the Moonscape Mirage will be used. And it looks like Haku is taking a decent amount, but Hailong is looking to go. It's so close who comes out of this one, and Haku barely survives. Hailong has been killed.
Yo, Illusion, he's so good. He still has the restraint. He still has his Moonscape Mirage. And now the opening is available. They can actually get rid of 90 here. He does have the flash, but that matters little when you're inside the Moonscape Mirage.
It's all about these minions in this top lane if they were continue to push. Illusion just waiting in the wings. Who's going to be going around the jungle? 5 more seconds for that Azure Golem. So that could be a potential ambush. It doesn't look like he wants to risk it.
Yeah, Team Fred definitely has made a choice in terms of who he supports, right? He's going for the Nongshim play.
Yeah, and it's all about that play at this point. But now, VP right now just looking to go for that Azure because they have eyes on it, but it's going to be stolen away. Nongshim, these are the little wins that really help accelerate and, you know, exacerbate the situation for VP as they're down about 1.8k at this point.
Yeah, we were talking about individual gaps, right? And the fact that 90 was almost uncontested, but here we go, set up onto Haku.
Oh, Raging Sea, he eats that one. He shrugs that one off. There's not really much Rock can do at this point because the net worth has not been in his favor. He doesn't have those items as of yet, but he does have a level advantage over Haku.
But look at Siri. Siri has been making these little plays across the map to get the split push in. It's not a lot of, okay, actually it is a lot of damage. Almost half the health of the T2 at the top. And Nongshim have been able to find so much value. Siri also use the frenzy.
Yeah, he uses the Auto Stormer as well, but now he gets dove under, and T-Gold finally gets the pick off. They had 3 members there to help clean up, and Siri's down for the counts. And again, this is one where, again, I blame Kin more than anything else, because once you pointed out Siri having a good game, they go what? They go and they kill him. Huh.
All right, pay me money then. I won't talk about it.
Unfortunately, not going to happen, at least from my end, because, you know, again, I'm a neutral party in this situation, but still, top lane is going to be pushing. I think VP have done a great job of being able to bounce back, killing Siri, who needed to have been stymied in terms of this growth, because he was starting to get a little out of hand.
Yeah, it definitely was, right? Siri needs to be handled, and T-Gold has managed to recover a little bit of that EXP differential, so it's looking good. But the 1k net worth lead going to the hands of Nongshim, it needs to be addressed from the side of VP.
Haku looking to turn this. The Moonscape Mirage has been used, and Haku just going for the back line, goes for Hailong. It looks like he's going to be pulled away, so it's going to be Moonscape Mirage for Moonscape Mirage. It's 3-on-3. The Raging Sea is not going to actually connect. Illusion gets on out of this one, but Nighty has been picked off. The Azure Golem is going to be the next big target, but Hailong has been killed as well, and Nongshim finding 2 and invading the enemy jungle. Things have gone their way.
Completely unpunished from the side of Nongshim. While they did manage to secure that Azure buff, what is the cost, right? At this point, Nongshim, they're still winning the map overall. And with this goalie going to their hands, 1,500 gold, by the way. It's not the biggest, but it's still something that they can work around with.
I don't think VP really want to fight at this point. I think that Rock wants to be just left alone. Let the guy get his items before he fights. Nongshim are looking to kind of put that pressure on and just force fights more than anything else, which has gone in their favor because, you know, early they've somehow been able to kind of weather that storm of Rock's, you know, pay.
Yeah, I like this play as well. Like Siri taking a solo take, joined by Haku as well to secure this. This is going to be a deterrence play coming in from the side of Nongshim. Now they can stop VP from attempting that take onto the Overlord and, you know, potentially force another fight. They have the advantage anyway.
They definitely have an advantage. And I mean, the net worth is about 1.4. That's the biggest one. But Nongshim not able to, I mean, the wave clear from VP is actually pretty decent. So it's going to be tough to kind of get into any sort of towers to slow siege, if you will, because you just don't have minions.
In the late game, I don't know. It doesn't seem very well to me on the side of Virtus Pro, right? Like, Rock, is he really going to be the monster that he needs to be? Because Haku late game is a completely different beast.
I mean, he's up 2K at this point. So if there's, we're gonna find out, right? Is this pay gonna be good enough? Because he's gonna have those items. He's gonna hit like an absolute truck. You know, how are you gonna deal with him? I mean, Siri, Illusion, Haku, to a degree, Rattel, kind of on the squishier end. They're not the tankiest of the bunch. So very vulnerable when Rock, again, hits that critical mass.
No, but that's my point. Like, Rock is 2K ahead, and Nongshim are handling him well. So when Haku's on equal farm, like, what do you think happens?
Well, we're going to have to find out. I mean, Rock, like, I think that this is still that moment. When you have that 2K lead, now is the time to strike, right? Find somebody, because you have an advantage from that guy. He's able to do more damage than you. Oh, the Hound down forward. Haku not able to find Nighty. But they're putting pressure on this top T2. It looks like they light step on back. And now Rattel is going to take a decent amount. The charge in forward by Clue, not able to hit on this one. Haku thinking about it. The Raging Sea on a 3. That's going to be a decent amount. But now they're taking a decent amount of damage in return. And Nighty does the work. Haku's been killed. Nighty's going to trade his life away. And how much more can they get? And it looks like Namu on the run. Rock pounces off the wall. Decides to go for Namu, trying to just take him down. He's been slowed down. And now with Illusion covering his retreat, it looks like that's going to be enough, but the Crimson Golem looks to be the next big target by VP.
No, it's not a good time. Like, why are they doing this? The T2s at the bottom are being taken. This is almost a guarantee on the T3. If they don't care about this, they will try to make a trade on the T2 on the top. So that's great work. But someone needs to go back, and they need to go back now.
Yeah, they definitely need to go back now. I mean, Rock taking a couple shots, and it looks like Nighty will be there. He will answer the call to deal with this. Protect the bottom T3, which will take a decent amount, but they took a number of towers themselves. Yes, it wasn't really a chip damage into the T3, but I think VP overall are going to be okay with that, as the net worth has, again, just shifted to like a 50-50 mark.
Okay, I was kind of freaking out there. A little bit of a crash out, but it is going to be a 4-for-4 in terms of turrets there. But simply because I'm very invested, right? This is the defining moment between both teams. Like, we have seen the reverse sweep. Nongshim wins this. This is huge. You get a guaranteed slot in the KWC, a much bigger prize in terms of title.
Yeah, okay, the Moonscape Mirage is going to be used. The Raging Sea has already been committed onto Haku. And now it looks like they're turning their attention to the bottom side as Siri actually gets picked off. And now, do they get anything in return? They do, but now it's fighting 1 versus 2. The Moonscape Mirage by illusion, sending him in. And it looks like Haku had been killed elsewhere. 3 members down from Nongshim, trading away from T-Gold. And what else can they go? Illusion is going to be there. Hailong is going to be just trying to find Namu, go for the easy kill more than anything else. But Rock taking out towers for free. He's looking to just end this game, and with these minions, Rock looking to go for the backdoor play, and it looks like Rock will do it, and VP will make their way to the grand finals. Congratulations as they make their way to the KWC.
Not only that, now they have a soft guarantee that they will be making it into KWC. Soft guarantee on their first place prize of the prize pool of a total of 26,000 USD. And most of all, they break the hearts of Nongshim Redforce.
And Nongshim Redforce completely baited out. Things were going a little bit, crazy, right? Like, when the chaos is there, they're looking for team fights, and Rock is just looking for towers, right? And he had a 2K net worth lead. That was clearly enough to just melt towers, and with those minions to finally push, again, Nongshim just got really blindsided by this one.
Yeah, but it was very clear, right? They were trying to take good fights against the side of Virtus Pro, or at least push them back a little bit so that Siri could work on the T2s. And then they have access into the T3s. But then when you keep focusing on the fights, like the refresh coming in, double Moonscape Mirage, when that is given to you, you know your mindset shifts. It has to be, okay, I have a second ultimate, who else can I catch? But the real catch here is, I'm going to get your T3, Rock. Very quick decision making.
Actually, it's a great play, right? Because when you Moonscape Mirage someone, everyone's like, okay, we got to huddle around this guy, make sure that we get that kill, right? And you get really tunnel vision. You lose track of everything because you're in the, purgatory, so to speak. You're not checking your mini-map at times, and Rock really made them pay. What a great heads-up play there by Rock and VP.
Rock the Robber. This one sticks. I think, look, he has stolen so many things, but this is the biggest steal of his career in this spring season of KML 2026. If it had gone to the later parts of the game, I feel like Nongshim would have won the team fights overall.
Wait. Do you have your wallet? Make sure that Rock didn't take that as well. We got this one, right? We're good? Because I don't know what else he's going to say. He's taking everything. I mean, look at his stats. 0-0-4. I mean, the heads-up play of not even really dying or getting any sort of kills because it's all about the towers, the objectives. And he was super smart in the way he played that one to close that one out. Just really heads-up play by Rock.
Yeah, it's no longer Bond, it's Rock. Rock the Robber.
Rock the Robber, indeed. I mean, he did a decent amount of damage as well. 72,000, Hailong with 75,000. Those Moonscape Mirages were just really just off-putting. They were very chaotic, and there were moments where Nongshim were in the lead, as you're seeing in this gold graph. But in the end, VP just being able to pull that one out. And again, top 2 teams, and you're seeing them go back and forth.
Yeah, this ultimate battle really just shows you what the proficiency of Honor of Kings is all about, right? It's not about, hey, just the individual plays. Because let's be honest, Siri was gapping Tigo in lane, Rattel was gapping 90 in lane, and it didn't look like it was the best moments in the team fight as well. But with that being said, it's all about the team play. The later parts of the game where everyone was so focused on, okay, we need to win the team fight. Rock took the complete opposite mindset. He's like, guys, Rock the Robber is here, let's go steal some turrets.
Well, I don't think as a robber you would name yourself Rob, like Rock the Robber, like, you know what I mean? Like to address more attention, where it's a little, shady in that sense. But I think the pet nickname will stick. I think that Rock has done more than his share of thievery in this game, as well as the entire league. He's just always been on there. But when the Moonscape Mirages are happening, you're seeing the play style where they're all like, oh, about the team fight, all about the team fight. Yeah. And then one time where he has the opening, that's the one time he slips out the back, gets that backdoor kill.
And to me, it's really curious because I was always considering, okay, now you have the Yang Jin Dole combination, right? It's one of the most strongest combinations available in the current patch of Honor of Kings. Was this clue Lapu Lapu really the answer with a fast game pace Rock? Because they didn't get the ideal start to the game in terms of like, oh, they have a 2,000 goal lead in 2 minutes, that kind of advantage. And to be honest, in the laning phase, I think it was Nongshim. Nongshim had it all.
Had it all for sure, but at the same time, what would Clue have picked instead, right? Like, what else is better than a Lapu Lapu in this case?
I would... Okay, it's a horrible answer, but I think Dajiao would have been great.
Okay. Yeah. Why the Dajiao though? Was it teleport, split push style, more safe?
Rock the Robber is able to go around the map and steal stuff again. Like, look at that. Oh, what a play here. The game plan was really clear. The moment Rock saw that situation, he had the communication to the team. Guys, just keep them there. I will run to the base. And he is going to be your MVP. 0, 0, and 4, dealing 27% of the team's hero damage offered. But that was not the true damage he dealt. The true damage he dealt was by taking the crystal when no one could defend it.
Yeah, and one stat that's missing on the sheet is Heart Stolen 1, and that would be mine, right? Because I think that this is the way Rock likes to play. He likes to keep things dramatic and just keep us on our toes, right? I think that Rock is so much fun to watch, and being able to steal a game 7, right? That's absolutely amazing there by Rock, and he's one of the few that can find those opportune moments.
Yeah, it's a dream heist, right? Because throughout the entire season of KML Spring 2026, we saw Rock steal neutral objectives. He got the Tempest, he got the Overlord, he got the Tyrant. Sure, you know what? Everyone else can do that. But to steal an entire series away, how many people can tell you that they have done that?
Very frustrating if you're Nongshim though, right? Like be like, Rock stole that one. We had that game. But actually, in terms of net worth, they were kind of losing at that one because, I mean, the team fight happened, right? And things were not looking great for them. And then they were too busy with the tunnel vision. But Rock understanding that moment to just close out the game. Nah, it doesn't waste time. That's a big heads-up play. So more props to him. And now Nongshim, I don't know how you respond to a game or series like that where you go down. Now, that was incredibly draining. And now you have to play Vicious Esports, who are very fresh.
This brings us to the storyline once again, right? And we talk about fatigue. We talk about long distances, a marathon. So this is one half of the marathon that Nongshim have tried to complete, unable to find the finish. Now they go up against another squad coming out from the Korea region that is ready to go. And if imagine Vicious Esports takes this one, qualifies into KWC, and Nongshim, for all of the work they've put for the entire season, gone to the drain, that one will hurt.
That one will hurt. But I don't know if you're foreshadowing or you got some sort of script or whatever it is. I didn't get the script, so I don't really know. Let me know, because I do want to know, because my heart, I don't know if it can take another Game 7, right? That was really back and forth. That was a roller coaster of a ride, if you will. But going into this one, I think that you would say that Nongshim had the advantage, but let's find out as we take a little bit of a break before we go into that final series where Nongshim going up against Vicious Esports.
mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
I think we got the wrong guy.
Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow. The origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
It's okay. तो guys, मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनरा में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है.
You okay?
You okay? You okay?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Kings version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spriteling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Ninja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fati. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fati's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fati's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1, Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2, Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3, Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
Season 14 is officially here. The new version brings a bunch of exciting improvements, so let's take a look. A new hero, Yango, is coming soon. Attack enemies and collect hero shards. Once you gather enough, you can summon an enemy hero puppet to fight alongside you. Control both Yango's main body and the puppet. Chain your skills together and outplay everyone in style. With puppets that are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, can you spot who is real? Nezha has been upgraded, gaining a new skill that provides global vision. Luara has received gameplay experience improvements with increased damage and kiting ability. Fadi has also been improved, making skill chaining into enhanced basic attacks much smoother. Spritlings arrive in style, bringing 3 special potions with them. A growth potion made for fighting and soaking damage. A shrinking potion, perfect for escaping and getting around quickly. And a cooldown potion, which speeds up skill cooldowns. Of course, each benefit comes at a cost. The shrinking potion reduces your damage, the growth potion slows your movement speed, and the cooldown potion consumes a portion of your health. Pay a small price, then pull off some spectacular plays. The new mode Superflow Brawl arrives with a bang. Faster farming, faster pacing, and more exciting combat. Players can choose one of 3 talents to enhance themselves, gain more talents as they level up, and stack powerful effects. Complete missions to unlock even more random talents. Freely combine them to create powerful talent paths and discover your own unique strategy. From March 6th to 16th, participate in the event and collect keys and chests to redeem up to 5,000 limited time tokens. Get a minimum of 888 limited time tokens guaranteed. Starting March 11th, experience the new version and get a Ramadan-themed Spritling costume. From March 14th to April 12th, participate in the partner event to get a permanent minion, legend skin, and 1,500 limited time tokens. From March 14th to 15th, log into the game to get 10 free draws in Point Draw and a brand new Flowborn outfit. From March 20th to 22nd, participate in the event and snatch green packets. A large number of tokens, limited time tokens, and other rewards await you. You can get up to 10,000 tokens. From March 14th to 15th, all heroes and skins are free to try for a limited time. Grab your friends and play together. The player info card on the loading screen has been fully upgraded. Come customize your exclusive appearance. You can now customize the lobby background music on the main interface. Switch tracks and set the mood however you like. Quality of life improvements are here too. Resources are now automatically streamlined based on device model, so unnecessary files won't download unless you choose to, making the game much smoother. Finally, more perks and surprises await you in Season 14.
Hunting is all about patience, lying in wait to strike at the right time. Like lightning, this waterway leads to my hunting ground. On the hunt, the net's tightening. Ready to initiate operation. Hush now, this won't hurt for long. The weak get devoured, and the strong collect their bounties.
What's going on with this music?
Honor of Kings. Now with lobby background music customization. Switch up the vibe anytime you want.
HOK's new mode, Superflow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths, freely combined to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Super Flow Brawl legend.
The true me. Even I can't tell for sure. At least your death was quite the spectacle.
Yango creates a puppet that can replicate enemy abilities and fight using the 9 occult arts. This is his core mechanic. Attacks from either Yango or the puppet grant hero shards and recovers health. When 50 shards are accumulated, Yango can summon a puppet of the corresponding enemy hero to fight alongside him. While controlling Yango's main body, he can use 4 occult arts: Umbra, Jichu Luan, Shadow Crucifixion, and Dispersal. Umbra throws the puppet, dealing damage and launching enemies in its path before allowing Yango to control it in combat. Jichu Luan is Yango's main damage output method, where he tosses hidden weapons to deal damage to enemies in his path. Shadow Crucifixion can be used flexibly to allow Yango to engage or disengage freely. Controlling the 2 strings to intersect deals damage to the target and slows them. Dispersal is mainly used to avoid damage or crowd control. During the skill, Yango cannot be hit and all control effects are removed. When controlling the puppet, Yango uses 4 occult arts: Return, Substitution, Binding, and Breakout. Occult Arts Return immediately retrieves the puppet and launches enemies in its path. Occult Arts Substitution swaps Yango's location with the puppet, dealing damage to enemies in their path. Occult Arts Binding is used to bind enemies. Using it the first time deals damage and slows nearby enemies. Using it the second time continuously stuns and damages enemies. Occult Arts Breakout causes the puppet to dash in the target direction and pull Yango to itself, dealing damage to enemies in its path. By mastering all 9 occult arts, Yango develops a unique combat style. After ensuring his own safety, he first summons the puppet with Skill 1, and uses hero shards to transform into a key enemy hero to assist teammates. Tapping the hero shards again reverts the puppet. And then he can follow up by chaining skill 3 twice to crowd control enemies. While enemies are bound, he uses skill 2 to summon his main body, then follows up with skill 2 and skill 3 to deal maximum damage.
Superflow Spriteling is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Superflow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Superflow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Superflow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
Boss! I think we got the wrong guy.
Dun-dun-dun. Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow. The origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
Okay. It's okay. तो मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनरा में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है.
You okay? You okay? You okay? It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
of Kings version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spritling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Ninja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fatih. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fatih's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fatih's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spritling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritlings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spritling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spritling Skill 1, Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spritling Skill 2, Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spritling Skill 3, Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
Season 14 is officially here. The new version brings a bunch of exciting improvements, so let's take a look. A new hero, Yango, is coming soon. Attack enemies and collect hero shards. Once you gather enough, you can summon an enemy hero puppet to fight alongside you. Control both Yango's main body and the puppet. Chain your skills together and outplay everyone in style. With puppets that are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, can you spot who is real? Nezha has been upgraded, gaining a new skill that provides global vision. Luara has received gameplay experience improvements with increased damage and kiting ability. Fadi has also been improved, making skill chaining into enhanced basic attacks much smoother. Spritlings arrive in style, bringing 3 special potions with them. A growth potion made for fighting and soaking damage. A shrinking potion, perfect for escaping and getting around quickly. And a cooldown potion, which speeds up skill cooldowns. Of course, each benefit comes at a cost. The shrinking potion reduces your damage, the growth potion slows your movement speed, and the cooldown potion consumes a portion of your health. Pay a small price, then pull off some spectacular plays. The new mode Superflow Brawl arrives with a bang. Faster farming, faster pacing, and more exciting combat. Players can choose one of 3 talents to enhance themselves, gain more talents as they level up, and stack powerful effects. Complete missions to unlock even more random talents. Freely combine them to create powerful talent paths and discover your own unique strategy. From March 6th to 16th, participate in the event and collect keys and chests to redeem up to 5,000 limited time tokens. Get a minimum of 888 limited time tokens guaranteed. Starting March 11th, experience the new version and get a Ramadan-themed Spritling costume. From March 14th to April 12th, participate in the partner event to get a permanent minion, legend skin, and 1,500 limited time tokens. From March 14th to 15th, log into the game to get 10 free draws in Point Draw and a brand new Flowborn outfit. From March 20th to 22nd, participate in the event and snatch green packets. A large number of tokens, limited time tokens, and other rewards await you. You can get up to 10,000 tokens. From March 14th to 15th, all heroes and skins are free to try for a limited time. Grab your friends and play together. The player info card on the loading screen has been fully upgraded. Come customize your exclusive appearance. You can now customize the lobby background music on the main interface. Switch tracks and set the mood however you like. Quality of life improvements are here too. Resources are now automatically streamlined based on device model, so unnecessary files won't download unless you choose to, making the game much smoother. Finally, more perks and surprises await you in Season 14.
Hunting is all about patience, lying in wait to strike at the right time. Like lightning, this waterway leads to my hunting grounds. On the hunt, the net's tightening. Ready to initiate operation. Hush now, this won't hurt for long. The weak get devoured, and the strong collect their bounties.
What's going on with this music?
Honor of Kings. Now with lobby background music customization. Switch up the vibe anytime you want.
HOK's new mode, Superflow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths, freely combined to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Super Flow Brawl legend.
The true me. Even I can't tell for sure. At least your death was quite the spectacle.
Yango creates a puppet that can replicate enemy abilities and fight using the 9 occult arts. This is his core mechanic. Attacks from either Yango or the puppet grant hero shards and recovers health. When 50 shards are accumulated, Yango can summon a puppet of the corresponding enemy hero to fight alongside him. While controlling Yango's main body, he can use 4 occult arts: Umbra, Jichu Luan, Shadow Crucifixion, and Dispersal. Umbra throws the puppet, dealing damage and launching enemies in its path before allowing Yango to control it in combat. Jichu Luan is Yango's main damage output method, where he tosses hidden weapons to deal damage to enemies in his path. Shadow Crucifixion can be used flexibly to allow Yango to engage or disengage freely. Controlling the 2 strings to intersect deals damage to the target and slows them. Dispersal is mainly used to avoid damage or crowd control. During the skill, Yango cannot be hit and all control effects are removed. When controlling the puppet, Yango uses 4 occult arts: Return, Substitution, Binding, and Breakout. Occult Arts Return immediately retrieves the puppet and launches enemies in its path. Occult Arts Substitution swaps Yango's location with the puppet, dealing damage to enemies in their path. Occult Arts Binding is used to bind enemies. Using it the first time deals damage and slows nearby enemies. Using it the second time continuously stuns and damages enemies. Occult Arts Breakout causes the puppet to dash in the target direction and pull Yango to itself, dealing damage to enemies in its path. By mastering all 9 occult arts, Yango develops a unique combat style. After ensuring his own safety, he first summons the puppet with Skill 1, and uses hero shards to transform into a key enemy hero to assist teammates. Tapping the hero shards again reverts the puppet. And then he can follow up by chaining skill 3 twice to crowd control enemies. While enemies are bound, he uses skill 2 to summon his main body, then follows up with skill 2 and skill 3 to deal maximum damage.
Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender. In challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bound if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside the champions, get to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lost. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prom time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside the champions, get to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lost. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Hello and welcome to the Kings Major League. We're going to go to the second match. This is, of course, going to be the lower bracket finals. Vicious Esports had been waiting for Nongshim Redforce, and I think that they're going to be very happy with this matchup as Nongshim went the distance to a Game 7. They're going to be fatigued, but my name is Holler, and with me is my favorite kind of tofu. It's going to be Kindofu. How are you preparing for this series here?
I'm just trying to figure out what's our location at this point, right? So definitely we're in KL, but now the two destinations offered in this particular series, it's either going to be a clinic where we will have very surgical precision, or we're going to be at a gym where it's going to be a full-on boxing match, right? So pound for pound, best fighting team, we'll see who it is. But of course, once again, this is coming down to a all-star Korean region game, Vicious Esports against Nongshim Redforce. I would not have it any other way.
Yeah, bold prediction in this one. Of course, I'm going to go with a Korean team will win this. Boom, shots fired. But let's check out who the first team will be up coming up now. Vicious Esports, they're going to be made up of Kyung-9 Faye, formerly of Nongshim Redforce, and now Cliché in the mid lane, Do in the farm lane, and Sui, who has been the game changer in the jungle. But now they're going to go up against Nongshim Redforce, which is going to be no small feat here.
A tough one to have, but if you want to strike, now is the time. And you're not striking to push, you're striking to hurt. And this one will hurt if Vicious Esports gets their way.
I don't know if it's just hurt. I would go for the kill in this case, right? You see, Nongshim, I mean, they played they had a valiant effort in that first series. They went to a Game 7. They got backdoored to lose that series. But this is a team that is very vulnerable. Let's check them out here.
Once called the greatest red, now if they are going to achieve their destiny, they have to be the ultimate red, represented once again by Illusion in the mid, Namu in the roam, Haku in the jungle, Raquel in the clash, and Siri in the farm lane. This one is a difficult battle because they're going to have to go the distance, a second best of 7.
Not going to be easy indeed. And the fun fact about this one, actually there were 10 players from South Korea out of the 51 that were here at the KML. That's 20% of the players are from South Korea. And we will unfortunately and be very sad to see one of these teams go home, because the team that wins this will not only go to the grand finals, but will also be guaranteed a slot, the second slot and the final slot at the KWC later this year.
Yes, so it's going to be a very tough challenge for the side of Nongshim Redforce, because let's be honest about it, it's been really clear they have done really well on their journey thus far in KML. And in the situation, I don't want to say unlikely, but in the situation that they do not make it, my goodness, Vicious Esports will be cheering.
Yeah, for sure. But let's check out the head-to-head. This is going to be in the Clash lane. Kyung9, Vicious going up against the new blood in terms of this Nongshim Redforce lineup. Rattel, he's got a higher kill participation with 60 to 51%. The average KDA, though, has favored Rattel with a 4.3 over 3.5. It seems like these guys are very close, at least in terms of the stat line here.
I think for this one, it's going to be a game changer, right? Because number one, there is this very clear storyline. You are now playing against your replacement. And I think there is definitely a point to prove here, especially on the side of Kyung9. And to do it against Rattel, look, one of the things that really speaks out about the stats is Kyung9 is very active in the roster. He's going to be moving across the gorge like a monster, like a shadow, essentially. And if he covers the ground that is not covered by Rattel, things could go awry for Nongshim.
Yeah, they could definitely go to Ori. And right now, I think fatigue is definitely a factor, right? Are they exhausted? Are they tired? Are they able to kind of keep on pace? I mean, I know that there are people that are at home and they're like, 10 ranked games, 15 ranked games in a day, not that big of a deal. But this is a high pressure situation, right? You're playing for that, again, not only money is at stake, but also the prestige and the positioning for other future tournaments. There's a lot at stake. It's very uncomfortable, but again, these are pros. They're willing to go the distance, but to take down Vicious Esports, no small task ahead of them.
Yeah, you don't lose stars here, you lose seats. And seats are really important. You want to get that slot. So Vicious Esports on the blue side, they're going to ban out the Haya and the Dolia. So the Yangting combination, not going to be a prio in this game. And in fact, Vicious Esports starts off with a nice alone pick.
Actually, if Vicious wanted to be really, trolly, they would have been like, oh, I'll let you pick the Yangtze Dolia. You just lost with it. We can clearly beat that one again, right?
that would add insult to injury. But I think in game number one, while you want to go all out, you don't want to go overzealous as well. Nongshim, this is a great roster to start with. It's going to be in the Mai Shiranui along with the Lapu Lapu. So both damage and tankiness are available.
And when we're going back to the upper bracket semifinals, when Nongshim went up against Vicious, and this is when Nongshim 4-1 Vicious, knocking them down. But the biggest piece and the issue that Vicious had was that the first couple of games, they kind of went very heavy in terms of their draft. They went meta picks, and unfortunately were not able to win any of those games. And they really suffered when the series was going a little bit longer because they ran out of heroes.
Oh yeah, talking about running out of heroes, I think Nongshim here can pick an entirely brand new jungler here. We have seen the solutions to a Luna pick, which is going to be picked up by Sui here. And of course, with the Yu1 in the mid for the side of Vicious, there is going to be like health regeneration, life restoration, and a lot of shields. So Nongshim will do well to pick up the lockdown. And there's one hero I'm talking about, and if it's not banned, it is going to be the Flowborn tank. That is a great answer against Vicious Esports. Will Nongshim pick it up?
I mean, the bans are still there. I mean, the Fade is going to be one where, again, they're going to target Haku as much as possible. I think that for Vicious, their idea of stopping Nongshim is to stop the train that is Haku, limit him as much as possible, let somebody else step up. Maybe we can put a little bit of pressure onto Rattel, who, let's be very honest, in the last series, Rattel didn't have the greatest of series. So he is definitely a prime target here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it getting to Haku at this point. They have banned out the Flowborn tank. So what's the other options available for Nongshim, right? They definitely need someone who has a lot of CC. Luna does not do well against a crowd control lineup. And that is going to be the solution here. The Dharma comes in for the side of Nongshim. You can have the Luna dive, but I'm going to dive your backlines.
And Dharma is definitely the way to go, right? And plus you have the Mai, you have definitely options to do so. But, I mean, the backline is one thing, but then now that you have the infinite vastness from Do, who can get away, it's going to be a little bit tougher to just kind of isolate and find him because the mobility is definitely there. But this is an interesting pivot. They're going to go with the Zhang Fei for Fei, and the Yuan will look to be in the mid lane here.
Yeah, and then it's going to be the Mayin onto Kyung9. There was a very big smile of gratification for the side of Kyung9. I think he finds this matchup pretty favorable to himself, but it looks like they will switch up at the last second here. Lianpo will be the final pick for the side of Vicious Esports. So they have control, they have tankiness, they have damage, and they have mobility. What can Nongshim offer against these three traits?
Well, they have a okay, Nakaruru, there we go. I mean, that's got that burst, right? And if you want to go with like the Luna is going to be high flying in the back line, the Nakaruru can play spoiler because assuming that you're able to get on top of her and burst her down, that could be an interesting counter pick.
Yeah, I actually like this setup from Nongshim as well, right? They have 3 different setups. They have the Lapu Lapu Raging Sea, they have the Truth Mantra, they have the Real Engine, full combination from the Mai Shionui as well. It could definitely spoil the plans of Vicious Esports.
A lot of damage too, right? The burst is there, and I mean, yeah, you have the Lapu Lapu as the frontliner, Lianpo on the other side, so those are going to be the front two, but everybody else is kind of in there for the damage, if not burst, right? And the Dharma will have to kind of set things up as the Clash laner should, so this is going to be an interesting one. It seems like they're very balanced on both ends here.
Yeah, I would think there's quite a lot of pressure on specific members of the drafts, right? I think for Do on the side of Vicious Esports, let me just zone in on him for a little bit. He's not going to have a good time for sure, right? The Narco bursts him down really quickly. The setup by the Raging Sea, a lot of situations present themselves where Do might have to give premature infinite fastnesses into the early parts of the fight.
Very vulnerable, right? So his positioning will be key. And this is kind of where also, if you're looking on the Nongshim side, Illusion, providing that vision, being that frontliner, finding them. But first off, of course, they'll be playing for a slot at the EWC, and only one stage brings together the greatest players on Earth, the Esports World Cup Rise Above.
Yep, so make sure you scan the QR code and get your tickets now. I mean, Rising Above is definitely the name of the game here for Nongshim Redforce because they are down bad for this one. And Faye's going to accompany Cliché in the mid. There's going to be decent wave clear coming in from the both of them. So Illusion not going to have the best time to be able to handle this mid lane first wave.
The saddest part about this is that one of these two teams has to go home. This is an elimination game. I mean, whoever wins has a chance to go to the grand finals. Maybe they get the grand finals reset and able to overcome the demons that are Virtus Pro, as they've kind of steamrolled the competition at the KML. But if there's ever a team that should be able to do it, it should be Nongshim, but not to count out Vicious, who have been playing very strong, but they get the nice little two-man stun on, but Kyung9 gets away.
That's a big win for the side of Vicious Esports. You can start to see a little bit of cracks. It's a 2v3. They actually get the Rattel, no, not Rattel, the Kyung9 take in the camp. Here we go, Dodo.
It looks like they get the soaring signal on. It looks like Do will be backing up. He's only level 2, so any sort of damage, he doesn't have the dragon, he doesn't have really any sort of options. But, you know, it's also very early in this game.
It has to be Do that is the weak link on the side of Nongshim, or at least the gap they're looking to fill, right? Because if they force out that early dragon form from Do, it also soft guarantees that they can get the kill once he lands, which means Nongshim actually have huge aggression.
Definitely huge aggression, and they're going to try to take advantage of that. And I think that, you know, Illusion, it's like he's got to be the guy. He's got to set things up, right? We didn't see him on the Mai in the last series, which is really unfortunate because Illusion is a pleasure to watch on the Mai when he's setting things up for the rest of the team. It didn't seem like he was able to do that, and it was playing more of like a support style mid.
Yeah, which was not what we expected, right? We expect Illusion to be high-flying, able to get those Kachosins in, get the knock-ups, set up the team fights in perfect coordination. And Nongshim really can play around that combination itself. But for now, I want to just take a little peek at Sui. Sui's introduction this season has been really interesting, right? And right off the bat, they're trying to go in for this first blood. Not going to happen here. The flash is going to be used by Do just to force it out. And this is the first rotation by Illusion, by the way.
I mean, he just hit level 4, so he didn't have his dragon, but committing the flash, obviously you need to stay alive. Don't want to be giving up first blood. But Nongshim have done what they, we kind of expected out of them. They're putting pressure onto Do and letting, Sway actually have to carry in the end, which isn't the easiest thing to do on a Luna. And then you're kind of expecting that Haku will be able to keep on pace. But by limiting Do, that's where you're looking for that edge.
Yeah, because then the damage follow-up won't be there, right? And at this point, the scary thing about the Nongshim Redforce lineup is the fact that their strength is also their weakness. They're very mobile. We'll see. They once again want to try and make pressure onto this mid lane, try to force the rotations to be slower on the side of Vicious Esports.
So let's hone in again a little bit on Sui, right? This is the guy that is kind of put Vicious, there were questions as of who would be the jungler if Sway was the guy. And I think that in the KML, we've seen time and time again that he is more than up to the task. He's been very good, a pleasant surprise for Vicious, and Sway has kind of showed up. I mean, is he of the same level of Haku and Rock? Still yet to see, as again, this series has yet to be played out.
Yeah, because we haven't seen the full duration yet, and right now the setup will come through for the side of Nongshim, unable to find that initial first blood. So both teams still poking and prodding, and the timing couldn't have been better because nobody dies. This is the first neutral objective, so everyone's rushing over.
I like it how they're both looking to skirmish as much as possible. I mean, they know that they won't get all of the kills, but hang on, it looks like Cliché getting a little bounced around.
Yeah, I think at this point it's really about the wave clear first, right? And I like this little sneaky move from Haku trying to take away the blue buff. Azure Golem away from Sweep. He manages to do this. Sweep's not going to be in a great position. So that's a great start for the start of Nongshim here.
Huge for Nongshim, right? Taking away the blue buff for Sway is so detrimental to his game plan. He needs that. It helps him with terms of farm and efficiency, but it looks like the Unending Sorrow just going to be used just to get Cliché on out of this. But Vicious right now on the back foot. You let them invade your jungle, literally take away the Azure Golem for free.
Yeah, and there's no return, right? Haku has already secured his own, so there is no comeback for the side of Sui, which means they have to give up this first time of the game. Unless there's a miracle steal, which shouldn't happen. But you know what? It's a little too late. Haku does secure this for Nongshim, so Nongshim start off on the right foot.
The timing was perfect, right? Haku had smoted the Azure Golem the first time when they got the steal, and then right when it was on cooldown or was available again, they were able to take the Tyrant. Ensuring that you get it, that's going to be key to set themselves up. Again, taking the first Tyrant, not game-winning, but it definitely helps.
Yep. And this is going to slow down the growth, right? Nice knockup coming in onto Do. Not going to be the finishing blow because they can't really go in. Supporters come in. Cliché looking for an opening. Onto the stuns as well. This is a nice knockup. Tremor Smash. Final hit does not land. So they will have to stave off the aggression. In the meantime, look at what Illusion is doing. Giving vision of the buff itself. And with that, they're going to try and make a play here. Kyung9 manages to get that super kick down onto the floor. Unable to find the damage though.
Not able to find much. It looks like they're going to retreat, and I mean, that's bad for Vicious, as the Azure Golem looking to be stolen away, and I think with the Smite yet again, whenever it's available, Nongshim are looking to make some action happen, and they've punished Sway because they've stolen away so many of his buffs.
Yes, that's 2 buffs in a row for the side of Sui that he has not gotten. And this is not ideal. I believe it was actually Sui as well, who did not have his buffs for 6 minutes. That was the longest one. Now it's going to be a T1 for T1 trade, but Ratel's life is at risk as Cliché comes in for the stun as well. Ratel has to use his truth very defensively. Can they get the finish? One more hit will do the job. Cliché unable to find that moment, so Nongshim escape.
Ratel very smart with his flash, waiting for Cliché to make the first step with that flash, knowing that Kyung9 didn't have it available, just so that he has that extra reach with that formlessness. He's just way too mobile at this stage.
Yeah, Kyung9 will use the 2-2 to run away, but that's all they can do at this point. VC, Vicious Esports cannot find an opening.
Can't find an opening, but net worth-wise, they're kind of keeping on pace. I mean, it's not complete panic mode. Sway is still finding farm. He's still on pace in terms of the levels, so he's done well. But in the bottom lane,
he's stunned. They will get the setup. Dragon Form gonna be used. This could be first blood. They need to find a finish. They will be able to. First blood goes in the hands of Cliché. Not the target you want, but still better something than nothing.
Yeah, I think they'll be very happy with that. First blood. And not only that, but Doe, understanding that his damage isn't really amazing right now, but the infinite vastness, the repositioning, and he was able to cut off the angle for potentially doing a little bit more damage onto Nabu as he was going. Yes, it was not a non-factor. They weren't able to catch him, but that's the thought process that you want. You want to be aggressive and to cut things off the angle of retreat for Nongshim.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that you put them in as much of a difficult position as you can, right? Because at this point, you want Vicious to make mistakes. That's the whole point of the poking and prodding. Nongshim wants to find the gap.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be key for them. I mean, they're falling a little bit behind. It's about a 1,000k gold lead in favor of Vicious as they found yet Faye in a bad spot.
I don't think it's worth to actually throw so much on him. He will have to give his life. No! The reverse is through! They will get that kill, but it's at the cost of Illusion's life. And that kill goes into the hands of Doe as well. Horrible trade for the side of Nongshim Redforce.
So sometimes you gotta just cut your losses, right? They had a good attempt. Faye was under that tower. Just really bad spot to be in for Illusion. There was really no reason to go in. I mean, first blood had already been given up. So there was really no reason to continue that assault. And as you said, just really bad trade. A bit of a misplay by Illusion.
Yeah, and just one play. Look, it's one play, 2,000 gold in advantage to the side of Vicious Esports.
I feel like you're feeling the after effects of Nongshim. They're not playing the way that they should be. They're playing a little sloppy, and this is why. I mean, not that your exhaustion and all of that will affect you, but the way you play is definitely so, right? You're getting a little impatient. You're doing things that you probably wouldn't do if you were more well rested, I would say.
I mean, the main difference here is that, okay, Sui gets his Azure buff invaded again. This one should be a guarantee. So Nongshim managed to establish a little bit more control now, but they haven't really shut Sui down just yet. That is a potential problem here.
They've forced it, or they've put pressure on Sway, right, by stealing the buffs. That's going to be uncomfortable, but Sway's been very efficient. He's still out-leveling Haku. The team is doing very well in terms of the overall net worth because they're finding value. The rest of the team are picking up the slack because Sway has been pressured so much.
Yeah. But the bad thing here is a difficult position to be in. They have already lost the T2. Yes, they did get the initial Tyrant. They should be able to get the second one here as well. But the map is not looking too good, right? Vicious Esports, I think they're playing the Gorge just that tad bit better than Nongshim at this point.
Agree. Taking those towers is going to be key, especially in the top lane, right? With the lane there. And they picked up the Overlord. That's going to be further space. They're going to be looking to use those Vanguards to their advantage and taking down this key pivotal T1 mid.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very important. The T2 at the top already taken down. They want to go in for more. The stun comes in. Final hit will be the way of the side of Vicious Esports. They get the kill on a Siri. This is not ideal at all for Nongshim Esports.
Faye with the perfect Tremor Smash, getting a 3-man stun. Siri got caught out, and the rest of them. Vicious, the way that they're able to just jump on top of you very quick. So Siri needs to play a little bit more timidly so that he stays alive. I mean, he thought he was safe under that mid T1, but when they're running at you like that, it's got to be, a full-out retreat.
And you know that this is part of game plan, right? The moment Faye took up that stun as the common spell, the whole idea is that we're just going to lock down Siri because there is a chance for him to use the flash and get out. But because of the stun in collaboration with his Tremor Smash, there's no way to get out.
It will be definitely tough. And now Faye taking a lot of damage, but they're turning it around.
Yeah, Tremor Smash, and once again, Illusion takes a fall here, and they still want to go for more. Kyok9 might have to give his life to chase down from the side of Siri, unable to find a value. At the same time, space has been bought. The T3 right now at the top is going to be under pressure. Shadow Overlord flying down already.
Vicious playing very well. I mean, getting that kill, turning it into an objective is something that we've always been talking about in terms of transitions. That's the biggest piece to them. Now, Illusion has been caught out a couple too many times. He's been playing a little out of character at times because his positioning hasn't been great. He's been punished for it because he's, again, very squishy on this mine.
Yeah, it's not ideal, right? That early game win condition that was supposed to be offered by Illusion, completely gone. Sui's already at level 15. He has hit the marker. And if I'm not wrong, it should be 15 for Doe as well. So this is getting a little bit more uncomfortable for Nongshim.
I forgot that Sway was even there. I mean, we haven't really, he's been just farming so efficiently off the map that, I mean, the rest of them are just looking to brawl, but Vicious has done such a good job of just creating that space for Sway to kind of get going, where he's been largely untouched. He's been level 15, he hit it before Taku. He's done such a great job of ensuring that he's getting all that farm he needs.
And also the fact that Do is able to get so many free hits in. Okay, he's going to be forced to use his Dragon form now, but there's someone waiting on the backlines for him. Redforce, oh, he does not know. He now knows. Slam against the wall. No, the Dread actually saves his life, and Do should be fine. In fact, it's the reverse. Redforce gets stunned up, frozen with the frigid charge as well. One more hit will do the job. Cliché finds a finishing blow, and at the same time, backline, Kyung9 will have to give his life, but it is a trade on Haku's life, so Vicious Esports are playing all the right cards.
Playing all the right cards with Rattel. I mean, he was actually there. You thought that the trap was being set by Rattel, and Rattel's like, wait. Actually, I'm the one that's kind of in a bad spot. He was kind of in, like, trying to just stay alive more than anything else. He thought he could go for Do. The potential was there, but it seemed like he was caught off guard as well. And Haku dying at the same time. Now you're seeing Vicious in a commanding position. They've got a 4K net worth lead.
That's insane. And bear in mind, this is with, if we're talking about aggressive plays, they've only done like 4 or 5. And out of the 4 or 5 set plays with aggression, they have managed to secure, what, this is close to a 5,000 gold lead coming in for the side of Vicious Esports.
Yeah, they've made it work. That's the biggest piece, right? And the way that Vicious has handled Nongshim, they're so familiar with this team. The way, the thought process, where they're going to potentially be, they've made Nongshim pay. And it looks like those insights have really paid off.
Oh no, they really commit quite a lot onto Sui. He's not even falling low. He's not even at half health. Siri, on the other hand, has been caught. One more hit will do it. Cliché. He's not a mid laner. He's a killer at this point.
Yeah, an absolute killer. The mini stun has been real, and it looks like Haku looking to just get that single kill. He trades his life away, but he's looking to send a message to his ex-teammate more than anything else, as 2 members are down from Nongshim. Make that 3.
And not a good sign for the side of Nongshim Redforce, though actually finishing the job onto Raquel as well. You may have been kicked out of the team, but right now we're going to kick you out of the game. T3 under pressure from the side of Vicious Esports. They find that opening with the pressure coming in from Faye as well. They're pushing them back all the way to the fountain. There is no defense. It's only a 2-man defense here. And with the final Ballista standing in the way of their win, no one will be able to stop them. Game number 1 goes to Vicious Esports.
Well-deserved, well played by Vicious Esports. They have to be super happy with that. The way that they outplayed them, Nongshim right now, it seemed like they were reeling. They were not playing the game that they wanted to play. Vicious was setting the tempo, putting the pressure on, and just made it very uncomfortable for Nongshim to take any sort of team fight.
Yes, so difficult. And the amount of CCs that they offered, like, to be honest, they didn't really take on full 5-on-5 fights, which was to the benefit of Vicious Esports because they had great turret taking pressure from Do.
They were able to take them down, right? I think, like, you were kind of thinking, oh, Sui has a bad game. Is this team going to really be able to kind of strive and have some sort of success? Well, there's your answer. Everyone from Vicious right now stepped up, right? There was no gaps whatsoever. Sway was just the cherry on top more than anything else. He wasn't really even in the fights at most of the time because the rest of Vicious were rolling.
Yeah, they were. And this is how we place it step by step, right? I think this is something that Nongshim needs to figure out. We can give Sui a horrible game. Let's be honest, he had a horrible time in the jungle.
Yeah.
His Azure Golems was stolen time and time again. But because they were placing so many members on the side of Nongshim Redforce into the jungle camps, that opened up a completely open path on the bottom side of the map, of which Do just ran down.
He stepped up, right? And we wanted Do to be the guy, right? Him and Cliché needed to really have stepped up to give them a chance, and they really did shine on this one. But I mean, if we're talking about the KDAs, Cliché 6-0-4, Do 3-0-6, both of these guys really needed to have stepped up, and they did phenomenally in this one.
Yeah, they were just a better team on the side of Vicious Esports, right? A very simple change coming in from side of Faye, with the stun as the common spell, changed the entire plane of the fight. Like, Siri was completely not a factor in this game.
Not a factor whatsoever, but the Chano pick, a little bit expensive. Illusion's Mai, Dharma, also very expensive. So there were a lot of good picks in terms of the Nongshim defense I'm trying to hold, but the gold graph said another story. Vicious Esports all the way, full control. I mean, there were some dips in the beginning, still very early in the game, but Vicious, once they got a vice grip on it, they just closed it out.
Yeah, I feel like for this game, Haku really will feel it's pretty unfortunate because he did manage to get a couple of nice initiations, and as a Nakaru, you do have the damage to finish the job, but unfortunately, it was just always just shy.
Just shy, yeah, for sure. And this is one of those moments when they were just shy. Like Faye, look at him, he's so low, and I mean, he does get the pick, but he trades his life away for illusion. And Faye's like, ha ha ha, I'll take that any day of the week. And look at the speed, the 3-man stun from Faye, the setup, everything. Just the amount of times that they're going, they get the green light, everybody's going in together.
And it bears so much more weight because when we talk about Kyung-9, we talk about Faye, right? This one hits even harder with Nongshim Redforce because they were the replacements. They were replaced. And now they're showing them why that decision was wrong.
It was definitely personal, right? And not to say that Rattel and Namu 3 haven't been good in their own right, but sometimes you got to change for the sake of changing, maybe change things up in terms of just like the overall team vibe. They're definitely internal pieces that we might not be aware of. But I think Vicious right now, they're happy with where they are. Being up game 1, it's not the end of the world, but it's a great spot to be in, especially against your former team.
Yeah, it is definitely a nice place to be, right? Especially when you win with such a convincing stance, right? At the same time, I feel like though we haven't really talked about him much in this entire season, but here we go. What a time to show up. 3-0-6, dealing 32% of the team's hero damage over to the side of Nongshim Redforce. His Ride the Winds were on point, stopping the likes of Rattel.
Yeah, and actually, I think that this is the first MVP we've seen from Do. I saw that first stance. He's got to put the gun away, but you know, I think that he did a great job of shooting them all down in this one. Do really stepping up when you needed to. Now, can they do that 3 more times? We got a marathon ahead of us. This is a best of 7. This is not a best of 3, best of 5. This is the full distance. So do they have enough in the tank to continue with that momentum to take down this juggernaut that is Nongshim?
I mean, they have taken out Stamina Esports, of which we've seen they have a very strong stamina bar, right? They've taken them down. Right now, Nongshim's bar is not full. They have played an earlier best of 7. It went the full best of 7 as well. So I'm pretty sure the Nongshim boys are tired. Now, it is not about being tired. That's where champions are really made, right? So Nongshim Redforce, maybe if they can master a little bit more proficiency in their coordination, the script might change.
It might, but man, if you're on the Nongshim side, like how are you feeling, right? You saw, we saw both of that entire series. It was an epic one. It was definitely a banger in that sense. But to be on the losing end, and now you have to play another one where you know that these guys are very personal, they understand who you are, and they might be able to pick out some of these vulnerabilities. This is not a great spot to be in.
I think it is at this particular juncture that the stress and pressure might even get to the Nongshim boys even more because, like we said earlier today, they have had a fantastic run in KML Spring 2026. And now to be put in this position where you're so close to qualifying into KWC and maybe even having a chance to take the top spot in this league where they have consistently, back when they were in the East League, they were consistent champions all the way. There was very little contest.
So they can't use that as overconfidence, though. I think going into the series, they need to just stay humble. They need to keep that hunger alive. They still have a Vicious Esports, so they're down 0-1. This is not a good situation to be in. They've expended some of their heroes as well, like the Chano, the Lapu Lapu Mai, Dharma. Like, these are picks that they tend to go to. It's in their normal hero pick, and now they're looking to game 2 and beyond. They also need to kind of you know, pay attention. You know, I want to say it in Korean, it's 정신 차려, which is like let's focus up. Let's get back into this because they need to ensure that they get back and focus on the opponent at hand.
I fully agree. Yeah, it's good. I think that's the line that we need to go with. And with that being said, you know, Vicious Esports, once again, they are going to be on the blue side, right? So it's going to be prio ban, prio pick. The question here is, do we have the options to take a look at the Dolia Yangchen gameplay?
Okay, well, yeah, I think they know as they ban out the Dolia. I think that this is going to be a permaban. So playing in the ultimate battle, I mean, it's great and it's fun for us as a viewer, but as a team, it kind of exposes your roster as well, right? Because you know that when an elimination game is there, at Game 7 with everything on the line, what is that hero pick, that strategy that you're looking for, right? They kind of showed their cards. It was the Yangjian Dolia. They feel like this is the strongest and gives them the highest chance of success. And now that you've shown that, Vicious are like, oh, okay, now we know. We're going to constantly ban out the Dolia, so you never really have that synergy.
Okay, I'm going to bring this to another level. And I'm going to say Vicious Esports are actually saving that draft for Nongshim. Maybe on the potential knockout game, where it's, the series point, Vicious gives the Dolia Yangjian, but they have a complete counter strat against it.
Okay. That would be next level, right? If they're able to do that. I mean, you kind of know, right? So at the same time, by banning it now, you're kind of forcing it or slotting it in for later when they know that like Game 5, Game 6 or whatever. And when you need the desperate win, you're kind of boxing them into this strategy, if you will. Do I have your understanding correct?
Yeah, so essentially it's like, okay, this is my best option. I'm going to pick it because I'm so confident, right? But this is where you were talking about, don't let that overconfidence affect you. And this could be, I mean, this is just me overthinking, but who knows?
No, it makes sense. It's very difficult because there's so many variables, and in getting to that right moment, everything has to be like, it has to be like the perfect setup, right? Everybody has to, like in terms of this draft, to kind of win-lose, to a certain point so that you're forcing them into that box, if you will. But look, if it happens, it happens. I think that would be incredible if they were able to pull that one off, though.
I mean, at this point, it's no longer a want. This is a need. Nongshim needs to step up somehow, because if you go 2-0 here, I think that's definitely a confidence crusher, right? And YK can only help you so much. As the coach, he can only provide you the tools. The performance has to be done by you.
True. And that's the thing, right? I mean, Nongshim right now, they're looking a little worried. They're looking down. You can kind of see them right now. This is a situation where, they're truly tested. Like, are they championship material? Now is the time to show up. Are you able to take the momentum away from Vicious Esports, who are incredibly fresh? Sway right now, it looks like he's just like brushing his teeth with his fingers. Like, they are very calm, cool, and collected right now.
Yeah, the opposite is true, right, for the side of Nongshim. And I feel like in the jungle department, this has to be a tank jungler. And I feel like we might be looking at a Dune, we might be looking at a Kaiser. It depends on what they're looking for. And if you really want to be truly greedy, you can kind of go for like the Nako Ruru as well. She melts the tanks pretty hard.
Okay. I mean, Byron and Zhang Fei, both of those potential targets for that. But it tends to be a more glass cannon style from Vicious if they were going with that. I don't think I've seen Sway on the Nakoruru. That's something to take note of. He tends to be a little bit more standard with the jungle picks thus far. But I think that they want to kind of see if Nongshim show the jungle pick first before they commit to anything.
That's true. To be honest, if I were looking at it as a jungler, the risky option for me would be Fade, right? But at the same time, the rewards are well worth it because everyone operates on a shield basis, right, on the side of Nongshim. But Fade's ultimate is based on your HP, so it doesn't matter how many shields you have, I'm going to just chunk away your life.
It looks like the Zaqiao is going to be targeted here. This is going to be a great welcoming gift for after the Mirage, assuming anyone survives. But it looks like they're going to go with the Xing. Sway loves this hero.
Oh, he definitely does. And okay, here's my prediction. He's going to lose all his Azure Golems again. But the question is, can Nongshim make the split push? Because these heroes are not the fastest at taking turrets.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have a bit of an issue with that. I mean, the team fight is there, right? If they group up, and Nongshim with this lineup, they're want to do it. They can do that, but I think they need to be super careful with that positioning. They're going to go with the Haku Yao. Your thoughts on this last pick here?
I love the Yao pick, especially if it's going to be a tank jungle Yao. He's really hard to take down, but I don't think that's the game plan on the side of Vicious, right? Vicious game plan here, it's I don't care about Haku, I don't care about Ratel. I'm going for Siri, I'm going for Illusion. And once your two big damage dealers are down, then, everything is up for grabs.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's also where Haku needs to have that damage to kind of shore it up, right? Zachiao will probably go more for that support mid style with not too much farm. Flowborn Marksman obviously has to get almost everything, so there's going to be put pressure on him. Jing being able to just jump on him at a moment's notice is going to make life difficult for Siri.
I mean, right now, Nongshim really has to just double down. They have already gotten the framework right? You're getting the right place. You're invading the jungle. You're making sure that Sui's life is really difficult. But you need to finish that final blow. You cannot leave your opponents with a little bit of health because they will come back and they're going to punch even harder.
It's going to be a problem, right? They need that finisher. And if we're looking at this lineup, though, I mean, it looks like Nongshim, the Byron Zhangfei for me says just big old bruiser style, right? You want a team fight? We've got team fight for days. The vicious side, you're looking at Kyung9 for the potential flank with those Razor Cavalries, but then you see Sui, Cliché, and Do with a little bit of magic in terms of how they want to isolate and take advantage of that man advantage if they get one.
Yeah, man, to be honest, they traverse the map quite quickly, right? The other member that traverses really quickly is Haku, but this is going to be a difficult game because Cliché is definitely going to have Prio in the mid lane. As you can see, that first wave clear, he's really fast. He will be joining for a tri-lane at the bottom side.
A little bit of pressure if he's able to get it on. They do a decent amount. Siri, though, taking most of the damage as he gets down. Cliché showing up to the party, but zones it away. This is great timing, especially when you're timing it with that Firehawk, which only, of course, spawns once in a game.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Illusion can do some damage. He does manage to steal away the Touchboard camp. That's great. That's going to slow down the farm on the side of Sui on the Vicious lineup. Now, where else can they find value, right? It has to be the space right at the top.
So they got to rotate, right? Haku needs to be there, but he's already in the south part of this things. At the same time, it doesn't look like Vicious are looking to prioritize that as well, as Sui is slowly making his way to the top side. But if we're going to talk a little bit about this Cliché Haya, right? The Haya has just been this absolute monster. Who are you looking to isolate before you take a team fight from Nongshim?
To be honest, I would try to catch Siri, right? Siri, yes, Flowborn Marksman, really strong in the damage. But in close ranges, especially when a Cliché has the lead, you don't win those.
Okay. That's definitely going to be, I mean, taking away most of the damage going to be key, right? But Cliché at the same time needs to somehow survive. So that's something to kind of take note of in terms of when these fights happen. Because Cliché is going to have a priority list, like a 1, 2, 3, Siri being at the top, of course, but who else are you looking to take out too?
I mean, at this point, based on the draft, I would ignore the tanks. There's too many tanks, right? Haku's a tank, Ratel's a tank, Namu's a tank. I would rather just take out the damage dealers, the AoEs at that point. And the reverse could be said as of the same, right? If you're Haku, who do you actually want to go for? There's too many targets. You need to get rid of Do, you need to get rid of Cliché, you need to get rid of Sui. So this decision-making in that particular fraction of a second is so important.
And you got to do it very quickly, right? Because if you don't find the right target, they're going to either mirage you or dash away, mirror domain. Like, you have so many different ways to get out of jail, so to speak, from Haku jumping in on you. You got to be very careful with how you proceed. So Haku, for me, it's all about his initiations. Is he able to find the right target in time?
Yeah, I think if you can stop Cliché from being on the same wavelength in terms of like initiation, then it could be easier, right? Because you want Namu to be able to provide you a protection, but what good is the Unbridled Outburst if you're stuck in the Moonscape Mirage?
True. There's really no chance. It's more of like when the Mirage ends, that's when you use the Unbridled Outburst. So if anything, if Vicious are looking to go for that kidnapping skill, then it's more of like the rest of the team to take the fight. Maybe you bait it out before that Mirage ends.
Yeah, and you know, the biggest question is actually, do you even survive the team fight? Because everyone else is going to be hot on your heels. That's a guarantee here. Now, the other thing I'm looking at is Faye doesn't get that bit of farewell catch on the Siri, because I think that's a guaranteed contract for death here.
For sure. The control, and that's going to be kind of setting things up. They don't have too much more. I mean, the Mirage and then Kyung9, but that's a big one, right? So to kind of stack it and to ensure that they get the right stun at the right time, Faye needs to find Siri, Haku. Those are the guys that really control.
Oh, it's gone. They will get the catch. Cliché tries to find the finish onto the clash lane. Ratel is going to be down. First blood. Kyung9 gets the kill. His replacement has been taken away. And with that, Nongshim Redforce find a trade in the Zio Golem. But is it enough?
I mean, it's enough to even put a little bit of pressure on that top lane. I think they're going to be very happy with that first flood. Reptile was getting pinballed around. That's a terrible situation to be in. He knew he was dead because he had no chance of getting even close. He was constantly being pushed back by Kyung9. The revenge tour is on.
Yeah, concussion on many different levels here. With that Nongshim, they're going to try and mount a defense at the bottom side. The farming looks pretty good so far. Siri has been dealing quite a bit of damage, but the lack of the EXP going into the side of Nongshim as an advantage might cost them. Unbridled Outburst coming in from the side of Namu. Can they get the finish though? The members are falling low. Sui actually gets taken out by the side of Nongshim. That's a great start, but it comes at the cost of giving away the Tyrant buff.
So Sway went a little too ham. I thought that he was a little kind of relying on that mirror domain a little too much, but it wasn't in a great spot where he could get out. He pays with his life.
Okay, Haku, he's trying to find a bait here. They get the lockdown from Cliché. Illusion falls a little bit low, will be taken out by Do. Here comes the support by Rattel though. This is not ideal. I think they need to be really careful about this. Haku will be stopped for the time being. Rattel comes in, gets the opening so that Do can finish the job. Or rather, gets finished by Siri. And here comes Kyung9, turns the whole thing around. And suddenly, 4 members are down for the side of Nongshim Redforce. And Vicious Esports find the opening they're looking for. Rattel, he can't hold. It's 3 different members. He's going to be the last one. Is it going to be an ace? It is not just an ace. It's a rampage for the side of Vicious Esports.
Kyung9 with the perfect flank attempt. Saw Haku very low. Haku had some fancy footwork. Don't get me wrong. If we see the highlight, he survived for quite some time. He was dodging what Kyung9 was throwing at him. He was trying to kill him. Eventually, Haku got pushed aside. Kyung9 groups him up, makes it very easy for them to get the double kill on that one. So Nongshim right now getting outplayed by Vicious.
Yep. And look, it's the same thing. Haku is still going for the Azure Golems, and they are getting the steals, but they're not working the map. It's the same situation as game number 1.
And actually, they're down about 1.5. The heroic charge just to use onto Namu, just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, that was a little close though, and right now FaZe in a little bit of a pickle, will be unable to find the heals there, has to be taken down. He sacrifices his life, and Nongshim find a good trade in that.
I'm wondering if Faye flashes just a little bit more to the right, gets to the other side, doesn't get stuck into that Azure Golem pit, and just barely makes it out. That might have been enough distance, although it was very close by Siri. Still, a good kill by Siri there.
I think it's really just the cooldown of the first skill, right? He actually dropped it onto Cliché, but I don't know whether it was in range because Cliché was around and I was waiting for him to jump on his back. Unfortunately, you know, that last hit came in and that one shot him right through the heart.
Vicious right now, just playing on another level. They are so ready for Nongshim. It seemed like everything had been kind of accumulating. The rage, the gameplay, the strategy, everything for this moment to give themselves the best chance. They knew that Nongshim were going to be one of the favorites in the KML, and they have come up firing on all cylinders in this series thus far.
Yeah, and look at the trade here. Do should be able to get this. He will get the T2, and right now Nongshim is struggling to even finish the T1 on the top. I don't know what's going on.
Don't know what's going on at all. I mean, that's the biggest problem. Nongshim are not playing Nongshim style, where they like to be aggressive. They played very reactively, and at the same time, it seems like a defeatist way of playing. It's not the same Nongshim that we know, even from the first series of the day today.
It is definitely not, right? The map rotations have been totally off course. Kyung9 finds himself in the face of Rattel, and right now he's just playing him like a feather at this point. Rattel will survive, but look at the time he has bought. It has made Namu as well as Illusion come down into the mid. Nobody to place an actual defense on the side lanes.
So you're thinking it's like, it didn't get the kill under Rattel. Was it really worth it? But you rightly pointed out, I mean, Namu and Illusion were there, right? That's time that's being taken away from them farming. So they're not continuing to grow. And they're, again, just moving without a purpose. They're not getting any sort of reward out of it. So again, it's a small win for Vicious, even yet again.
Oh, will they find him? Yes, they do. Rattel gets caught in the Moonscape Mirage. There is no kill here, but it's about gathering the members on the side of Nongshim in one tight corner.
Umbrella Outburst is going to be used, but they actually find him. The Aerostorm is going to be gone on as well. It looks like they're going to be on out of this, and Vicious will just kind of navigate around it. I mean, they threatened the Mirage, but the call for support was met up by Nongshim as all of them showed up, but again, nobody died.
No, but here's the thing. Take a look at what's happening. The side lanes once again are being pushed in. Do gets a free split push with Faye, and now all the Nongshim members are stuck in one portion of the map. They can't do anything.
Can't do anything at all, and that's the biggest problem, right? Where like you're seeing just the value that you know, this high cliche has actually kind of paid off with them. They've been able to do whatever they want, dictating the pace of this game. And I mean, Nongshim are still a stone throw away from coming back net worth wise, but it feels like a very different story where Vicious are in full control of this game.
Oh, definitely. They're kind of like puppeteering the Nongshim rotations, right? Which is kind of scary because we have not seen Nongshim get puppeteered like that unless they're on the international stage. And right now, they're kind of feeling the heat of Vicious Esports.
They're feeling it for sure, and that's been a bit of a problem. They haven't found the right guy. Somebody just isolated. Umbrella Upper's completely whiffing. Namu, oh my gosh, I hate to say it, but I've done that too.
No, but take a look at the T3, put under pressure. If they get the steal, this is not going to be worth it at all. Haku does secure this 10-minute Shadow Tyrant, but at the same time, Sui is working hard on that Shadow Overlord, which means they get the macro pressure once again, unless Rotel comes in for the stop. But because of the wave management on the side of Vicious Esports, they can't do anything here.
That would have been huge if they were able to get it, but they get fine too.
No, I don't think they get the finish here. Unless, okay, they will get that. Do will be taken down. That's a great kill, a great start here. It's going to be a 4-on-5 situation if Nongshim can find a way to force Vicious Esports to respond.
All right, if Nongshim are able to find Do like 3 more times, they just win this game, right? I think Do is that guy. He needs to stay alive more than anything else. Sway will do a lot of damage. Cliche will set things up. But this team needs Do to carry them over the hump to finishing this game. If Do is dying like that, and he will be heavily prioritized by Nongshim, Vicious might crumble.
Yeah, I agree. I think you definitely want to put the stake in their heart, and their heart is Do, right? He is the main damage dealer. He really has most of his items. He's 13 with the Spike Mill as well, so he's definitely able to survive a little bit longer, but if you can burst him down like that, without the use of too many resources, that's going to be wonderful.
All right, you could have gone with many different ways to murder somebody, but you went with the stake to the heart. Are you saying that Do is some sort of vampire or something?
Well, it looks like he's sucking a life out of Nongshim here, because Rotel, he's trying to survive. It's a 1v4. I don't think you survive that. He's going to try, though. Time Pot, Cliche holds the rest of Nongshim. Nongshim Redforce in the middle lane. They give a T1 in the mid, but they get the life of Rotel in exchange.
They're buying some time, right? A little bit of space created. Rotel attracted attention of like 4 members, right? At the same time, Do forcing it down, taking the top T2 themselves. This is a position where, hey, if you're winning, you want to be sieging. You do not want to be split pushed to death.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because it dilutes the efficiency of the game, right? And right now, Haku's under pressure. Kyung9 will be looking at his past ex-jungler here, and it's making the map so hard to play. They get the T1 in the mid. They get the steal as well. Sui is just all over the place.
All over the place. And again, Haku, this is when Nongshim crumbles, it's usually when Haku's having a bad game. He's having a bad game. This is not great for him. Vicious has gotten the better of him. Sway has been able to outplay him. I mean, the mobility from this Luna is real.
Yeah, it's not a comfortable position to be in. And you know, Sui's not the only mobile hero here. Kyung9 as well on his motorbike has been causing a lot of rotation problems for the side of Nongshim Redforce.
They've done quite a bit. I mean, all of the players of Vicious Esports. This is the Vicious that we were kind of expecting going into KML. We know that they have potential. They were able to beat Nongshim on some other pieces, but it looks like they found Rotel yet again, who gets away, but he commits the flash, something to take note of in the next big team fight.
Yeah, so there's 2 minutes of a difficult situation for the side of Rotel, right? If he oversteps his boundaries one more time, in this 2 minutes, he is going to be taken down. Now, they do have eyes onto Haku, but Namu is here as the shield for the team, so they need to be a little bit coy with their movements.
Definitely coy. I mean, Kyung9 right now, not coy. He's been very, like, you know, flamboyant in terms of his movement. He's just kind of made some serious amends when the fights are happening. But Sway, this guy has been a little bit more inconspicuous. He's just waiting for Siri to make a misstep.
No, he has to run. Oh no, almost. They almost got the job done, but that is a little bit of a heart attack for the side of Nongshim Redforce. Siri, this is not where he expects to be. And right now, there is a split push at the bottom side of the map as well. There's so many things Nongshim Redforce need to take care of this at the same time.
I mean, the way that Siri handled that, where he got completely jumped, he didn't even expend the flash. He just slowly walked on out of this one, understanding that he was going to stay alive, because Namu 3 was within the vicinity, but still, that was too close for comfort, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you have to test your limits, and at this point, Ultimate is going to be used by Do here, unable to find an opening, but here comes the catch on the side of Sui, but no, he's the one getting caught out. A beautiful and bright outburst, and this is a turnaround for the side of Nongshim Redforce, because Vicious Esports are slowly getting torn apart, but they do get some return. Illusion will be taken down in this first part of the fight, but it comes at the cost of 2 other Vicious members. Faye, the next one to fall, Cliche, the last one to hold on, and Nongshim Redforce have found an opening.
Huge opening. They have found that opening, they ripped it apart, and now they're in control of this game. An absolute disaster of a team fight. Sway going all in like he's, going to be able to take on all 4, but he got focus fired. He's not Superman in this case as he goes down, but okay, looks like that tower shot will take down Rattel.
Okay, this is a tough situation. He has to buy more time. Sui has been finally called out. Cliche gets his Moonscape Mirage, but the defense should hold. All they need to do is to clear that middle minion wave, and Sui should be able to do it. But he's so low. Cliche actually takes out Haku. This is a perfect situation. Nice escape, but Sui will have to give his life. They will manage to survive, and Vicious Esports, one mistake, but this one's a painful one.
The CC from Nongshim is real, so Sway needs to respect that. It's one thing to go all in, but you gotta somehow navigate and dodge all of the stuns that they have. Rattel's got Illusion, Namu, all of these guys have some serious stun action, so Sui is a sitting dud. He's such a glass cannon where he needs to be a little bit more, scared and a little bit more timid with his approaches because he's getting caught out right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to just be a tad bit more calculated, right? I think if he just times his movements a little bit more, that could really be the pain point and pressure point for the side of Nongshim Redforce. At this point of the game, Nongshim have managed to regain the lead, but this lead is not going to stay for long because at 50k gold, everyone is close towards their final forms.
Definitely close to it. And another final form, very close. It's about 4 minutes away, but the Tempest Dragon, we're looking that way, right? I think that with both of these squads and the game situation, where the game state is, I think that that's a clear reality here.
Oh, what? They didn't even contest it. All right, so they will give away the Shadow Overlord to the hands of Nongshim Redforce. Now, the question is, do the Vicious Esports members survive? They are doing so at the current situation, but they have not gotten their eyes on the Do. Do can actually sneak a T3 right now.
He could look to take that, but there's no minions. So, but they're going to take away the top T2, and while Do is all by himself, he's not in this fight as well. So Nongshim have a potential. Sway's in the mid lane as well, looking to cut creeps. So if Nongshim have to backtrack and to kind of fix the lanes before they proceed.
This could be, either or. Right now, this could turn into a beautiful situation for the side of Vicious Esports if they get the life of Siri. But right now, Do is not in a safe place. Has to use the spike mail. He's being taken down by Haku. This one-on-one, Haku has a second life. He will have to give that first life. But they will take down the Shadow Overlord. No, not enough. And Do might have to sacrifice his life for nothing.
Yeah, he didn't get anything on that one. That was a bit of an issue. He was in that bottom lane for quite some time, where Nongshim literally rotated all the way from the top lane all the way to the bottom to deal with him. And yeah, you've taken him out, but now Sway has to survive.
All right, they don't want to overcommit. Oh, but they did use the mirror domain from the side of Sui. This is not ideal. Nongshim Redforce, this is a great opening to try and put pressure, take a T3 at the bottom. Kyung9, though, he has other plans. He wants to wrap around the backside of Nongshim Redforce. Can they pull them in and pull the trigger? That's what Kyung9 is looking for with the frigid charge. Unable to find the opening. There is no support so far because everyone is being handled by Rattel. One-man army. And with that, Siri gets the kill on the Kyung9. Do has taken the fall as well. Nongshim Redforce are coming back. Illusion, lone life, but he's not dead just yet.
Oh, Kyung9, if that bottom T3 was still standing, they would have a chance, but they go right back in.
Yep, Do is looking for that last hit. Can they find Siri? Siri with the frigid charge onto him. They cannot find the opening at all. Sui has been taken down, and Nongshim Redforce reply. Quite a bit of damage into both the lanes. Crystal now at slightly more than half its health, but Vicious Esports, I don't think they survive the next push.
I mean, they don't have Kyung9, Sway, and Cliche. That's a massive, part of their team right now. And with this final push, it looks like Nongshim have gotten themselves back into the series.
Yep, it does look that way. Do is going to try and split push. Going to be taking out Siri with the legendary play. Kyungnan can only stand as watch as Nongshim come back into the series 1-1.
Kind of felt like Nongshim were playing with their food a bit, letting Vicious get a false promise of hope, and then they like took everything away from them at the last minute because they realized that, hey, when those team fights are happening, let's not panic. Let's play our game. Nongshim are able to take that one away, and they did it in typical Nongshim style.
Yep, they definitely replied in the appropriate fashion there. Just making sure that Siri didn't take a fall. And at the same time, Rattel, that one-man hold against 4 other members on the side of Vicious Esports. Boy, that was such a difficult one to cross.
That was huge because, I mean, the bottom T3 had been taken out, but the fact that Rattel was the frontliner dealing with 4 members, and that's why Kyungnan was all by himself dealing with his own 4 members of Nongshim Redforce. That was a tough spot for both of the Clash laners, but Rattel, again, the Byron, the force field suppression is just way too much shields at the end of the day.
I mean, this leads us to that moment where, let's say Do did take out that Shadow Overlord. Would it have made any difference at all?
I don't think it would have. I think that probably Do taking the tower, and he probably should have backed a little bit quicker. Him dying really was a stepping stone for Nongshim to really just kind of take over this game, right? Because that's kind of when the wheels were starting to fall off, and then Do dies, and then it's like, oh crap, we really can't fight. Now we have to do things a little bit more desperately. And these are situations where if Vicious want to be, you know, the top dog at the KML, they need to shore up these mistakes here.
Yep, they need to lessen these mistakes. And also, it needs to be more clinical, right? There were a couple of moments where Siri did kind of find himself in a very precarious situation against Sui, but Namu was always there with him.
He was always there. And that's kind of the way that they were able to survive the jump-ins by Sui. Sui had a lot in terms of net worth, right? The gold graph is definitely kind of shifting in their favor, but Nongshim was like, no, not just yet. We're not dead. We're the ultimate red. It's the gold graph shifts in their favor. They were able to finally close that one out. Just a really good comeback game by Nongshim.
Yeah, essentially, I think the way Nongshim won this game was identified that the win condition was, hey, Vicious likes to split push, right? They always make a good trade in terms of the macro play. But if you continually force them to fight, you don't get what you want.
Yeah, you definitely don't get what you want. And, I mean, this is what they wanted. I mean, when we're talking about the highlights, there were so many good moments where Cliché was kind of setting things up. I mean, Do was doing really well in terms of the Chicha as well, but just in the end, it really comes back to the Tyrant, and I'm sure we'll see it in the highlight when they get the Tyrant and then 3 kills on top, and then that was kind of like the tipping point where Nongshim just like take over this game.
Yeah. I think the biggest difference maker was also Cliché did not get the catches that he wanted at the later part of the game.
True. And it kind of, he suffered because of that. And Nongshim understand how this Haya is going to work, right? Who's going to be most vulnerable. You want a situation where you have a bit of an advantage. And it seemed like they were baiting out one of those members to kind of fight him 1v1 or just survive enough. And it seemed like Cliché was more than happy to take that. And once this is that fight, this is the tipping point, right? The Umbrella was on point. The Kyungnan now coming in a bit on the late side. Tyrant had been picked up already, and Kyungnan get chopped down here. So Nongshim, just their ability to never say die astounds me.
Yeah, this was a great recovery. And once again, it's back off the glorious performance of Siri. I feel like Siri is going to be our MVP of this game because he was the game changer in this one.
He really set things up. That was the biggest piece, and like you called it, right? I mean, 8-1-5 definitely helped. The damage that he dealt was 31% as well, but he stayed alive. That's the biggest thing. He was able to kind of navigate Sway whenever he would jump. Obviously, he had support, as you pointed out, with Namu on that Zhang Fei. They had so many different ways to just ensure that he had that consistent, constant damage.
Yeah, look, this is the kind of gameplay we want from our farm lane, especially when our Clash lane is performing well, Rattel was holding off members, and also when Namu not only just providing the shields, but also providing the stuns, the CC that was very evident in helping Siri make sure that he landed all of his arrow storm shots as well.
Gotta keep him alive. It was like keep the, it's like protect the president strategy. Nongshim strive on that. Not to say that every single draft is like that, but they tend to do very well whenever Siri doesn't die. He's like that guy where he can carry games, and you're gonna see the impact that he had just like that last one.
Yeah, and one more thing, I felt like Haku disappeared in the later parts of the game, which is to their benefit. Because in the early parts, it became like, hey, can we give Haku a difficult game? And because it was so focused on Haku, Siri actually had the time of his life farming, right? And once he got the gold, it's like, hey, I'm rich now, what do you want to do?
Well, let's go for drinks. Let's have dinner. Let's figure things out. It seemed like he had so much money. He had a plethora of options available to him. And Siri, that was why he's one of the best in terms of the farm lane at the KML, all right? His ability to find the right targets and to find the weak points. It seemed like Vicious, when they were looking to take fights, they were kind of all over the place. They were looking to group, but they weren't like, one person needs to die. It was just like, whoever's in front of us.
Yeah, I like that strategy, and I like the immediate switch up, right? This game plan from YK given to the side of the Nongshim boys seems to have taken effect, and Vicious Esports now it's their turn to kind of pick up the slack, pull up the socks, and kind of figure out, okay, if this particular style of play where the macro game with the win condition did not work out, what is the next game plan here?
We're gonna have to see. I mean, I think in game 2, Vicious, they expended quite a number of different expensive picks. Having the Chicha, the Jing, as well as the Haya, these are, and the Guan Yu, like, I mean, almost everything, right? This is a roster that was like loaded for bear. They wanted to go. They wanted to take game 2 to have that huge lead, but now they're on the back foot. They need to figure out how to bounce back in game 3.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting an A5 Wagyu and, you know, burning it to a crisp. Unfortunate for them in this second game. And this means Nongshim now will be forced into a position of the blue side. Means they get the prio pick. And we'll take a look at what's going on in this particular draft itself, because Nongshim now definitely have swung the momentum over to their side. Now, they're going to ban out the Mai Shiranui, one of the more aggressive mid laners. The pros of it, great knockup, great CC, great burst, but the laning phase is always going to be a challenge, right? Because she doesn't clear the waves as fast. Nongshim also take out the pay. So this is going to be an interesting one. Do we actually get the Dolia Yangjin combination that Vicious Esports have continually banned out? And the answer is a big fat no. The Dolia will be taken out by the side of Vicious Esports along with the Haya. Now with that Nongshim, they're going to put Rattel back on the Charlotte. Rattel did not really find too much success on the Charlotte games that was played in the series earlier today. And this means Nongshim Redforce needs to figure out, okay, was it an execution error just now, or was it a drafting error in the first series of the day?
I mean, it's hard to say if it was exactly that, because the Vicious lineup in game 2 especially, I kind of felt like that draft was pretty good for them. Right? They had a lot of options. It was more about the execution, especially like Sway dying like he did towards the end. The last 2 deaths were almost like just bad play by Sway. He should not have been going ham in like that. So he needs to play a little bit safer. In terms of the draft, though, again, very expensive picks. Kind of a bit of a worry, right? As we go into the later stages of this series here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Chicha Nongshim. If we have learned from the first series, a Chicha Nongshim is one of the most potent flavors on the side of the Nongshim Redforce lineup.
And also, I mean, the Fatih and Chano, also 2 damage dealers, right? Vicious, still going heavy. They're not like pulling any punches. They understand that, hey, we got to get an advantage. We got to get up 2-1, 3-1, put pressure on, and then maybe we look to shift. At least it seems like that's the mindset going into this game 3 here.
Okay, I really like the Xiao Xiao pick here, right? Technically, there is an instant burst kill potential onto the Chicha pick, but this is provided it's on Siri, because I don't think you out-level and out-farm a Chicha jungle.
You're definitely going to struggle with that. And I like the fact that Nongshim right now, the way that they're drafting has kind of changed things, where now they're kind of putting Rattel on a spot, right? Where they're able to pick his heroes first, and he's comfortable enough, and with those lane matchups, to be like, okay, Charlotte, I can take on almost everybody. I just need to survive, again, the early game, and I'll carry into mid to late, and I'll be able to do some damage on the back line. And when your Clash laners are able to do that, just be like locking in, where you don't have to look for a counter pick and to kind of, you know, deal with things in the draft, I think that you're going to have a much better time as a team holistically.
Yeah, and to add on to that, the combinations that I think Vicious did show, maybe in their scrims or whatnot, the Guikutsu pick definitely goes in great synergy with the Fatih and the Xiao Xiao, right? You lock everyone together and just get the full-on burst down. but Nongshim will take that away, which means now they have the freedom to come in from various angles. Charlotte Chicha, notorious for that.
And also, Nongshim banning out the Gugiza, that was like the one game that they lost in yesterday's series against Vicious, where Faye was just able to dominate. He was able to just pull so many guys. He provided so much value. So you want to attack him as much as possible and make it almost personal.
I'm coming for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's some things that you want to take personal. I know the general advice there is, hey, don't take things too personally. But sometimes it does help.
All right, I just took that personally because I completely disagree with you. And as we go into this one, it looks like Illusion will be getting his Nuwa. He's an absolute maestro on this hero. I love the way that he's able to play. Plus, you know that the Jiaqiao and Chano are going to be kind of long range. Having that annihilation, that extra reach to just kind of go out and touch somebody, I think that he's going to have another good game with this one.
All right, I accept your praises and your appreciation as well because I definitely helped you out there. Now, with that being said, let's see. This Musashi pick is definitely going to be a lot more vicious coming out against the Vicious Esports lineup. But the Liu Bang combination, is it going to be worth it? Because you don't exactly get the full potential of the heals, though.
Yeah, not 100%. I'm wondering if this is more of just like what is available, right? And to kind of, when you see the Duel to Death or somebody, or like the Annihilation potentially looking to jump in on what is looking to be a targeted approach towards Do's Chano, I think that you want to protect him as much as possible. The Battlefield Command is one of those ways. Plus you have the Ying to kind of jump on as she dashes in. So you have options. Oh, but okay, they're going to just pump fake it all, and they're just going to go with the Motes here, which is a little bit more of a safer pick, I would say.
I don't know if that is the pick here, though, because if you're waiting for Haku to throw his duel to the death onto Do, if Faye is together with him, it doesn't matter whether you use your ultimate early or not, it's going to be cancelled. So that's my main concern, because I use Motes a lot, and there are different situations in which Musashi has proved to be quite a thorn in a Motes' side.
Gonna have an issue, right? And but you're kind of hoping that you're double dipping here with these stun lock potential with the Jiaqiao as well as Motes. Hopefully one of them is able to kind of lock him down, then it makes the other, stun much easier to hit when he's kind of, stuck in place. So as we go into game number 3 though, is this draft good enough for Vicious to take down the Nongshim lineup?
We'll have to find out, but we have already found out, right? CD key, W2E5, R8T3, Y6U9. Oh, I'm so proud I did that in a short amount of time. But yeah, claim that for free as we take a look at this game number 3 between Nongshim, Redforce, and Vicious Esports.
This one's going to be an interesting one. Game 3, right? Who's going to set the tone? Who's going to take the advantage of this? Because the way that Nongshim won, the last one, kind of demoralizing, right? Because Vicious had the lead. They were doing a great time, or having a great time. But the way Nongshim were able to kind of weather that storm and then to just take over, and now Faye.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like potential First Blood. Faye, what were you doing there? First Blood as well goes into the hands of Siri, the Chicha, the last person you want to give this to.
Faye's like, sorry, I thought I was on the Nongshim side, old habits die hard kind of thing. He was on the wrong side of town, but he pays with his life. But again, it was more of just like a scouting expedition. Faye pays with his life. Not a great start for them.
Yeah, it's the wrong red, guy. Yes, you're on the red side, but this is the wrong red. Now, with that Vicious Esports, they start on the back foot here. Not the biggest disadvantage, but we'll see how this really impacts. Now, both junglers have hit 4. This is going to be a wrestle for the Space Sprite Smiter away. Here we go, Haku jumps in. Can they find a finish onto the party? Will not be able to, but it's not a nice position to be in. Sui has been locked completely away from his team here. It's going to be a 3v1. The save does not come in time. Rattel gets the life of Sui. And once again, the jungler on the side of Vicious Esports has seen a very dire fate.
This is one of those moments when everybody's getting on the life raft, trying to just stay alive from the Vicious side. And Kyung9 gets on the life raft first, and Sui's like, guys, I'm dead, I'm screwed, I'm in a terrible spot, help me out. And Kyung9 has to get off the life raft to just try to potentially save him. But by that time, it was way too late. Kyung9, again, he needs to just kind of make sure that everyone else stays alive before he gets on the life raft himself.
Yeah, it's a classic Titanic movement, right? There actually is enough space on the raft. Make some moves, man. But unfortunately, that creation block, creating the matrix, was just more than enough for Sui.
Yeah, Sway, I mean, Illusion did a great job. I mean, on this Nua, he's going to be a bit of a problem. And it was constantly targeting. I mean, Faye was there, was low as well. Haku was thinking about going on him, but the call, you could see he actually pivoted. He changed because he knew that Sway is the higher value target.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, it means Sui will have to work with lesser buffs. Or at least at this point, Rattel for that moment just now was having double buff, has the gold advantage against Kyung9, so the clash lane is definitely somewhere they can put a lot of advantage.
It's going to be way tougher for Kyung9. I mean, on the fatigue, you want him to, like, he's not going to win every lane, but he just kind of wants to go 50-50, but he's definitely behind on this one. And now in the top lane,
no way, there's no way you survive this. That's gonna be an instant kill. Sui is taken down once again, and with the Matrix and Annihilation, they don't find the maximum damage available, but Vicious Esports has been hurt.
this is also why Illusion's so good. Not only is his creation blocks the right target, the perfect placement, the repositioning, everything that you want from a Nua, but his emergence, his ability to show up right when you need him. It seems like Nongshim have a bad signal for him, and then he shows up right at that moment.
Yeah, it's so painful for the side of Vicious Esports, but for the Nongshim fans, this is exactly the kind of recovery we need, right? We're asking for your stamina, we're asking for you to be more resolute, and this is the kind of performance we want.
Okay, I just wanted a competitive series. Now I'm going to start cheering for Vicious to kind of get up the energy for them to somehow get back. We see that Nongshim are back to their old ways of just kind of playing very well and dominating and having that map control. But now Vicious, what are they going to do? Sway, let's get going.
All right, they have to find a balance, right? Life is all about balance most of the time, but sometimes you want it to be unfair. And right now, it is an unfair advantage for the side of Nongshim. At 4.5 minutes in, they get the first turret of the game. They have a 2,000 goal lead.
Huge. I mean, it's not even 5 minutes into this game, and the way that they're able to kind of take control of the map, it looks like Nongshim after game one have finally woken up, and you're seeing just how powerful, how difficult they are for Vicious Esports to handle.
Yep, I don't think it's an easy matchup at all, because Do doesn't win against Siri, right? And right now, I think you really want to be careful about getting poked down as Do. Like, do you really want to get poked out here?
Yeah, and I think that they're going to have to all-out retreat, which is probably the smarter move.
Okay, they want to go in. They're looking for the opening, but the knockup from the side of Rattel, that's a great deterrence against the lineup of Vicious Esports. And at the same time, Nongshim, they walk away scot-free.
I mean, they walk away scot-free. They're attracting so much attention from Vicious. I mean, there are 3 men up there, but then they actually rotated Cliché as well because they thought the action was going to happen. Now you're wasting their time, taking away that valuable farming time from Vicious.
Yeah, actually, you know what? That was the MO of Vicious in the earlier parts of game 1 and 2, and right now it's working against their favor. Look at what Siri is doing. He's split pushing all the way down the T2. They also lie in wait because Haku wants more attention on his side. You can come and fight with me, but we will make you lose your T2.
I know it's weird, but MOBA, this is a game of math. If there's 4 people in the top lane, that means there's 1 person somewhere else, but it looks like they're going in.
Yeah, they will be looking for Haku in the backlines as well. Oh, but a nice catch. Think inside the box is not going to be enough. Haku gets rid of Faye. The ex-teammate will fall. And right now, Siri has put a lot of damage onto the bottom side of the map. The dent is real. T3 is the last line of defense at the bottom side.
I mean, they took the bottom T2. They were just chipping that away. And then when the fight was happening, they were like, okay, well, let's welcome it. We have the numbers. Everybody's going to be within the vicinity of helping one another. And they were able to get the pick off. I mean, yes, it's only Faye, the roam, but they'll be happy with that considering how much of this map is opened up.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, they're doing math, right? They have almost doubled their goal lead at this point. It's going to be close to 4,000 gold at this point in terms of advantage for the side of Nongshim Redforce, which means essentially they can take any fight they want.
I mean, they're in full control. They can dictate the pace. They can find somebody like Kyung9 walking in the wings, but there are 3 members of Nongshim.
No way! They forced the flash out of Kyung9, and this guy is not having a good time at all. And bear in mind, at the same time, Siri does have a huge goalie against Do, but the biggest difference is Siri has lifesteal. Do has none.
that's going to be a problem, right? Doe needs to kind of get going. He needs some space. It seems like Vicious right now on the defensive haven't really found that. They've been pushed away, don't have the mid T1. It's really hard to find any sort of farm that's consistent, where Sway can get it, Doe can get it. They're really struggling at this stage.
Yeah, and this pick on the Ying for the side of Sui, right? It's meant to be the self-sustaining tank here. They get that lock down onto Haku. It's not going to be enough for the time being, but they do finish the job. Right now is about finding more value because Raquel has arrived. They can turn this whole fight around. He does catch the attention of Kyung9, and nobody else on the side of Nongshim loses their life for now.
So Faye commits the box. I mean, it was a nice ambush. You got to get something, right? And they got Haku, which is a juicy target. But that kill only turned into an Azor Golem. Like, you defended yours. You didn't take anything away. Like, this is a moment where you need, like Doe right now should be looking to push bottom. He should be looking to put pressure on that bottom T1. Yes, Siri is within the vicinity, but that's where the rest of the guys need to be sticking together. You got to get some sort of other thing than just a single kill.
Yeah, and anything that you claim on your side is actually not of value at this point. Kyung9 wants to work on the T1, has to give a huge chunk of his life here. And Raquel wants to invite him to battle, but Kyung9 knows better. And we'll see at this 8.5-minute mark, can they secure this Overlord? Do they even want to?
I don't think, like, Vicious really should be fighting, if anything. They should just look to just kind of put their head down, farm as efficiently as possible. Yes, this Tyrant is going to be a target. They need to not just give that up for free, but Kyung9 wants to be that carry later. He needs more farm, more time.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not enough because right now Nongshim have definitely gotten a very nice advantage for themselves. They get the Tyrant for themselves. This is the second one, I believe, of the game. And Nongshim Redforce, once again, this is map pressure.
They got it for free. I mean, he soloed it. At the same time, you know that Rattel's in the top lane, he's farming. So the way that they were able to take it, it was for free. And you're across the map, and you're able to kind of, you know, accelerate your farm because you're all over the place.
Yeah, and the biggest value is the emergence here. They do find Rattel wants to pull a little bit of attention here. Sui does still have access into his Azor Golem on the backlines. This wrap-around tactic by Nongshim Redforce, if they can find a singular target on the side of Vicious Esports, this could quickly turn into a T3 take.
Yeah, but the map completely controlled the flash away.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to finish the job here, but they do force the flash out from Kyung9. That's a huge advantage for the side of Nongshim if they really want to force a fight. And what a time to do it, right? 20 seconds before the Shadow variants come out. Nongshim in a great position already.
Just forcing things out, making them a little bit uncomfortable. Like, Kyung9 wants to be left alone in that top lane, right? And the more that he's like, has to use his flash, now he has to again play more defensively. Yes, he has a little bit of vision, seeing about like 2 or 3 members in the mid lane, so he can kind of venture out a little bit further. But now with this Overlord, this is going to be a tough one for Nongshim, or for Vicious.
With the Matrix on board here on the backline, they jump on to Doe. He is going to be out, right? No, he does manage to survive for a time being, but here comes the rest of the damage. Siri pushes him back. Nice Splendor, but that does not stop him. They will get the catch there, but with that, Siri has done the damage. All they need to do now is to find the finish, and Raquel does so. Faye will be taken down. Doe Cliche, a triple kill for the side of Nongshim Redforce, and even with the efforts of Sui, what damage can he do? Nothing.
Can't do much at all. I mean, Siri was all the way up in front. Now he's getting gone on by Kyung9. He will probably die to these slashes as Kyung9 is able to take him down. Haku getting a little bit low, needs to be careful, but Siri attracted so much attention. I mean, that annihilation. Whoa, so close. Oh, they're not giving up here.
No, they don't have to really over push at this point in time. Raquel already has the information, and one behavior by Illusion, which is the reason why Nongshim are winning so many fights. I don't know whether you noticed, but every opportunity that he has, Illusion is using his emergence to scout the position of a Vicious Esports.
Okay, all right, for the record, I feel like you're questioning me. Of course, I noticed that Illusion was doing that with the vision. But now the Overlord, this is another big one.
Yep, it's not going to be stolen. They will make it up for the time being, but here comes that push on the side of Nongshim Redforce. Cliche, he will be taking the life of Doe. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade at this point. And Vicious Esports, they survive the initial aggression, which means now they can actually turn it into their favor.
Haku went all in with the Duel of Death right onto Doe. He thought he could get Sway as well, but he was just barely clipped by the stuns, and he was not able to continue on. Sway just barely surviving, and that was just the difference. It was like a game of centimeters, if you will, and it looks like he was just short.
Yeah, really just short at this point. Faye has gotten his frigid charge. Now, I'm not sure whether this is going to be a big change, but here comes Siri against Kyung9. This is just forcing the ultimate out of him, and this means the defense is not going to be strong enough on the side of Nongshim, so they need to get more resources here. Namu will be coming to his aid.
With this Shadow Vanguard, it's going to make things a little bit tougher because they got two members in the bottom lane. That opens things up for the mid lane. Vicious will happily take that mid T1, finally looking to equalize, at least in terms of that mid T1 tower take. But now Vicious, this is a moment. They're down about 2.4 to take advantage of it. Maybe you get some sort of pick off here.
Maybe Rattel has been controlled 4-on-1. There's no way he survives this. The shutdown comes in the form of Do as well. In the meantime, Kyung9 catches eyes onto the Shadow Tyrant. I don't think they want to let this go, but they have to at this point. No steal available. Siri secures it for the team. At the same time, there is a little bit of structural damage coming from the Vanguard at the bottom side. But here comes Vicious. This is a nice attempt. T2 in the mid. Surprisingly snuck away.
Yeah, give and take, right? They had 4 members in the Tyrant because they were trying to just force that one down, especially with Rattel down. But that opened things up for the other lanes. And Vicious were like, okay, you want to trade that out? Okay, fine, we'll give up the Tyrant. We'll take the mid T2 and the bottom T2 now and open up this game even more. And now the net worth is 50-50.
Yo, what happened to Haku, man? He went completely silent, and this is not something that we see that is natural, right? Siri did get the Daybreaker's virtue at this point, so with the additional peers, I think Nongshim needs to start being the aggressor here.
They need to, but they also need to find somebody. Look at how Vicious have easily scouted things out. Siri wants to take fights. He wants to go, but Vicious are not giving that to him. And this is, they're kind of just like, oh, you're pushing in, we disengage, we push in the other lanes, and it looks like it's going to be the top T2.
This is split apart. Like, what's the game plan here, right? Like, okay, Emergence once again to scout out the positions on the side of Vicious Esports, but Faye is just doing a very good job of making sure that Namu doesn't come into the appropriate range. Rattel, yep, he wants to go in off the 4. Nice knockup. The damage has been done. Rattel gets the finish off the cliche as well. This is not looking good for the side of Vicious Esports. They get sweet down as well. And Nongshim Esports, Nongshim Redforce have completely turned it around.
I mean, this started because they had the push in the bottom lane. Those minions were giving vision. They saw that Kyung9 was there. They had a man advantage. Let's go 5 versus 4, and they caught out Sway and Cliché. What a great heads-up play by Nongshim.
Yeah, this one is not going to be easy to deal with. T3 should be secure for the side of Nongshim. There's no way they clear this. Faye is not a wave clear hero, and Do is a single target burst. He can't get this done on his own. It's a 3-man defense. Right now, they do get one finish. Yes, it is going to be Namu, but just the roam itself is not going to be enough, and damage has been done structurally. T3 at the top, taken down. Vicious Esports, they have to lick their wounds for this one.
Yeah, Namu there going in with that bitter farewell. Very ambitious, if anything. It was under tower. It was very a high-risk play, but they were going for kills. But now they're disengaging, looking to take the Overlord.
Beautiful work, Rattel. Actually just making sure that he slows down a little bit so that Vicious wants to focus on him and get distracted from the fact that the Shadow Overlord has already been taken by the side of Nongshim.
Right under the noses. I mean, it was the perfect play, right? When you take the top T3, you're disengaging, and on the way, you're able to take that Overlord. They have enough damage to really burst it down. Vicious were trying to get there and contest, but they were just too slow.
Okay, so they make that clear on the top side of the map. Beautiful work, which means they are going to be able to deal with the mid lane easily. And now in terms of the goal lead, it's going to be close to 5,000 for the side of Nongshim Redforce.
The advantage of that, the Shadow Vanguard, just completely clearing the top lane, is that they were about to siege the top T3, and now that pushes them all the way. We're back. Vicious right now on the defensive.
Yeah, Rattel looking for the angle to come in. He doesn't need to dive right now. The whole point is to make sure they push back, right? So they can get the backdoor defense down. And with that, T3 in the mid and at the bottom being chucked down as well. The stuns do come in, but who cares? They've done the structural damage. Vicious Esports now on their last foots.
The timing of the Shadow Vanguard, so good, right? It was perfectly timed to kind of hit it with those T3s.
Oh my goodness, Cliché will be taken out in an instant along with Faye as well. This is not looking like a stable defense at all from the side of Vicious Esports. Nongshim, they see the target. They're working on the Krista as well. There is only one man that stands in the way, and it's not going to be enough because Nongshim take game number 3-4.
They're going to take this one. I mean, they're going to have the advantage 2-1, which is going to be huge for Nongshim. There were questions after they lost game number 1, but it looks like they have the resolve to bounce back, winning the last 2, putting themselves in a great spot. Of course, this is a best of 7. It's first to 4, not first to 3 on this one. But this is a great spot to be in if you're a Nongshim Redforce fan.
Yeah, definitely. I think you want to be in a great position because we're halfway there, right? Technically. They need 2 more games on the side of Nongshim Redforce to be able to seal the series. Now, the question is, I think, is Vicious Esports up to the test? Because based on what's happening, same cards have been dealt to both teams. You are now at a deficit for Vicious Esports. You have not been able to recover just yet. And that might be a telltale sign of what the potential situation at the end of the day could be.
It seems like the execution of Nongshim is just on another level, right? Vicious have not been able to play the game that they had previously played in game 1 and to an extent game 2. And now Vicious are in a bad spot where they need to recover and to bounce back into this series. I don't envy them because that position is a very tough one to be in, because now your confidence is shaken up and now you have to figure out a way to slay the demon that is Nongshim.
I mean, maybe the little bit of a bright side they can take a look at this is that, look, there is no more Chicha unless we go to a game number 7, right? And Nongshim is really scary with the Chicha. We already said that this is one of their prior picks and very dominating drafts that they have been able to work with. But Raquel, the recovery of this guy has been on point.
Definitely been on point. He was actually just giving them a chance. There were times where, he was kind of focus fired a little bit, didn't really have the greatest of times. But if you're looking at the damage, I mean, Illusion was doing some serious work with the Nua, but look at this gold graph. Some dips, it was definitely closer than it probably should have, at the 12, 13 minute mark there, that dive. But they were able to pull it off in the end, finding Vicious at their most vulnerable moments.
I mean, it started kind of wonky, to be honest, for the side of Vicious Esports, right? Faye was looking for the scout, which is great. But that initial rotation actually gave the advantage over to the side of Nongshim. And this beautiful work, I think Illusion really showed off in this game. The position of his matrices were really on point. At the same time, while the Illusion Annihilation did not really hit the mark too many times, it just caused enough chaos that they could find the finish onto the side of Vicious Esports.
Chaos and the fact that they were able to control Sway, right? He died early, very early, and they forced it down. I mean, what you limit what Ying brings and his farm, you're gonna have a much easier time to kind of snowball and to kind of get things going, right? They had a bit of an advantage. The target priority from Nongshim really very strong.
Yep, it definitely was, right? And I mean, there were moments where there was a comeback factor coming in, and there definitely was a dip in the goal. But sometimes dips are good for you, right? I'm talking about the actual exercise dip, not the dip of dipping chips. But yeah, that costed them the life, right? It felt like they didn't find the synergy that they were supposed to have on the side of Vicious Esports. And yeah, this might come back to haunt them.
I would love to just dip some chips right now if we had it, but I would be crunching all over the place. But looking at these highlights, you're seeing just how Vicious get run down. I mean, they had a numbers advantage. Look at Kyung9, he's so far away. This is that moment where he was in the bottom lane and he had to rotate all the way at the top, and this is looking to be the finish when they finally able to just kind of get Cliché and Faye, and that just snowball. There's no way you can really hold, especially when you have that Shadow Vanguard there. It was just too much Nongshim in the end.
So is this a Siri MVP or a Illusion MVP? We'll take a look at this. It is going to be a Raquel MVP. I mean, okay, he was quite the menace, to be honest. He was diving into the middle of 4 Vicious heroes and 6, 1, and 5, dealing 20% of the heroes damage over to the side of Vicious Esports, but taking 25% back.
And the worst part about this, if you're a non-Nongshim Redforce fan, if you're any other team's fan, you're going to see that Raquel, this is that first pick, the Charlotte, right? They're not scared. They will let the man play on his hero, and it doesn't matter what the enemy team will pick, he will have a MVP performance.
Yep, it is. And it's going to be a big rattle to the side of the confidence for the side of Vicious Esports. So we'll let them take a break. When we're back, we go for the second half of this best of 7 to find out who will secure their slot in the grand finals. See you in a bit.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. 'Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let it begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring it to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get it with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve it with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be
It's
found.
my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let it begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all. In this world, only ones in this call out my name.
Nongshim Redforce up 2-1. They have a potential to kind of end it in the next two games, but am I getting way ahead of myself, Kindofu?
I don't think so. I mean, the line that we always tell each other in a broadcast, in a game, we want to finish strong, right? And that's what they want to do on the side of Nongshim Redforce as well. Now, the question is, does Vicious Esports agree to this? Because that, if you're not in agreement, then you have to fight for it. And I think Vicious Esports, if they really want to prove their worth, this is the time to do it. They have to tie the series up here.
So you're saying that in my ranked games, when I'm losing, and I just don't agree with that loss, I can kind of somehow finagle my way into a win? Is that how it works here?
I don't know. You're going to have to try more and more.
Okay, we're going to have to see, because, I mean, if we're looking at some of these picks, it looks like both sides expending quite a number of those meta heroes. And to kind of, it's like that, it's built around a certain hero, right, in a playstyle, where if you're looking at like the last one, Illusion on that Nua, it seemed like it doesn't really matter what those other heroes are, because Illusion is able to just dominate so much. Going into this next one, it seems like Vicious need to kind of solve some of the questions that Nongshim are throwing at them, in the sense that they're not able to restrict the right players at the right time.
Yeah, I agree. And the pattern that has kind of emerged for me is that the two wins that Nongshim Redforce has gotten is when Rattel is able to do his job properly, right? In the first win, it was because Byron was a monster tank. He built that wall that Vicious Esports couldn't cross. For the second win, it's because the Charlotte was that initial stab and that really pierced the heart of Vicious Esports. So maybe let's try to start with the Clash lane.
I think it'll be huge for them, right? I think that's, you gotta kind of let Kyung9 get going. I mean, I don't want to like point out one guy has to do better on Vicious, because right now it seems like the execution of just Nongshim overall has been able to kind of get the edge, because usually you can kind of arrow somebody when they have a terrible lane, right? And they start off poorly, but Vicious have done fine in the early game. Like, they've been able to be competitive, giving themselves a chance. It's just when those team fights are starting to happen where the right guys are not dying at the right times, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the decision making, right? And we talked about this just now. So you have to make split decisions. Decision in a split second. And so far, it feels like Nongshim have been the ones to make the correct ones earlier. I think Vicious have made right decisions as well, but it comes a little bit too late because Nongshim have already kicked into gear during those fights.
Okay, that makes sense to me, but it looks like they're going to go with a fatigue from Rattel. They're kind of sticking to this, right? I think that it adds a lot of flexibility if you're able to go with the Clash lane first. At the same time, Vicious, they're going to go with the Foots to kind of counter that play, and you also have Zhang Fei. You have a lot of beef up front already.
All right, I hate to be the guy that says this, but maybe this is a farm lane Futsu. Who knows?
Well, you have options. I think that that's where the flexibility of the hero can be great. But yeah, I think that you kind of, I would say 9 times out of 10, maybe 8 times out of 10, you're looking at Boots as a Clash laner though.
That's true, but Nongshim now, we have seen how accurate Namu is with precision-based heroes, and Morse is definitely one of them with the Cannon Blast. So if Nongshim plays their cards right, then, you know, Kyung9 or Do won't be able to play. And it looks like, okay, it is going to be the Clash lane Futsu.
I think it makes a lot of sense. You don't want, I mean, when you saw that the fatigue was there, he's probably going to be a Clash laner, maybe a jungler, but I think the Foots, it's still that type where you can kind of, you're looking for like a lane matchup, right? And that just mitigating what he brings, which is a lot of the damage.
Yeah, but okay, I need to ask this because Vicious have banned out the potential of the Yang Dola combination for the first 3 games in this series. Is that the correct strategy coming in? Because that would have been great if Vicious were having the lead, but that's not the case now.
I don't think they're comfortable playing against it. We were talking about the fact that they might have some sort of pocket strategy in mind, like putting them in a box. But you can kind of see Haku loves his Yangjian. I mean, he might even pick it without the Dolia because he's so comfortable on that hero. I think that if anything, you're trying to take the Dolia, which takes that hero to essentially 11, right? And you want to just limit what Nongshim bring, let them play a little bit more stock standard with just like a normal Yangjian.
I agree with that. I think life can be a lot more difficult for the side of Vicious if right now Nongshim places a tank jungler in the hands of Haku, right? Let's just run Do down as a tank jungler.
Yeah, they could do that. I mean, if you have like a Dune that's readily available, again, the Dolia, this is why it kind of opens up a lot of the doors, is that even if they don't get the Yangjian, they've gone with like Dune instead. So that's still available as well. Okay, wait. Okay. Charlotte? Wait, Nani. Yep. They picked that last time. Yeah, okay. There we go. These guys.
Yeah, all right, great. It's great that you're paying attention, and you know what? No biasness coming in from you. That's great.
Okay, he's not going to go with the Dune, but I mean, the Ogren does the same sort of play style. So you do have that flexibility. Plus, in the event that you do get a Dolia, okay, now they're going to go the Agudo. Now they're just playing with me. They're just messing with me at this point.
Okay, is it going to be enough? Now, for this Nongshim lineup, they might not be the tankiest, but they have wonderful long-range poke and setup as well.
Setup and then the siege. This is a tough one to go into. I mean, yeah, the Wings of Judgment with that long-range poke that you pointed out, but then how are you going to get in when you have that wild growth and the fatigue waiting in the wings and D-Ren-J just waiting to pounce on somebody that's going in, plus the Cannon Blast. Musashi's there, but is this a suicide mission whenever he goes to duel to death?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like Nongshim, one of the great game plans they can have is let's just not fight, right? They can take turrets for free. They don't even need the removal of the backdoor protection. They can just siege like crazy. The only thing here is, okay, how well does Vicious play the map? Because if Sui gets like the duel to the death of his life, he catches 3, 4 people, Siri and Rattel and Haku included, then yes, that's a beautiful situation. But how many times can you say that that situation is going to present itself?
Not very often, if I'm going to be completely honest. It looks like Nongshim's lineup have enough ways to, like, assuming that they're not going to get stun locked, they have ways to kind of deal with the Duel of the Death, the Gorge Multiplication. You have the Legal Imperial Order, you have the Cannon Blast, you have the Box, you have so many different ways to kind of counter when Musashi goes in. So if anything, Cliché needs to set things up. Then you have Foots and Zhang Fei to kind of go in secondary, and then Sui is looking to go as a cleanup. He cannot be that original initiator.
That's true. Actually, I'm quite curious, right? If you're on Vicious Esports, you're Kyung9, I think my prior target would be Siri. Like, even with your legal immunity, so what? You're chained to the pole, dude.
Yeah, you're not going to have much of a chance in that sense. So, oh, Namu, he's got the Ultraman. I love this skin.
Yeah, the Ultraman Tiga, if you want, please go and get this skin. It is still in the event. You have more than over 20 days to acquire this in the event.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen just the power of this hero as well. Motes has been excelling at the KML thus far. He's had a great win rate. I think it's like, 8-2 at this point. He's done very well. And as you saw, even in the last game, the amount of setup that the Motes brings provides a lot of versatility.
Yeah, and it could quickly turn sour, right? Even if, let's say, Kyung9 catches, lets the Sages might run free. He catches you in that particular pole. You might be the one getting locked up as Kyung9.
Yeah. I mean, when you have the box and you have other ways to stun him. But Kyung9 is definitely on the tankier side. He doesn't do as much on the damaging side, especially when you're looking at the Nongshim lineup. They're not the squishiest. They have a little bit of beef. Obviously, Illusion Siri, a little bit of a different story, but it's not going to be the easiest kill. You need the follow-up and the team play to really work around your spells.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've taken a look at this same pick, right? We had one game where Illusion was actually the Shi and didn't find much success with it. So Cliché needs to give us a different story here. If Cliché is more consistent with the catches, I feel like Nongshim can be punished.
That's the opportunity. Oh, nice pull already. This is going to be punished there.
Oh, he needs a fall. He's not going to get it. He might be able to survive the whiff. The extra slashes here, but it's a 2-on-1. So the story does not come true. And Vicious Esports, they start with the first blood on Kyung9.
All right, it took 2 corporal punishments. It took a silk imprint. It took literally everything for them to throw at him because Rattel was looking to turn that one around. That was probably closer than it should have been, but they're going to be very happy with first blood.
Yeah, and that's the value of this Shi, right? You're able to buy a little bit more space and time. And I like this movement here. Illusion did not take the entire wave, actually manages to hold it and save it for Rattel to try and stave off that little advantage. And once again, look, they have to use the ultimate of Rattel to run away. And this is not to kill, this is to waste the resources. So Vicious Esports in a completely different frame of mind this game.
Shi is one of those types where if you're able to hit that silk imprint, it gets ungodly positioning, right? But the range is very small. Right now, I think that, he's going to be very aggressive, Cliché that is, and he's able to kind of get those pulls. But later on, he becomes a little bit of a range creep in the sense that he's very squishy. He's definitely going to, be targeted by Rattel, who will not forget what happened in the early game.
Yeah, and it's like Siri and Namu, they have many chances to get the stuns.
Yeah.
For every stun, it is like playing I don't know what's that machine, the arcade machine, right? One hit, and you get multiple prizes.
Yeah, if you're able to get lucky in that sense. But now in the bottom lane, a little bit of a rotation by Illusion.
Yep, they get the stun. One more hit will do the job. Siri, that last auto attack will track. It will follow, and Do will have to give his life. It's 1-1 now, and it's a farm lane that has been taken. So advantages on both ends of the map.
Huge win for Nongshim right there. Being able to take down Do, who again, we had eyes on.
There's no way. He is going to be locked down, and Rattel might have to give his life. You don't have the life steal. Imperiled state. But here comes Haku. He wants to get the trade back. It's not going to work out too much because at this point, it's a defensive move. Right now, the bot T1 will be pressured by the side of Nongshim Redforce. They're putting pressure on the other places as well. Do will have to ensure that he takes away the Azure buff, which means Sui doesn't have it.
pretty obvious what the strategy of Vicious is, especially in the early game, is to limit what Rattel is able to get. They've been focusing it down. Sway has made countless rotations there. They've tried to take the numbers advantage. Now Kyung9 has a pretty sizable lead in terms of levels. Rattel just leveled up, but now with this top T1, Vicious right now, this is the play style that we wanted to see from them as we saw it in game 1.
Yeah, but the trade-off here, the T2 protection might not be in time here. Look, the chunk of the damage has already been done. This is not ideal if that's from the side of Vicious Esports. Another stun coming in from Namu. And this is just slow sieging their way in the victory phase. Not going to throw his ultimate at this point. There's no one to catch here.
But you protected your bottom T2. Now you see Kyung9 in the top T2, which will do a little bit more. But it's about keeping this mid T1 alive. Don't let Haku get any more towers. Ooh, Faye. Oh, so low.
Yeah, he is on death's door at this point. They have the TP back along with Cliché as well. So the strategy of just slow sieging their way is working out for Nongshim, right? I like this formula from Nongshim, and they are not taking too many risks. Yes, they've lost 2 lives, but it comes at the cost of like a T1.5 on the bottom side of the map. That's great for Nongshim.
This is also why Haku Agudo is so strong, right? It's very scary because, like, you leave the lane for a second, he's able to put pressure on, a little bit more chip damage, and then that creates space in, like, the bottom lane, and you're able to kind of continue on with that pressure. And this is a struggle if you're Vicious, because you're reacting to what Nongshim are throwing at you.
Yeah, for sure. And the more gold they get, specifically into Haku, Rattel, and Siri, these 3, your turrets melt like butter, right? Right now, there is a significant advantage going to the hands of Siri, which means whenever he uses those passive shots to land onto the turrets, it's gonna hurt.
Definitely gonna hurt. And I mean, he's got a like 800 gold lead over Do. He's got that advantage. I mean, this is a great game for Nongshim thus far. Oh, but Kyung9 going in.
No, that's a big mistake. He's the one getting caught out here. Kyung9 will be forced to move away, and that Sages might unable to find much value here, with the exception of maybe making certain rotations happen from the side of Nongshim.
It's a big ult on cooldown, so they're not going to really have that. But at the same time, Faye was walking around. He could potentially go. We haven't seen a great Umbrella outburst as of now. And Namu misses that point blank. I've done that too.
Yeah, it's yeah, the pressure's getting in, right? But here's the pain point for me. I think Kyung9, he had to burn that flash in that exchange, and that's not an ideal situation, right? If you burn a flash, you want something in exchange. Right now, Do will be having a one-on-one against Siri. Okay, Siri misses the golden token. It feels like there's a challenge on how many shots we can miss here.
It seems like everybody's just missing, right? But Do being a little bit aggressive, and now Haku going in.
Oh, that would be huge. Do's falling low, but the save comes on the side of Sui, but they still lose Do. And right now, Haku's still alive. The T2 will be melted down. And Nongshim, Redforce, they have some value here.
I mean, Do was playing with fire on that one. He thought he could be cute. He did the first life step. He gets on back, and then he was just barely out, but then Namu with the cannon blast was just enough. Hit the edge of him and ensure that he got stun locked just so that Nongshim got that kill. An absolute disaster of a game for Do thus far.
Oh, maybe they're doing the 300 IQ plays here. Making the miss, but here comes a lockdown onto Namu. He's just a roam though. Do you really want to get the life of a roamer? And at this point, Kyung9 has to pay the price of the aggression. They get that kill on the Cliché as well. The tank is out, Faye is out as well. And this is all disaster for the side of Vicious Esports.
Oh, disaster. Do wasn't even there. Why are you trying to take some sort of fight 4 versus 5? And it's on Namu of all things. Again, it seems like they're very bloodthirsty, but they're not choosing the right targets. And because of one mistake of Kyung9, everybody had gone in. Illusion gets the dream Wings of Judgment, where literally every single feather hit the Vicious side. So just a disaster of the past 3 or so minutes.
Yeah, man, they can't do anything. Look at the turret pressure coming in. Haku's able to use his wild growth for, tankiness in terms of making sure that they don't get hit by the turrets. They get free damage. Illusion gets a strike from range. Siri gets a strike from range. Almost every turret is under risk.
You're describing Haku's wild growth as like he's using it for evil. You're absolutely right, because he's able to siege wherever he wants. He doesn't need minions. He's just got his own pets with him, and he's able to continue with that pressure. And this is why Haku Agudo, kind of strong, kind of annoying to deal with. It's not about fighting, it's about taking those objectives. And Haku and Agudo does a great job of it.
Yeah, I mean, world domination, and Kyung-9 right now is in a world of pain. He is gonna meet eyes with 4 different Nongshim Redforce members. They're gonna give away their Azure Golem, and the trade-off is a pre-10-minute Overlord. That's not the maximum value that Vicious wants, but that's the only one they can extract at this time.
I mean, you didn't take your blue, you're giving that up, but now, I mean, you'll take what you can get, I guess. I mean, they know that they're behind, but they're down about 4K. They cannot give up this Crimson here.
Yep, they can't, right? The last hit, okay, will be smited away by Sui, and it is going to be some sort of a consolation prize, because right now the goalie is definitely in the hands of Nongshim. This is close to a 4,000 goal lead for the side of Nongshim Redforce.
Just Nongshim, the way that they're playing is so smart. They've been objectively, taking all the towers. I mean, the bottom T3 has been taken out for quite some time, and it's a huge opening, right? So all the lanes will be pushing in that sense. With this Vanguard will definitely help, putting pressure on that bottom T2, but it's opening things up now for a free tyrant here.
Rattel makes a trade, he gives a flash, but they have taken almost every single useful skill usage from the side of Vicious Esports, which means they can't go for the Shadow Overlord take now.
Can't take anything at this point. I mean, you have to play defensive. You have to fix the lanes. The bottom lane is, again, they have elite minions there. Kyung-9 is making a beeline for it to help protect the base. But now you have a man advantage from Nongshim right here, and they can look to take the, I mean, with the Primal Bond, probably not, but still, you have a lot of openings in this northern side of the jungle.
Yeah, not good. The stun comes in. Oh, they're lucky that did not land on goal. Another miss at this point. Another one comes in, and that's another miss. But yeah, look, they don't miss on the turrets though. This is a big problem. Look, this is with backdoor protection, and they're taking it like there's none.
I mean, the wildcard, this is why it's so strong, right? And now the minion wave is there, and with that Wings of Judgment, you've been spaced away, and Haku might actually go 0-0 with KDA, but they might take all the towers. They might come out with a win because of that.
Yeah, look, once again, and now this is no backdoor protection. They take this, and all of a sudden, at the 11.5-minute mark, Vicious find themselves empty in the base.
This is very difficult. All 3 lanes will be pushing. Vicious, this is desperation. You got to find some sort of play. If they were able to take the Overlord with this Primal Bond that's going to be off in about 5 or so seconds, this could be disaster. This could be just game-winning for Nongshim right now.
Yeah, the world domination plan is working so far for the side of Nongshim Redforce. I don't see the options. What do you have? Faye has eyes on the Siri, but do you really want to throw everything down? Here comes the counterplay though. They might have to take the life of Siri, but the counterplay is more important. What's the recovery on the side of Nongshim? They're looking for the finishing blow onto the rest of the Nongshim members. Illusion is down. This is great for the side of Vicious. Can they find more damage? Kyung-9 1v1 pulls them in. Damage reflection is going to be used. Nongshim Redforce will make it out with the remaining 3 members here. One more hit should be able to do it. But Vicious, there is little value here. They can only have the consolation prize of the Shadow Overlord.
But Shadow Overlord is going to be a little bit more space, right? That's what you need to do in terms of just this push. To stop these super elite minions just crashing in all 3 lanes, you buy yourself a little bit of time. You need to slow this game down. The net worth lead is only 2.7K at this point. You still have an opportunity if you're able to kind of, dare I say, win 2 or so more team fights. You got yourself a chance in this game.
Yeah, we were talking about this just now, right? 2 minutes might be a long time, but look, 7.5 minutes, that's an even longer time. And I don't think Vicious has it in them at this point. They're still behind on farm though.
All right, I feel like the 2 minute, you keep going back to it. I feel like at some point someone has referenced 2 minutes as being not enough time. I'm not entirely sure exactly, but we're in a moment where in about 7 minutes, we're going to be seeing the Tempest Dragon. Is Vicious going to be able to survive to see that time?
Well, if they can protect the crystal, that would be great, but they're looking for an opening now. Kyung-9 has been stunned up. Here comes the Unbridled Outburst. Door on the backlines. This could be a fantastic angle for them. And with that, they do manage to get Rattel. They have him imperiled. They have him stunned. He is going to be taken down. Beautiful work. Illusion, the next one to fall. Haku and Siri, they're all low as well. Vicious, the one moment they've been waiting for. It is here. Namu, the last member left. And there is a wave to work with at the bottom side of the map as well. 2 Vanguards making their way down. Vicious, they need to start running. Go to that T3.
Huge opportunity here. I mean, Namu's going to just kind of deal with his Vanguard, and Vicious are looking to kind of keep that alive. That's protect the president, if you will. This Vanguard is that point. And now Sway just looking to go for that tower. He's taking a decent amount. The Cannon Blast is going to not be enough, and the box is going to be used, but he will be falling, and Vicious somehow clawing back, and with that Vanguard, it looks like Vicious are gonna win game number 4.
One mistake, that was all it took. That was a huge fight for the side of Vicious Esports. It was looking like there was no way they were gonna come back to the game.
With all 3 lanes, not a single tower to your name, and to win that team fight, it seemed like Nongshim actually botched that one. There was no reason to sacrifice throw the farm at them and try to just win that, because like that was you got to cut your losses at some point, right? Like somebody going down, Rattel dying early, and then you got to get it out. Like there's no reason to continue to fight.
No, but I feel like that was also because of Faye. Like his unbridled outburst caught 4 different members. That was a huge situation turnaround. And the fact that Do was actually on the sidelines, he kind of made Illusion freak out a little bit because Do, had the frenzy on as well. I think Illusion was expecting that Do was going to carry on, so he wanted to get away. But unfortunately, that became a huddle situation in which, whoa, that duel to the death, my goodness, well done by Sweet.
That was on point, right? The perfect timing, right? That control and that damage. And then they were all kind of grouped at that point. Nongshim were kind of panicking. They were sticking together, and they actually played into the hands of Vicious. That was the perfect engage, and the positioning of Nongshim made it so, like, it was poor, where Vicious were able to capitalize on that. And with the KDA, I mean, if you're looking at the side, Sway sticks out to me, 3-0-2. Kyung9 had a great game as well with 3-1-5.
No way. I mean, absolutely no way, right? If you take a look at the composition they have on Nongshim, everyone operates on an independent basis. They can go in from different angles. But the one time they group up, it's when Faye has his ultimate, right? And Faye lands a multi-man ultimate. Everyone else on the side of Vicious is a single target hero. But they, for some reason, grouped up and got caught as a group.
Oh, what a disaster. What a bad team. It's one of those single team fights where you're like, we were just too close. We just like completely botched that one. But that was a 100% game where Nongshim should have won. They had a huge lead, and it comes back to that final moment. You can't be grouped up like that.
Nyane, it is Doku's fault this one. I mean, this series was looking pretty fire for the side of Nongshim Redforce, and somehow they were able or unable to finish the job here. And this is props to the side of Vicious Esports. Yes, they had a tough time in game number 3, but what a recovery.
Are we going to see 2 epic ultimate battles in the same day? Is this going to happen again? Because things are kind of leading up to that. I mean, the way that both of these teams are playing, they're trading games left and right. I mean, it's definitely a possibility here.
Yeah, I'm getting some text messages about, what I'm doing to the games, but you know what? I don't mind this. I love this.
Yeah. No. I mean, let's get more games in. I mean, this is the biggest piece, right? Where we wanted to see, like, I don't want to see any of these 2 teams go home. And unfortunately, I just want to see that. I mean, fortunately, we get to see more of them. But this is that one last opportunity where they kind of fade. That umbrella outburst was so good. I was on point.
It makes you curious, right? What were the rest of the members on the side of Nongshim doing? They were trying to get damage in, but I think they were so disconnected on getting a prio target that all of the damage was just split evenly between the members on the side of Vicious Esports. And this one, the timing of it, I was wondering when Namu actually wanted to use his flash ultimate. He did it right after the turret was taken down. He could have bought a lot more time.
Yeah. If he was able to just use it a little bit earlier. I mean, to be honest, I didn't check if it was on cooldown. Maybe that was it or something, but it wasn't? Okay,
it wasn't. So then,
a bit of a misplay on that one, but Kyung9 with a finger heart, I think that was very well deserved. There were some questions about this Foots, if he was able to overcome, but that one death that we saw where we were like, that's not a great spot, 3 people tied, but that was his only death. But in the end, he was able to kind of pull this one away, 3-1-5, 27% of the team's damage. He definitely did his part as that clash laner.
Yeah, it all started because of him, right? That 2-man initiation onto Rattel, that definitely swung things a little bit more differently. They managed to stay on top of the clash lane in that wrestle, at least for majority of the game, right? But, that siege turret pressure, that was supposed to be the win condition on the side of Nongshim, and Vicious said, no, we don't want to play that game.
Yeah, we do not want to play that game. And I think that Vicious, they want to play the game where Faye makes that play with the Chong Faye, set it up, let's get it going, right? And just let the team knock them down. That was the perfect engage. If you're like, hey, how does Vicious get back in? Well, There you go. You have to have the perfect team fight, and they were able to capitalize. And Nongshim, they have to be reeling after that one.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, whenever you ask seniors, like, oh, you know what, we're in a difficult situation, and we're looking for a solution, what should we do? And the guy just tells you, just do it. And you're like, how? And so Vicious is showing you, just do it, right? It doesn't matter what the situation is like, just do it. When there is a will, there is a way, and Vicious found one.
That was like one out of like 100 times, I would say, in that situation, right? Especially with the T3s down, Nongshim does not lose that game. There's no way, right?
Yeah,
if like one guy dies, then they kind of back off. They have 4 members. They're able to hold. They just buy a little bit more time because eventually the Super Elite minions will do their damage, right? Maybe you go to a Tempest Dragon to kind of close it out, but with that lane pressure, it's so difficult for Vicious to get back. But that one mistake, the perfect team fight, the stars aligning for Vicious to take and steal that game.
It blows my mind because it's an empty base. There are mega minions coming down in every lane, and they chose to fight. Like they want to fight, and that was the one thing your competition was not asking you to do, is to take a fight.
Like Haku, I think his KDA before that fight was like 0-0. Like he didn't fight a single time. They took down all the towers. He was sticking to objectives, and then the one time he decides to fight, they lose the team fight, they lose the game, right? So I think that in the end, they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to figure things out because everything was perfect until the very, very end.
Yeah, but these are the twists and turns that we have in Honor of Kings. And for this one, I mean, this one really holds a special place in the hearts for both teams. Because, Vicious Esports, this is the time to prove themselves. And this is their, once again, debut into Honor of Kings 2026. And to go into KWC with the most miraculous turnaround ever, this will be like a Cinderella story.
It would be. It would be one of the craziest ones. I mean, I think that even going in, there were questions as of how VP would be, right? Virtus Pro, that is, right? Were they able to kind of compete with Nongshim, who were just second in KIS4? And then now you're seeing like Nongshim like potentially getting eliminated. I mean, yes, it's only 2-2, but the option and the possibilities even on the table is absolutely crazy to me at this stage.
I think this is your fault. You wanted a fair, you wanted a fair series. You know, we had a best of 7 series just now, and you wanted it to be fair. So looks like we're getting it to be fair. It looks like we're heading towards a game number 7.
I just said I didn't want either of these teams to go home. If anything, I wanted to go home, right? So they will continue and they will extend this series. It looks like we're going to see a game 7 at this rate. But the way that both of these two teams are going to be fighting for it, you knew it was going to be a slugfest at the bitter end.
Yeah, so we have departed from the hospital. We are now at the gym, a boxing gym. And it looks like this is an all-out brawl, right? So left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, give us what you have. The main point is for both teams to do your worst onto each other.
Yeah. I mean, do it onto each other at this point. I think that you got to go all out, right? There's too much at stake. Getting in, winning it out, just win 2 more games, you're guaranteeing your slot into the KWC. That's absolutely massive, not only for the team, but the prize pool, the prestige. Having your chances at the KWC will just change your life in terms of your career in the Honor of Kings Esports world. Everything changes, okay? No pressure, now go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, reality is whatever you want to choose it to be. And right now, the reality of the situation is Vicious Esports are back in... Okay, are they really back in control? It's kind of back in control, right? But it's 2-2. Everything is on the line here.
Yeah, not really control, I would say, but in a good spot, right? It's a clean slate at this point. I mean, obviously, Vicious want that, or they have the momentum. They'll definitely be feeling it, and they'll be feeling good. But going into this now, when you're looking at things of, hey, let's calm down. It's just a best of 3 at this point. We still have a great opportunity ahead of us.
Yeah, just with limited heroes, you know, because of global ban pick. But at this point, the Aaron pick, okay, against a pick, I like it a lot, right? Because if you are in a situation where Haku has to chase you down, Do can do a lot of damage without taking any. But this is very situational dependent. So I want to see where the gold growth is going to be at.
Okay, but also they've picked the Ata Fade. I mean, with that excuse me, they have a lot of opportunities here to kind of be very disruptive and then letting Sway kind of shine on these Fade type of heroes, or these assassin style, right? He's very good with them. If he's able to kind of find you and take away some of those big neutrals and find the back line, you're going to have a tough time.
Yes, but bear in mind, Nongshim did this exact same strategy in their first series, got punished by VP. They know what to do now, right? Let's just bait the neutral objective out. We will actually aim Sui. We don't care about the objective. We just need to get rid of Fade.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to kind of do unto others as others have done unto you in this case, in terms of just being able to counter out the Fade. It sounds great. Won't be easy. I think that Haku did not really shine on Fade because he was forced. He was like focused quite a bit. But Sway is the style where even when you saw him in the last game where he's just kind of on his own, right? When he was playing the Luna, excuse me, I think it was like game 2 at this point, but he was able to just find farm regardless of buffs or anything. He's just very efficient.
That's true, but his Jing game was kind of all over the place as well, right? Okay. So we're gonna balance it out here. I want to keep it 50-50, and I'm curious to see what else does Vicious Esports want to do here, because Prio pick, this first half of the picks have been wonderful, and you know what? We've complemented that with a Sun Bin pick in the roam, because that will extend your survivability, and Nongshim really smart to ban that out.
Very smart, right? And I mean, that late game, that heal, the speed, everything just running at you. When you know that Vicious, this is what they like to do. They like to run you down. They like to overwhelm you, and they come from all angles and just like, you know, stampede on top of you. So they want to limit that as much as possible. They know that the Fade is going to be a problem. They go with the Lady Jeanne with that Ocean of Tears to potentially control him.
I like the iframes. You can kind of bait out the ultimate from Do as well. But I'm curious about what this mid lane is going to be, because both teams have already expanded the Xiao Xiao, if I'm not wrong. So who is this mage in the mid that is either supposed to be a defensive mechanism? No, they want it to be both an aggression as well as a defense mechanism, because with the dread from the second usage of the Garuda ultimate means of judgment, you can kind of have the dread onto the members of Nongshim.
This could make initiating a little bit difficult, the Garuda that is. And then now you also have the little follow-up with Sakir here. Faye, this is one of his signature heroes. He loves this one. Usually they'll kind of go back to it, especially when the Lian Po, Zhang Fei, those types have already been picked. But the Neza, that's one way of getting to the back line.
Neza against Ata. I like this so much. Ratel versus Kyung9. This one's for the storybooks, man.
I mean, it's the perfect last pick, right? I think that it has a lot of value, like that Skyfall. It's like, oh, how are they going to get into it? The Garuda without Wings of Judgment would have made things so tough, you know, for them. But now you have Skyfall. You just kind of jump over that. How are you going to deal with Neza in the back line?
Yeah, a little bit concerning, because if you take a look at the lineup here, Nongshim has a lot of AoE abilities. They have the Tremor Smash, they have the Destructive Deluge, they also have, okay, Neza not really an AoE guy, but with the Fire Tip Spear, the first skill, and the Bind as well, he can get a lot of damage onto multiple members.
This could be incredibly scary, right? I think that last pick is going to put them in a bit of a loop. Faye right now is just like, okay, protect the back line, do whatever I can, ensure that the Mulberry Power is on standby to whenever he goes. But as we go into the pivotal game number 5 to set the tone for this game and this series, I mean, which team are you giving the edge to though, Kin?
Based on the draft, I like Nongshim's a little bit more, because I think they should be able to figure out how to deal with Sui. But at the same time, we've seen both teams make quite a lot of misses as well. So, look, my concern here is if Faye misses his Mulberry Power, the first skill, then I think that causes them the fight.
That might be a problem, right? And Faye is kind of squishy on his own. Yes, he's very mobile. He can get from place to place. But the rest of them are squishy, right? They don't really... I mean, Kyung9 is your frontliner. But I think that Ratel will kind of mitigate what he's bringing. Plus, then you have Haku with his burst and Siri. You're just going to have a tough time.
Oh, that was a really early jump from the side of Ratel. I mean, okay, you know what? Mental domination there.
Yeah, just you're going to be seeing a lot of me, right? And he's just like in his face already.
Yeah. I'm going to be a problem, and it looks like there is going to be a problem. Now, the heals will come in from the side of Faye, right? That's one of the benefits he brings to the team fights. But the big issue here is he needs to be able to land a more aggressive stance. You can't just be there healing your teammates. You need to set up for your team. You need the stuns.
But how do you get around Namu, right? Like, Lian Po is just a beefy dude who's going to be super annoying. I think that it looks like VC right now are kind of, you know, looking more for the numbers advantage to kind of give themselves an edge because Do needs a little bit of space before he gets going.
Now, I love the Sakia pick to bits, right? Because I use Sakia as well, but here's one big thing about Sakia. The moment you get stunned up, your life is gone. Because right to win your second skill, you can, you know, jump around bushes. It can be very smooth. But the moment you are stunned, you are stopped directly at the position that you're stunned. You could find yourself in the middle of 4 different members on the side of Nongshim.
It's just pretty much GG, right? I mean, you get stunned, you're pretty much dead because you're just like the squishiest of all the heroes, right? You're gonna really struggle. But I mean, if you're looking at the side of Nongshim, the CC, yeah, they have it. I mean, the Ocean of Tears, you gotta kind of hit, you gotta anticipate a bit. Namu 3 with the burst ram, maybe to set it up into the Tremor Smash, but is that really enough lockdown?
Well, you have Siri. I guess that's one of the things that is going to be beneficial, right? But he has to be in range. That's the first thing. And then at the same time, it's about this. Where is this advantage that both teams are going to wrestle from, right? So far, we haven't seen a big invade coming in. And Vicious, if this game goes on as it has been, it's to their advantage, to be honest.
Okay. I think that, yeah, like extend the game a bit on that sense. But Nongshim right now doing a decent job. I mean, the net worth is a bit of a tie, but now you're seeing Haku going in the top lane.
Okay, they need to find something here, right? Be it faster rotations through the teleportation portal, or at least getting a kill. This is something that both teams will be looking for.
I mean, it's going to be setting themselves up for that 4-minute Tyrant. Nongshim wanting that first kill before they kind of fully commit to anything. But Haku, this is the time where, again, it's about him efficiently farming, right? Siri's there to just kind of use the buddy system because he's not losing anything in the bottom lane.
I like the timing of that, right? At the same time, you kind of get the gold sharing with the jungle camps as well. So that's where they can squeeze. It may seem like a little bit of an advantage, but at this point of the series, any advantage is a huge advantage.
Yeah, you'll take that. I think that that's going to be key to watch out for. Wherever Haku goes, who's following with him? It looks like Namu is kind of making his way to the top lane as well. But at the same time, Vicious, they do have a Sui nearby.
Okay, they need to be careful, right? I think, yeah, they saw Namu. That was an auto attack onto Namu from Sui as well. It's a 3v2 situation right now. It's really just about the goal accumulation, right? Once Kill Knight gets like the Dragon Rage, I think, yeah, Vicious gonna have a slight advantage here.
Mid lane, Haku doing a little bit of work on the Cliche. That's a bit of a problem, right? Now the 4 minutes, it's going to start. Cliche is about half-life. This is not a great spot to be in when you're looking to contest. It's definitely not going to happen as Haku just easily gobbles up that Tyrant.
Which is not supposed to happen, right? Like, if you're taking a fade, the whole point is you are a neutral objective monster. Vicious Esports needs to capitalize on that. And right now, they're looking for a different kind of trade, right? They want to get P1s or they're looking for a kill, but none of that is happening.
Nothing is happening. Sway's just too busy farming. I think he's just put his head down. So, like, solo farming is great and all, obviously, for that solo guy, but the Tyrant is the type where it kind of, like, you have the damage spread. Everybody gets the buff. Everybody gets the gold. Everybody gets, you know, some piece of that, like, further accelerates the team. Sway is looking more for the solo play and to potentially get that damage in.
Yeah, Tremor Smash onto 2 at this point is looking good, but Namu's taking quite a bit of damage. Now he's going to be forced to flash away. So decent damage on the T1 in the bottom. Now, T1 in the mid is not going to be damaged because Sui is already there.
Illusion picking up the Venomous Staff. This is going to mitigate a lot of what Faye is bringing. I mean, the sprites, they're small, but the heals are annoying. It will help sustain, especially when they're looking to push. If Illusion, again, this is one that was a priority for them because you want to take that away.
Whoa, that's a huge setup. They actually get the knockup. This is going to be potential first blood, and it goes into the hands of Siri once again. There is no punish coming in from the side of Vicious Esports, so it's all to the benefit of Nongshim.
I kind of want to draw this out, but right on the bottom, right where that tower is, that's like the worst spot to be in. They're going in.
Yep, but the iframes are all here. Sui, he needs a little bit of help. And it is going to be a setup from the side of Nongshim Redforce. Completely turned around, and Haku has taken a kill. Sui is taken down as the next victim on the side of Nongshim Redforce. And Haku gets a double kill.
Oh, Haku, you cannot get away from him. His pouncing, his ability to just jump over, you think you're safe. Sui and Do thought they could be a little bit cute, but he got chased down. He's doing everything right now.
Yep, he is, and the rewards are going to be plenty here. It's going to be the Azure Golem with the Smite as well. They secure it. So Haku now has put a dent into the EXP and gold of Sui.
Done quite well. I mean, 2.5. They've grown this lead. This is a Nongshim special with this pay. You knew it was going to be tough, and now that you have this Neza that could potentially change things up, but it all started with Illusion's Ocean of Tears. In that perfect spot in no man's land when you're trying to siege that tower, you cannot be there because that's the outer limits of spells, and you will get stun locked, as you saw in that one.
Yeah, Kyung9 here going to be pressured. But you know what? The biggest thing in that situation was, did they not see Illusion? Like, I thought they saw Illusion.
Apparently not. Or there's no reason to be so close. The Haku's going aggressive.
Gone. Yeah, there's no way. Do will be taken down instantly. An instant delete button, and Faye will have to use his the wind to run away, which means the T2 at the bottom is going to face some sort of pressure. Same time, T1 in the mid. Vicious Esports, this is not ideal at all.
Not ideal, and this is why Haku, who likes to be aggressive, but then you have the Skyfall on top of that, you have the insta support. What is Do gonna do?
Yeah, like there's no options, right? And you can't ignore the split pushes coming in from the side of Nongshim in the mid as well. So it's a free T2, great map play. They do get a response in a T1 on the top, but I don't think that's gonna account for much.
Yeah, that's probably the least valuable tower that they have. So, I mean, it's a small thing in terms of objectives, but you got to shift it whatever you can. If anything, you got to protect this mid T1, which is a little on the lower end.
Yeah, they do get like a couple of nice hits coming in. Jadify the Azure Golem going in, so Sui does secure that for himself. But once again, they did not force a flash from Illusion on the Lady Chen, so not a lot of value down here.
Not a lot of value, but again, you gotta secure it. That's the biggest piece. If losing it would have been a huge disaster. Sway needs to get going. He's starting to fall behind in terms of the XP. Haku has gotten the better of him. He's been all over the map. He's been very efficient with his movements.
Yep, CV as well, right? Look, the distraction plays from Nongshim Redforce have been super clinical. We are out of the gym. We are now at the clinic because this has been a clean execution from the side of Nongshim Redforce so far.
Look, I have never gone from gym to clinic ever, okay? That's usually not the transition you want to go. I mean, like if I'm in the gym and then I got injured, then I would go to the clinic, but I've never been there, so I don't want to jinx myself. But that's usually not the typical plan of a day for somebody.
Yeah, typically. I mean, I've experienced that before, and yeah, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, but right now, that seems to be the fate of Vicious Esports.
It's looking rough for them. I mean, they haven't found a kill. They haven't found their footing in this one. Sway's been pushed behind. They lose the mid T1. Another huge blow to the Vicious Esports lineup. They haven't got going. It just seems like this roster right now has not been able to play like they did in the last game, where they're able to just out-team fight you.
Because they don't have reliable CC. Like, who's the one that's going to get a CC down? By the time Kyung9 gets the CC down, it's going to be too late. Look at the escape mechanisms they have on the side of Nongshim. Now, Sui, he could be the one to turn the tides, but he needs damage in. And right now, that is going to be the case. With that, they can't even find the finish. Sui gets taken down once again as Nongshim Redforce exposes the weakness. No CC, and that is a huge problem. Vicious Esports, 3 down. Cliche and Faye. Faye should not be left alive for too long. He should be left to the last few seconds here. They don't care about him. It's the T3s they want.
That was a textbook team fight. The initiation, they were so patient. Siri wasn't going in because he was waiting for where Sui was going to pop up on. And it looks like they've gotten even another target in Cliche. And just like that, Nongshim are going to take game number 5 in a hurry.
Okay, I mean, okay, there is a timer down here. Nongshim Redforce, they're running on a couple of clocks. Number 1, fatigue is starting to set in. Number 2, the options are starting to get lesser as well. So Nongshim, with this 5th game win, put themselves in a very nice position because we are at series point.
I just saw them waving. I don't know if it was waving at Vicious, as in BM. Like, are we getting to that level where like, hey, goodbye? I mean, they haven't won yet, but we haven't really seen too much trash talk between them. I mean, there's been a lot of respect thus far. We even see some of the, you know, the skits that they've been doing. They're very friendly with one another. But that was, I don't know who they were waving at. I'm hoping it was at Vicious because it makes things a little bit spicier as we go into Game 6.
Okay, I'm going to spoil party at this point. They were not waving the Vicious because they are actually in rooms side by side. So, it means that they were waving the fans. Who knows?
Okay, well, you could have just lied to me. Now I'm all disappointed. I thought they were just gonna, like, I was gonna create drama out of nothing, and now I can't even do that. Thanks a lot, Kin. But as we go in, I mean, that was such a good game by Nongshim, right? And just being able to, like, you were pointing it out of like, oh, how do we stop Fade? It's like, oh, what did Virtus Pro do to us? They kind of did that as well. They made sure that Sway didn't have a good time. He was very squishy and very hesitant about engaging, and when he did, you knew that Aoyin or Loom Siri was on point with the damage to kill him.
Because it was very clear, right, who Sui was going to go for it. Like, it's obviously C-rated Illusion. And both of them, the most painful thing to experience for Sui is the fact that both of them have iframes. You get to turn into a dragon, you get to turn into an icicle pop. Like, okay, and then you get taken to your grave.
Yeah, just be able to outlast that single moment because he's looking to burst you down. And I mean, if we're looking at the gold graph, completely in favor of Nongshim, able to close that one out. But the biggest piece to this one and the surprise was even after that last game, they just completely shook that one off and they're like, actually, no deaths. That was what Coach YK challenged them to. They didn't die a single time on the side of Nongshim and they played a flawless game.
Yeah, flawless indeed. I love this performance from Nongshim Redforce. And I know a couple of Nongshim Redforce fans, like, look, how did they not get this, right? In all situations presented, by all the stats, this should have been a kill from Sui, but he was the one who got taken down instead. Huge setup by the side of the flowing side of Illusion as well, allowing Haku to get that final kill. Sometimes we prop the players up. I don't think that was calculated, but Haku's going to take a kill any day.
He'll take anything. I mean, he's so aggressive. And this is why, when he's got that farm, he's an absolute monster, right? Especially on the pay where he's able to dash. And look at Sway going in.
Yeah, look at Illusion. That last moment, holy. I would have been heartbroken as Sui, man.
Yeah, I mean, he thought he had it, but just being able to stay alive, that's all you need to go golden, stay alive, and just keep the like, deathless streak alive. And Cliché just trying to hang on, dealing with the minions, but then he gets going on too many members. Skyfall from left field as well, and they'll take the game. Just a perfect game by Nongshim.
Beautiful. Okay, now the question is, who's the MVP, right? Who's the MVP for Nongshim Redforce? And this will be your answer. It's going to be Haku, the Tiger himself. 3-0-4, dealing 27% of the team's hero damage. But the setup, that was what I'm looking for. The whole team of Nongshim Redforce set this guy up for success, and Haku brought them all to a potential future into KWC.
So close. One step away. But we've seen Nongshim stumble at the finish line, right? I mean, yes, that team was Virtus Pro. I don't mean to bring up bad, bad history. They haven't done that against Vicious Esports. But they need to learn how to close out the series, right? This is another game that, like, look, you want to go. You just got to finish this one out. You don't want to go to the ultimate battle. You don't want resets. You don't want to have to worry about that. Let's finish the game, the series. Now, let's punch our ticket now.
Oh man, this one is so difficult because once again, this is the last fate of both Korean teams, right? Whoever loses here, this is a painful journey. Maybe, okay, in my perspective, I feel like it's more painful for Nongshim because they did so well this tournament. They have put Vicious down on their backs so many times, and if Vicious is the one to put them on their backs at this particular moment and deny them of that slot into KWC and the grand finals, that would be super fulfilling, but that's going to be a super big heartbreak for them as well.
So much at stake, right, at this game. Again, I was saying, like, I don't want to see either of these teams go home because one of them is going to be heartbroken, right? But there's the storyline of Vicious being able to get the revenge, right? Kyung9 and Faye, right? Are they able to kind of overcome some of those demons, take down the team that took you out? Or is it going to be Nongshim, who have had success? They've built up. They've gotten a new roster. They've added some new players to their team. And now they're looking to kind of get back into the grand finals and to kind of go one more time at Virtus Pro. There are just so many different storylines that we can go with.
Okay, so hear me out. Nongshim are out of the traditional meta tanks in the role. No more Lapu Lapu, no more Zhangfei, no more Lianpu. Vicious though, they have access into the Lapu. So this has to be a Lapu game for the side of Vicious Esports.
If they're able to pick it up, I think that, Fei will be happy with it. He plays those types of heroes very well. The amount of control. It's interesting that they've kind of saved it for like a game 6. But we've seen time and time again, both sides, they have that hero pool. It's not a worry of mine. Like, we're going to have a very competitive game 6 here.
It feels like this is going to head into the sustain comp, right? We haven't seen too many sustain comps coming out, but it normally comes out towards the later parts of the series because you've exhausted all of the tank options, which means this is a great time to play a tank jungle, right? Just out-sustain your opponents and bulldoze them to death.
So if Nongshim win, they're going to probably celebrate like they won the Grand Finals, because getting into the Grand Finals and getting that slot into KWC means quite a bit, right? You're guaranteed that slot. But if they were to lose, I mean, obviously heartbreak, right? Same thing on Vicious's side. So there's so much at stake, right? This is like the Grand Finals for both of these squads, because there's only one slot, 2 teams, who's going to make it?
Yeah, there's no space. It's so unfortunate. But there is only space for one champion. Okay, they're gonna allow the Lapu Lapu to be in the pool for the side of Vicious. But the first pick is going to be an Arta. So we're looking at a super sustained comp.
I'm kind of thinking that we just like vote to just take away a slot from like IKL or PKL so that we can have both of these, all of these. I mean, they don't need it. Let's be honest. They're not going to do very well at the KWC.
Take it away from MKL. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, but going into this one, Ata, insta counter pick, Byron, Gan, and Mo, Vicious looking to go very heavy. Again, you have to. Game 6, this is that moment. Can Cliché really shine on this Gan and Mo?
Oh my god, Gan and Mo, Gan and Mo. You know, one of the things that really scares me about a Gan and Mo is that Gan and Mo doesn't play well against a very greedy lineup that Nongshim I know can play. Illusion, Shangguan, maybe. Definitely not gonna happen, I feel. But Nongshim, here we go. Healing, sustain comp, right? This has to be a Namu Yuan.
I do agree. I do agree. That sustain is going to be real, right? And plus, it also, the way that it plays is that it can be that front line. It can eat some of those blades from Cliché and then just kind of sustain and just, out heal it, get back to safety with that unending sorrow, just kind of deal with that. But now Vicious going the way of Nongshim with the Yakudo, and they're like, hey, we got our wild growth, let's siege.
Game's over. Get the alarm and the game is over, bros.
Yeah. Potential opener there, but
okay, they banned the Lapu Lapu.
Okay. Still have options. Marley, Yuan, Luna, Heino. It's available if they want to go.
So hear me out. Gan and Mo, great, right? One of the most difficult people to play against is either the Musashi or the Arlie, because both of them have projectile canceling skills. And now Nongshim has that on hand. And in this critical match where this is series point for Nongshim, there is no way Siri is not going to perform.
Yeah. I mean, you would think, right? This is that moment. I mean, you're seeing the players right now. They know what is at stake. Getting Illusion is Yixing. This is going to be trouble for Vicious. He's an absolute beast. The amount of control will be able to, control whatever the Byron jumps in. Like, it's going to be so tough to get on top of that Arlie or the Yuan as well. Plus, you have the Ghost Ship.
Would you prefer Ambrosa in the jungle or the Ata in the jungle?
I would go Ata jungle. Well, actually, either or.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no, Faye, he's locking in. I mean, this is what we want to see, right?
Oh no, they're not going to go with it. They're going to go with Cayenne?
There's no way you go for that. What's the value in that?
Because you're looking to out-sustain. Okay, the Guiguzi. I think that you have to. The pull, if you're able to kind of get them, plus you can catch them off guard. Okay, now they're just playing with my heart. I don't even know at this point.
Okay, you know what? When you break people's hearts, your heart will be broken as well. And no, Vicious is just kind of exploring what's the game plan here. Looks like Da Chao is going to be the final pick here. So it's going to be more map rotations. They're practicing the same strategy that Nongshim had in the previous game. And I'm very sure they will not make the same mistake. So it's all about siege, right? We don't want to take the team fights unless we have the natural advantage. We will play the map.
This is an interesting one. I don't think we've seen a Da Chao. I got to check this out. No, I don't think that the Da Chao has been picked in the KML. So this is going to be a great piece. And we're seeing just like the heroes that have not been picked at all at the KML showing up because, again, long series, right? The split push will be absolutely real, especially if he decides to roll in with a Gudo. This is a tough split pushing lineup, and they can get out scot-free.
Yeah, I think it's all about Faye here, right? Faye could be the destroyer of dreams on the side of Nongshim. Pay back tenfold at this point if they manage to tie the series up. But Nongshim, they're expecting a completely different storyline, which reality comes true.
This is crazy. I could not have written this, better myself in terms of a script, right? Putting the onus on Faye to really take the fight to Nongshim. Everything is on his shoulders, I would say, right? Because of the fact that when you have that split push, that potential, are they gonna get value? They could just end games if they're able to out macro you and just get onto the sides. But if he's not able to do it, this is gonna be tough. You can't really fight too much because of the control that Nongshim have. So you kind of want to be split pushing and staying away from the death ball.
Yep, and bear in mind, this is also a different Da Chao. This is not the Da Chao of old, right? The Da Chao of old, you have Sea of Fate right at level 1. But right now, because of this, the skill upgrading on the side of Fate is really important. What do you want to prio? Do you want to prio damage, CC, or do you want to prio the save capabilities?
I think that for me, you have a number of guys that have damage. I don't think that that's lacking in the department. It's about saves.
Oh, nice catch. This potentially could be a first blood, but they're not going to be able to find the value here. Sea of Fate should be summoned from the side of Fate to be able to help them. But here comes Sui. Oh no, a big change here. First blood goes in the hands of Do. Siri takes the fall as an early. And this is step number 1 into getting the siege build for the competition in play.
Started with Faye, right? The Severing Surge into that Koi Tide was just enough stuns to ensure that Faye stayed alive. Bought time. Siri and Namu, there was no reason for them to just stick around, especially when they were so low. And now with this ghost ship, I mean, Cliché just walking around that, he's like, dude, that was awkward.
He's playing with my heart, right? The ghost ship, he put Cliché in a very precarious position. But at the same time, Kyung9 is also doing well against Rattel.
He's doing a good job. I mean, this is what you want to see from that Clash laner. I mean, Byron is always going to have a good time in that Clash lane. He has that edge. He'll be able to kind of, exert a little dominance in that side. And we want to see more of that from Kyung9. But Rattel, it's more about when those team fights are about to happen. Is that secondary life enough to turn the tide in a team fight?
It has to, right? There is no question, it has to. Because if it doesn't, that spells the end of what may be the dream for KWC as well as qualification into the grand finals. Once again, Faye just being a nuisance now. This is going to be a difficult fight, right? Rome versus Rome, this is going to take a long time.
Yeah, pillow fight, and then here come Cliché and Do, like the parents, they're like, what are you doing? But now the Spike-tailed Beast, this is going to be the one that they truly want. Vicious doing, again, you just want to kind of keep on pace. Like, let Kyung9 dominate the top lane. You've already got that one lane kind of on lockdown. Now it's for the rest of the team to kind of ensure that they get going so that, they can continue with this push on the sides.
Yeah, and Nongshim Redforce only has one chance, right? Before the usage of the Sea of Fate, you have to take down a singular member on the side of Vicious Esports. Because if you don't, and you get the reset from the Sea of Fate TP, Vicious essentially plays a 5v6 here.
Yeah, if they're able to take advantage of that, right? That's going to be key. And again, for me, it's about Faye. Just keep your eyes on him. Is he making the saves? Is he, has the stuns? And is he staying alive and being able to cycle his spells? The Da Chao could potentially be game-winning if he's able to kind of just, again, make those proper saves.
We'll see. Okay, Do is going to be forced away, but with the Sea of Fate available, as well as the Eye of the Whirlpool, they're chasing in. This could be a huge mistake for the side of Nongshim Redforce. Thankfully for them, they will be able to make it out safely. At the same time, they're looking for the life of Sui. Haku very low. One more hit should do the job. He will be able to move away safely.
Vicious, I love Faye. I mean, I love the Dutch Xiao, right? Like when the whirlpool drops, you're like, pool party, and everybody joins. Like, you know, Sway will not say no to that. But now with this space, the wild growth, the siege is on.
Yeah, it's definitely on at this point. The Sea of Faye is going to be used, and it is going to be a TP for Faye himself. But the damage has already been done, right? Nongshim has to be really careful, and also Kyung is waiting in the wings. Right now, the flank could cost the life of 3 different members. He's going in. Flash gets a knock up as well. Can he find the finish? Unable to do so. Oh, this one is so close.
Oh, it was close, but the problem was Kyung is trying to do everything by himself. Yes, there were 3, but if Do was in position, maybe he baits them out so that they're a little bit further away from the tower. They have a greater chance of getting those kills. It didn't seem like they were all on the same page on that one.
Okay, you were baited by the side of Vicious Esports, right? Which is great because the kills don't really matter for this game, right? That's not the win condition. It's about the turrets. Before the 10-minute mark, it's about a countdown. How many turrets can we take from Nongshim?
Yeah, that will be the key factor, right? And it's going to make things much tougher for Nongshim, but they'll run it down.
Yep, Kyung gives his life here, and with the Eye of the Whirlpool, nobody's going to come over here. Haku's waiting. At the same time, it's all about putting pressure onto this T1 at the top, right? There's no potential trade coming in from the side of Nongshim. There can be a little bit of damage done on the bottom side of the map. Wait, actually, they're going to ignore that. All right.
So Kyung on this one, it seems like he got the missed opportunity, didn't get a kill, and he was like stuck around trying to force things a little bit. I think Kyung, you need to, like, he needs to calm down a bit, right? Understand that I know that there's so much at stake. You lose this game, you're going home, but you can't force it. You need to ensure that you stick to the game plan, play safe, buy yourself time again.
It's a difficult journey here. The T2 at the bottom is looking so scarily low for the side of Vicious Esports, but at the same time, they're able to make a decent trade on the top side. This is just a one hit away from the destruction of the T2 on the top for Nongshim Redforce as well.
Yeah, you look at that tower, it will crumble, right? I think that it's just barely hanging on, so it's just going to be an insta-kill on the next one. But just opening it up, I think that the biggest piece now, Cliché, needs to do the wave clear, needs to maybe put a little pressure on this mid T1 if possible.
I know I keep emphasizing on the fact that, hey, we're not looking at the kills, but to be honest, the next big kill will change the wins here. It will be the wins of change, and either one of these teams can capitalize on it. Haku manages to get the catch on the Kyung. It's a distraction play, right? It's about finding out and unearthing the backline on the side of Vicious Esports. Right now, it's not looking too good. Haku will be pushed away, and Illusion and Namu, they have to be really careful about their positioning now. Golden Token landed from Do.
Look at the flank attempt. Rattel has just shown up with the teleport.
He's going in, but the board is laid down as well. It is going to be successful in driving the rest of Vicious away because Haku was looking scarily low along with Illusion.
Very close. I mean, there was a lot of damage that was spread throughout. Rattel's damage numbers just, exponentially increased there with 4 members that were right on top of each other. So he did a decent amount, but no real follow-up. Vicious, the heals that they have, plus the fact that, you have tankier guys, you don't really dent into the Vicious lineup thus far.
Right now, the difference between the two teams is like the thinnest sheet of paper. They get the T2s on both ends, so Siri will get it for the side of Vicious, for the side of Nongshim, and Kyung will get it for the side of Vicious. Nice ultimate coming in from the side of Sui, just to push them back a little bit.
You know that Kyung likes to play the split push macro style gameplay. He did it when he previously played with Nongshim. You expect to see that going into this. So both of these teams need to understand what is at stake, and those side lanes are not being pushed.
Yeah, they're not for Nongshim at least. They want to go for the kill instead. Kyung is falling a little bit low. If they get the kill here, it's going to be huge. The ultimate saves his life here, forcing suppression. But right now, the structural damage is the main point. Vicious playing according to the win condition. They get the T2 at the bottom. These needs to be traded out by Rattel instantly.
I mean, he takes it out. Look, I think the T3, if they're able to take this would be massive for Vicious, right? That's a huge advantage, but now they're getting gone on. The Sea of Fate had been committed already.
Oh, they can't do this. What's happening? Do actually gets a stun. And then with that, Haku's in the middle of 4 different members. Ghost committed as well. This is going to be a full 5-on-5 fight finally for the first time in the game. And nobody's falling that low just yet. Faye will have to give his life. First trade. Do is the second one to fall. Haku is 2 of the members. Siri, third one. Namu as well. Huge kills, but it's a 3-for-3 trade. And Vicious does have the advantage on this one.
Slight advantage, but not anymore. I mean, Rattel on cleanup duty, that triple kill. Again, Kyung stuck around a little bit too long. He needs to just disengage. Sway was already out of there. He was too low to fight. That wasn't going to continue. Kyung9 has to get that memo of retreating as well.
Okay, I have to give my piece on this. I think that was a perfect play. Kyung9 giving his life, I don't mind it. Because end of the day, they're holding them back, right? And the T3 was already taken. Now, the question was, what was supposed to happen here?
I mean, look at Sway, right? I mean, he's disengaged. They got the kill onto Rattel, which is a huge piece. Sway's solo. He cannot fight. Kyung9 on this point, he's got to get on out. I mean, you get the pick off onto whoever, Namu at this point, and then this is the moment where you need to get on out. Kyung9, he went right back in, right? There's no point to stick around at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, not really worth, but it doesn't really damage the economy that much as well.
Well, I mean, I think any death right now... Look, this is an elimination game for them, right? Like, throwing... You got to get tremendous value out of what you're doing. If not, you got to just stay alive.
Board is going to be laid down. They do catch Faye. Where is that finish? No, it's not going to be there. The Sea of Faye saves his life, and this is going to turn into a 5v6 really soon. I think Faye should be coming back here. The main objective here is actually the 10-minute mark Shadow variant of the Overlord. That's going to aid Vicious Esports in their claim towards tying the series up. And right now, it's not looking good. All the stuns are coming in. Namu is really low. And on the back line. Yep, he's going to come in from the flex, but Haku instantly melted down, and it is going to be a turnaround. Rattel with the rampage as well. It's a 1-for-2. Do is down. The lack of damage is going to be really apparent if they can take the life of Cliché as well. But Cliché is not going to make that mistake. In the meantime, T1 in the mid, under pressure from the side of Nongshim. Vicious Esports needs to respond right now.
Haku and Rattel, just the Bash brothers have done quite well, being able to engage at that moment. But Rattel, like Haku will group them up. Everybody from Vicious, it's like personal. Everybody just focus fires, and they just like lose vision of the overall game, right? And then that groups it up for Rattel to take them down. Rattel has really stepped up in this game.
Yeah, because Nongshim wants to fight, right? They know about the win conditions because that's how they lost the previous game. If Vicious takes a bad fight, they lose the game.
It could be just as easy as that, right? I mean, if they're able to just, again, for Vicious, at the same time, they have a decent amount of control. If they're able to take a team fight, and you know, we go back and forth in terms of the value of kills, but if Vicious were to get a good team fight, they could end the game too. I mean, not from the mid lane.
That's true, but you know what? It's getting a little bit difficult because Rattel has found those very nasty flanks. We saw that just now. And if he finds one good one here, it will be, you know, the final blow towards the Vicious Esports here.
Now, Nongshim right now, like, prowling around. I mean, this game is only 12 minutes in, right? It feels like it's like, what, 30 minutes in? Or, you know what I mean? It feels like it's been much longer. But the way these two teams have been able to brawl, fight for objectives, it's like a very, very deep, engaging game that has kind of gone the distance, and we're only at the 12-minute mark.
It is, but this one is a difficult position to be in, right? Because now they've taken the Shadow Overlord. This is with the Primal Bond, by the way. So Nongshim Redforce, they have fulfilled the two big win conditions that they're looking for. One is map pressure, second is battle prowess strength.
The map control is the big piece. I mean, when you have Vanguards that are going to be pushing Vicious, they need to find some sort of angle to get the potential jump in. I mean, it doesn't look like Nongshim are going to really make that first step here.
I mean, ideally they will want to, but they also understand, right? If you get sniped down by Cliché, it changes the whole fight.
It will take everything. Kyung9 on the board, looking to be set up. No, it doesn't really, I mean, they lock him in, but it's under the tower. It doesn't seem like it's much, but it's zoned away from the mid T3.
Yep, it's a zoning play. Perfect. They get a T3 at the bottom as well. Nongshim, this is exactly what they wanted. There is still a wave of Vanguards coming in on all three lanes. Shadow Overlord at the bottom as well. 7-5. This is a 5,000 goal lead for the side of Nongshim. They have to capitalize on this one.
They've been playing this one so well. This is that slow siege that we're talking about. They have Namu with the heals as well. They're not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, they're looking for an opening. Siri works his way onto the side of Kyung9. He's falling low. Final blow will be there. Haku gets the first kill of this game, of this fight. And right now, there is no more T3s available for the side of Vicious Esports. The Crystal is exposed as well. Get the finish. That's the call for the Nongshim boys. But they have to be patient a little bit longer. Right now, one more wave, three more actually, from all three lanes. Cliché needs to land those nice couple plays.
super minions are underway, especially since there's no T3s, and you think that Vicious are like, okay, we got him where we want him.
Okay, nice stun. They're trying to push Doe back as well. They need that catch. It is not going to be enough. Cliche is out. There's no more damage. Nongshim, welcome to the grand finals. Welcome to potential KWC.
Congratulations to Nongshim Redforce as they go in. You could tell they are so relieved for them. The Hanmoon has been restored. They are going to be exerting the dominance and representing Korea as they go not only into the grand finals, but the KWC. Again, really well played by Nongshim Redforce.
Yep. And of course, they get to bring one more game, one more series onto the hands of VP, but it's not going to be an easy journey. From what we know, we are going to be practicing the winner's bracket advantage here.
Yeah. So just to kind of help explain, it's going to be one best of 7, the first one, right? And if Nongshim were to beat Virtus Pro, it's a grand finals reset. So they could potentially play 2 best of 7s back to back. And that's the huge advantage that you get for being, for not losing in the winner brackets throughout the entire time. Virtus Pro are going to be happy with that extra life. But I mean, we kind of saw that. Do you really want to go 14 games against Nongshim Redforce in the end?
Well, I think we all want to see that, right? And as casters, I think we definitely want our colleagues to shine on the broadcast. Go for the full 14 games, man. But let's cover this game first. This result, 4-2, what a series coming in from Nongshim Redforce.
Yeah, I don't know if you were blessing them or cursing the guys that will be casting tomorrow, but I felt it both ways. I don't know how it's gonna go, but again, just Nongshim, just too strong in the end. Being able to kind of close that one out. You even saw the 404 KDA by Rattel, but for me, he was the MVP for me. He just had so much impact in this one.
Look, 404 is like the dream KDA in this situation, right? Because it's era 404. You couldn't find Rattel if you wanted to on the side of Vicious Esports. He was the one person that made life so difficult, and they were bubbling under this entire match, right? Because we saw at Vicious Esports, the way they controlled the gorge, so strong.
So incredibly strong, right? And then the way that they were able to initiate, the timing, right? The patience to go in. And this is kind of like that early start where, it wasn't the greatest for Nongshim. It didn't seem like VC were able to kind of fully utilize, the Da Chao in the end. They weren't able to split push because one way to just stop a split push is to just go in, right? You control all 3 lanes where you're going to go.
It's a ramyeon play, right? You have to wait until the perfect timing. Let them bubble, let them cook, let them simmer, and once that timing is right, they will be explosive in flavor.
Yeah, and they were able to just take that out. Congratulations again to Nongshim. The way that they were able to kind of weather the storm, right? I think that you could see how the Vicious were throwing literally everything in the kitchen sink, trying to get themselves back into this game and trying to go in. But this is that moment where you're kind of thinking, oh, Haku goes down. But then Rattel on the cleanup crew was able to just do enough. And finding Kyung9 and Do was just game-winning for them.
I think the biggest difference maker here is that, though, yes, he's the farm laner, but he's able to deal consistent damage, right? The longer he stays alive, that's good. But for Cliche, it's very different. Cliche is very skill-based. So his damage output only comes every couple of seconds. And the moment you remove Cliche from the fights, there is no more damage to be had. And I love this. Ignore the fights, go for the crystal.
Very smart. It's all about the objectives. I think we saw overall Nongshim had done a better job, and it looks like the 404, here we go, the error, if you will, Rattel with the MVP on that Umbrosa, just had a great game. He just had so much impact, didn't die a single time, used that Final Frenzy to the maximum advantage, ensure that he was able to get to that back line and kill Do multiple times.
Yeah, perfect storyline coming in for the side of Nongshim Redforce. They've shown you once in KIS4 that they are worthy of that grand finals slot. They did not get that grand finals win. Now, they are on the cusp of doing something even more in the pro leagues. KML now, they can go on to the grand finals, maybe pull off the biggest win ever, because to do so, they have to win in 2 best of 7s in a row against arguably the strongest team in KML, Virtus Pro.
not going to be easy, right? I mean, but they just played 13 games. I think that they're going to be very relieved. Let them take a bit of a break. Let them get some dinner, maybe eat some ramen. And this is the result of today. It's going to be 4-3. Went to the ultimate battle. Virtus Pro eking that one out. Congratulations to them as they make the grand finals. And in the lower bracket finals, Vicious fought valiantly. Unfortunately, they will drop 2-4 to Nongshim, who make it to the grand finals. And of course, the KWC.
Right, so this is going to bring us to tomorrow's games. Once again, as we explained, this is going to be another best of 7, but it's going to be 2 best of 7s if Nongshim gets their way. So throughout all the battles of our playoffs, this has been the result. Stamina, of course, going up against Vicious, they got destroyed 4-2, but that same fate was returned back to Vicious. They could not make the cut this time, so Nongshim progresses. Of course, VP, we saw them dismantle Nongshim earlier with the ultimate battle. Took a bit of time, but tomorrow, is it going to be the same case?
I mean, we're going to have to find out. I think that that's the biggest thing. And you're looking at this is not deja vu. This is not an error. This is the potential, right? If Virtus Pro win out that first series, match number 6 against Nongshim, if they win, they just become the champion, right? But if Nongshim were able to somehow overcome Virtus Pro, which we haven't seen thus far in the KML, we get a grand finals reset. We do it again in this second match. I want to see this one go to 14 games. I think that that would be the most important way to ensure of representing the KML, because like both of these squads getting to the final 2, again, huge high hopes and a big congratulations to these squads who are, again, I want to say that they did well because they were on a recent Honor of Kings podcast, and that was what propelled them to this championship here.
I fully agree as well. I mean, they deserve the full 14-game series run, right? I mean, tomorrow's going to be a bang of a day. Tomorrow is not going to be us. Tomorrow it's going to be Sagi and Dash, and I think they will be able to elevate this entire series into the best possible form, man.
Yeah, I feel like both Dash and Sagi won't hit the maximum level until we're at least game 10, 11, right? That's where these series should be going. I mean, if it goes the 14th, you will see Super Saiyan Sagi and Dash. They're going to bring it down, and it will be absolutely amazing. I'm about to manifest it right now.
Yeah, okay, I have the golden hair. I can pass it on to Sagi. I want to see this boy scream. And I want to see Nongshim come back into this game, because there is no better ending than a 14-game series in a row. And you know what? It doesn't matter because they have already qualified for KWC. But we need to see them get the practice in. We need to get those bans and picks in. We need to see monstrous drafts as well, because this next step is the best of the best. It's the international run. You're going up against the best of every region. You need to get those reps in.
Yeah. And actually just on this level as well, right? There's a lot at stake. There's money on the line, everything that you want. This is that perfect moment to ensure that you just kind of get that, that timing in, right? And we saw that Nongshim are willing to go the distance every single time against Virtus Pro, but they have not been able to slay the giant that is Virtus Pro as of yet. But I expect that they will bring everything tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's time for them to kind of polish up, their equipment, shine their shields, get ready for a big battle, because Virtus Pro, I think, based on the performance of the entire tournament, this has really been one of the most spectacular performances in KML. Granted, this is like the brand new league where we kind of gather every single team together, but these are the best of the best, right? The creme de la creme of the 3 leagues, East League, West League, WKS, and VP have proven time and time again that they are the ones to take down. So that is a huge monumental task tomorrow. Nongshim should be up for it.
We hope so. I mean, they've always gone the distance. And I think that Nongshim, after even today, going against Vicious, you got a little bit more, a couple more lessons. You've kind of learned from the losses that you had and able to kind of show that resilience. I think that is going to pay off more in the end, especially going up against Virtus Pro. Now you can retool, you can go back at it and really strike fear in the hearts of Virtus Pro in this case.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what kind of drafts we'll get tomorrow. We have not seen the young Gendolia come out from Nongshim in the second part of this best of 7 for today, and I feel like maybe that will happen tomorrow as well. Maybe there's a formula that VP have identified as a weakness, but at the same time, Coach YK is someone who we know is someone that's really creative, right? So I want to see this creativity at play. What other strats can you bring out, because you're going up against a monster squad that is VP, and VP need to be testing.
I think that he needs to, not shake up everything, but I think a couple changes here and there will really help them out, because some of the drafts, there were slight edges in favor of Virtus Pro, and that's kind of where they were able to kind of excel, right? But going into this grand finals, everything, throw everything at them, all the little rabbit out of the hats that you can find, just go. I think that that's going to be great. But hey, we had a great time at the KML. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindofu. Any final words before we sign out for the last time here?
I think tomorrow we'll get to see that goated play right at the rim, right? Like a basketball going in with the toilet bowl move. That could be the defining moment for either one of these teams. But we'll see. That is all we have for today. We had a lot of fun, a lot of action. We will see you tomorrow at the grand finals. And by we, I mean Sagi and Dash will sign out. Bye-bye.
cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up